minutes of the September 21st meeting.
Second.
Motion by Tony, second by Jim, approve the minute. Any
This,
additions,
this
corrections?
with the corrections that are handwritten on here?
Yes, so I had made it, and in the packet in front of you, there's a few notes that I made on there.
But I did sign the floor. They weren't changed back.
There's a few notes in the one over your other
Oh,
hand.
so it was in the
Next
file.
page.
So, yeah, I wasn't here, so that
Right, nice.
Mr. Assak wasn't here.
Okay, and there was I know, I see the corrections are made, the AM to PM,
Yeah,
and then, the fact that Erin Webster was listed as here, but she was not.
Not.
And that's been corrected.
yes.
Anything else? If not, all those in favor of approving signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
I'll abstain because I wasn't here, so I don't know the minutes were.
Okay. That motion carries. All right, we have, Justin is here with us this morning, so, Justin?
Yeah.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. It's good to see so many familiar faces. And it's been probably a couple of years since I've presented here, at the county board or finance committee. I think the last time I made a presentation was the master plan committee back in 2022, about halfway through there, where we started looking at the jail project and different financing scenarios and what we were potentially gonna do then. So that was the last time I made a presentation, but I've had the opportunity and pleasure to work with the county my whole career, 15 years plus, helping the county through all different financing, borrowing opportunities throughout the year. So this is just another one of the projects that we've been looking at for a while now. Been working with Jamie, Ashley, on doing this. We started with Kitsy way back when, Rosemary is who I originally was working with, and then Jeremy for a couple months, where he was kind of the interim. And so, there's been a lot of transition lately, but, this project was kind of put on hold with all those transitions going on. So when I met with Jamie and Ashley last year, we kind of thought about this project and all the steps that really need to be taken in order to get all the information you need in order to make an informed decision on if you want to move forward with the project or not. We didn't want to rush it. So kind of the thought process was not to pursue it necessarily this year, but really start the planning this year. So going into next year, we have some clarity on what you want to do, because ultimately it is your decision. Does it make sense for you to move forward or not with these projects? So, what I'll do is I have a presentation that we'll go through here to kind of set the stage for the potential projects that we're looking at doing. So in that presentation packet, if you look at page 2 there, it's really your general obligation debt. So counties can borrow for general obligation debt up to 5% of your equalized valuation. This is your most secure type of financing because ultimately you have an unlimited tax levy authority to be able to put it on the taxpayers to repay the debt. So when you have that authority, ultimately the potential purchasers of this debt recognize that security and will give you a lower interest rate for issuing this type of debt. And like I said, you can't just issue as much as you want. There is a restriction, 5% of your equalized valuation. And we don't want to see you get close to that. Because for bond rating purposes, just for your future planning purposes, we don't want to box you in so you can't do another project in the future.
When you say get close, what distance are we looking at there? What distance do you see there? What percent?
You've got a good amount of room. Typically, we want to see at least 40% remaining capacity for counties.
40%, 5%.
40% up to 5% remaining. So you're using no more than 60% of your available borrowing capacity.
Do you know what we're at currently?
We'll go through that.
Oh, you got that in there.
Yep. So, in here, you can see the different debt issues that have been taken on by the county over the last number of years. So in 2013, that was the first issuance, that's still remaining outstanding. Well, that was paid off this year. So that's no longer on the books. Then in 2020, the county issued a $3,950,000 project, which was a combination of a little bit of new money related project, getting new funds for capital related items, plus refinancing some outstanding debt. Because again, in 2020, we started to see lower interest rates. And that's when we started to present opportunities to, it would have been Kitsy at the time, to say, you know, interest rates are dropping, now it may make sense to look at refinancing some of your outstanding debt. So we took advantage and saved, at that particular time, saved the county $72,000 by refinancing into the lower interest cost debt. And you can see that your rates there are between 2 and 3%. So pretty attractive interest rates, and as we look at that now, there's no way you'd want to refinance that because the interest rates are higher than those rates right now. So that was $72,000, and then that 2013 issue also refinanced a small amount of debt, which saved the county about $38,000. Then the state trust fund loan was used because, again, when you look at that issue number 3, $157,000 for capital projects, well, that's not a significant amount in order to go out and bond for. It just doesn't make sense from an economic standpoint because there is issuance cost when you go out to the public market. And at that particular time, it was fairly attractive interest rate. So that was the decision at that particular time to just go to the state trust fund loan program for this particular piece. The state trust fund program right now, the interest rate is at 6.25%. So that just gives you a perspective of where rates have moved since 2020 to now. Then let's go to page 3. So page 3, this is the debt issues from 2021. So we refinanced, again, because interest rates were attractive, and we basically funded the 21 and 2022 capital related projects while refinancing some outstanding existing debt. And the debt issuance that was refinanced was the one that was done in 2015 for the $8 million related to different highway projects. So that was a bigger debt issue, but we refinanced it in 2021 ahead of the call feature. Because if you look at those interest rates, 0.3 to 1.25%. So that was, fortunately, Kitsy, myself, and others, Andy, and Finance Committee and Board, agreed that it made sense to take advantage of those low interest rates at the time versus waiting until the call feature, which would have been in 2022. So you can refinance debt whenever you want on a taxable basis. Well, taxable rates were just unbelievably low. I mean, the 10-year treasury right now is at 4.6%. So you could, this puts it in perspective. You probably won't refinance this debt ever because, again, it's at such a low interest rate. The other piece of this puzzle is there was a portion that is from the Owens Corning. So we decided at the time to refinance that debt and get these attractive interest rates, take the sale proceeds, and we said, okay, do we think you will be able to invest that money at a higher interest rate, or you want to try to use that money and reduce this debt? Well, fortunately for the county, you did not use all that money, that sale proceed, and you've been investing that money, because right now the LGIP is over 5.3%. So you're able to earn that money, because it's on a taxable basis, there is no arbitrage restrictions on that. So you can earn as much as you want. But we've always had a plan for using that sale proceed money, and that's been tied to this jail project. And so we'll go through that strategy in a little bit here as well. So that has that amortization schedule, but again, what we're gonna be doing here is looking at using that sale proceed money pretty soon here. So by refinancing that was $292,000 in savings. So between all the different debt issues the county has outstanding, you saved over $400,000 by just capitalizing when interest rates have been attractive and not waiting, thinking maybe a better time, you know, and so forth. Fortunately, you pulled the trigger, because in 2022, things did change. That's when interest rates started to rise and pretty fast. So, these are your outstanding debt issues. Now, if we go to page 4 here, this is really a summary of your outstanding debt. So, a lot of numbers on this page, but the way to read it is taking all of those debt issues that I just talked about and adding them up, so you ultimately have a total principal, a total interest, and then a total combined debt service. So when you add up all the different principal amounts of the outstanding debt issues, that's $1.815 million. Total interest, $152,000, totals $1.96 million. Now you have some offsetting revenues, such as the shelter, the animal shelter, you know, small portion, about $7,000 there, and then some blacktop revenues, about $170,000. Now, when we look at the Owens Corning revenue offsets, that's where we'll start using that strategy. So this year in particular, about $302,000 was used to help reduce the debt service levy. So that's been applied. There's about $469,000 remaining that ultimately we want to use come 2025 to create this drop in debt service. So when you look at that highlighted box there in green, you can see that your 2023 levy, $1,489,000 for debt service. Then it goes to $1,716,000 in debt service. Then you see a nice drop down to $1.29 million. And that drop is what's going to allow us to be able to eventually fund this jail project and reduce the overall tax impact to your constituents in the county.
How come we wouldn't just use that right away?
Because again, that's where that strategy was, you're earning more money by investing it at short-term rates versus applying it. Because when we borrow, the interest rate is gonna be higher than it was back in earlier times, 2020, 2021. So now is the time we want to apply that money and really try to reduce. One, we looked at either reducing the borrowing for the jail, or two, we looked at just keeping the debt service levy down and being able to push up more principal related to the debt borrowing. Because again, when we borrow, the interest rate is gonna be higher than what you could be, than if you applied it to that other debt service. Because again, your interest rates on your outstanding debt is so low.
So if interest rates tanked, which they probably won't, but in 6 months from now, then we can just apply it early.
Yeah, we might have a different strategy at that particular point, absolutely. It's totally market dependent, and, you know, we knew rates couldn't go much lower at that particular point we were looking at doing that debt. The odds were that rates were going to go up. Did we have a crystal ball? Did we know when that was gonna happen? No, we didn't. But it has worked out in your favor so far. So that's kind of to give you an overall snapshot of where things stand today. So that's where we are today. Then let's look at page 5 here. So the next piece we want to look at is your equalized valuations. Because again, Phil, to your point, you know, you're able to borrow 5% of your equalized valuation. So as this valuation grows, your borrowing capacity also grows. And as you pay down debt, that also helps your borrowing capacity. So it's kind of been working in our favor the last couple of years because you haven't borrowed since 2021. You've been paying down your debt. You've also seen substantial growth here since 2021, with 6% growth in 21, 16% growth in 22, and 11.8% growth in 23. So between those large valuation increases, this has kind of set the scenario for being able to potentially do this larger project come next year. All these things needed to work together, and that's again why we decided, let's not push trying to do it this year. Let's wait. See what these valuations do, which they have come in where we had hoped high. It's allowed for this opportunity. So that's your valuation, so you can see how it's grown over the last several years. But when you look at it, we don't wanna use 10% growth in our modeling scenarios, right? We're gonna be using 2%. The 20-year average is 3.58%. We've had years, 2009 to 2012, where we've had some negative years, but that was seen throughout the state of Wisconsin. That was the housing crisis time, financial crisis. Every community pretty much had negative growth in those particular years because home values were dropping substantially during that period of time.
When we're looking at, on page 5 there, historical equalized value, TID being out. Jamie, do you know if we have any figures, what would that figure be with the TIDs in? Or do you have those, anything on that? That would be.
Yeah, just give me a minute here.
Department of Revenue website would have that probably, but.
Yeah, I have,
I'm looking, you know, how much, what value is in TIDs?
I do too.
Yeah, and I didn't show TID in just because your mill rate is gonna be based on TID out. So that's why I showed it, but I'm guessing it's slightly higher than.
Oh, yeah, that's gonna be, I'm thinking quite a bit, but I'm just curious
Yeah.
as to what that.
Yeah.
I guess we don't have to know that right now, but.
I got, it's right in the spreadsheet. So, yeah. Yeah, but then one of these has, okay, so here we go. So here's the TID in and the TID out. So we're talking, about 48 million.
Which?
About 48 million. The biggest.
48 million difference.
Yes, yep, this down here is just the TID here, so 252,100 is the total of all the TIDs.
Okay, yeah, that's, I'm just curious as to what that. Didn't have a handle on that.
Yeah.
It's something that for us board members, it's good to know, so.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, yeah.
So if we go to page 6 here, some of the financing illustration assumptions, just to kind of lay out what we're looking at here. So we looked at the 20-year average was 3.58% for equalized value. We're using 2% to be hopefully conservative because, again, we don't know what values are going to do over the next, 5-10 years. Rather be conservative because you never know what's going to happen with the economy and so forth. $6 million would be issued in 2024 related to CIP related projects. So this is like equipment purchases, stuff that hasn't been borrowed for that so Jamie got a reimbursement resolution put in place at the end of last year, I believe.
It was actually beginning of this year.
Beginning of this year. So if you say, if you have bought equipment or something like that, where you eventually want to reimburse the general fund with borrowing bond proceeds, you need to have that reimbursement resolution in place. Otherwise, we need to borrow on a taxable basis, which a taxable basis is gonna be, a percent and a half higher in interest rate.
We have that.
You have that. So that was one thing that we worked with Jamie on, and making sure that she includes, everything that she thinks may be coming down the pipeline, because if we don't do a borrowing until 2024, we want to make sure that you can reimburse yourself, the general fund, if you want to, replenish your fund balance or whatever. So that's all in place. So those projects, again, equipment purchases, that type of stuff, would be amortized or paid off within 10 years, because again, you don't want your useful life to go beyond 10 years if it doesn't have a useful life of over 10 years. So kind of matching the useful life of the project to the borrowing time. Then, starting in 2026, because again, if you may recall, Randy and Jim, we decided back in 2020 to start implementing a long-term capital improvement borrowing plan, where at the time we were looking at $2.5 million every other year. That was one thing that, you know, Andy, myself, and Kitsy worked on creating that longer term plan. Well, now, obviously, as many people would suspect, costs have gone up, just around everything, right? So now it's been moved from $2.5 million to $3 million. And that would be borrowing every other year for those projects. In essence, $1.5 million a year to get you your equipment purchases, highway projects done, etc.
That's troubling to me, but, you know, that borrowing every other year for, basically for operations.
Well, none of these, you can't borrow for operations.
Well, I know what you mean, but.
But in essence, that's what we're doing, really, is we're
But
not
you've
dealing
gotta,
with budget.
you've gotta pay that back.
Right.
Mhm.
So, I mean, if we're borrowing, $1.5 million a year, and we're paying, you know, $1.7 million, we're not gaining, in my mind, we're not gaining that much.
Yeah, if you don't need to borrow, don't borrow. Absolutely, I would never advise you to borrow if you have the money that you can fund these purchases or road projects, etc. That don't, and we didn't, because in 2020 we did. 2020 was to reimburse from 2019 and 2020, and then we did the borrowing in 2021 for 2021 capital projects and 2022 capital projects. So we haven't done anything in 2023 for capital related projects, and that's what this reimbursement resolution is. If you want to borrow in 2024 to reimburse yourself for those capital projects. Now, again, if you don't wanna borrow, that's fine with me. That's all good, and it's just, are you gonna be able to, you know, keep your fund balance, and how are you paying for that, you know, essentially? That's what it comes down to, and that's why, unfortunately, a lot of counties have gone to doing some type of borrowing program, because they don't have enough revenues to be able to cover the expenditures that are needed to get your county to where you want it to be. Otherwise, the deferred, you know, equipment and roads just start adding up. And so,
That's one of the tools that Act 10 gave us, is borrowing capacity.
correct. So, that, you know, that's, you know, Chippewa County, all these, you know, they're on these type of programs. Chippewa does, say, $4 million every year for capital related projects. Wood County does, $3.5 million every year for capital related projects. So, you know, it's very common, to do this. I was just thinking, Winnebago, they do about $10 million every year for capital related projects. So, you see a big spectrum, depending on county size and, you know, if you've got the revenues or not. So that was just part of our planning process, was to factor that in, because we wanna try to factor everything in and hopefully reduce it as time goes by, if possible. But at the same point, we wanna give you a projection to say, let's throw it in and see what it looks like if everything happens the way we're projecting. If you truly did $3 million every other year, what does it look like? We can scale that back to 2.5, we can remove it. You know, it's only gonna make the picture look better then. So, we included everything. Then we applied $469,000 of the Owens Corning sale proceeds in 2025 to reduce that first year tax impact like we talked about. We don't have any abatements, so if you end up having some type of, you wanna use sales tax revenue, or, you know, we've seen like Sheboygan County, they apply a certain amount of sales tax revenues to offset debt service year over year. So they do $11 million every other year for their capital borrowing, but they offset about $1 million worth of debt with sales tax revenue. So that's something to consider if you have it. We did not include that at this particular time, and again, if you find some money to be able to offset the debt service, great, it's just gonna make the picture look better. And it does not factor in any operational costs or projections into this, because that's very separate than capital projects. We wanna just focus on, you know, what is your true tax impact related to these capital projects that we're talking about. So the goals here, minimize the tax impact to the taxpayers, A strategic mill rate drop starting by 2030 by approximately 3 to 6 cents per year. Ability to issue long-term debt when ready and timing is optimal. Provide a flexibility to reduce the long-term GO borrowing debt if funds are available. Because we don't want you to borrow 20-year debt if the project ends up coming in a little bit less than projected. And we'll talk about some strategies with that as we go through this presentation. Because like one that we're doing right now is Wood County, where they did their project originally was $58 million and went up to 98. So we've been doing it in phases. We started in 2021 because of where interest rates were. We've been slowly kind of chipping away based on the project draw schedule. So that's gonna be an important piece of this whole puzzle, is the draw schedule that you get from the construction company. Then what we're doing is we're taking the last phase, because there's gonna be a contingency in that. Hopefully it doesn't get used. Many times it does get used. But if it doesn't get used, we want the ability to make sure that you don't have this debt out there for 20 years that you can't call for 9 years, 10 years. We want to make sure that you're borrowing for only what you need. So let's kind of keep leaving it a little bit at the end there, if that contingency is needed. Also, we want you to have the ability to be able to have those funds between the capital projects, equipment purchases, road improvements, etc., highway stuff, and the jail, to be able to have funds kind of flow between each other. Because if, say, your capital project ends up coming a little bit less, you could use potentially that money towards the jail project, and vice versa. Go towards the capital projects if the jail project ends up coming a little bit less. So making sure you have that flexibility, because that's very important. Where we run into, if we issue, say, 20-year debt for the jail and 10-year debt right away for the capital projects, you can't mix the funds. It's got to be separated completely. So a lot of counties will like to do like a short-term financing and then refinance it into longer-term debt internally to have one long-term debt issue, but break it out to have the capital projects be amortized over 10 years and the jail project be over 20 years. It gives you then that flexibility to move the funds between projects if you want, if you need to. So earn money on the bond proceeds that can be used towards the jail project. Again, invest, but also you don't want to have you borrow more than you need to. And then spend down the bond proceeds within 2 to 3 years of issuance to avoid any arbitrage rebate. Because that is a possibility, depending on if short-term rates stay high. I mean, you'll likely be able to borrow at a rate that's lower than what you're gonna be able to invest in your short-term debt. You can earn 5 1/4, and if you were in the market today, you'd probably get closer to 4 1/4. So there's that difference in what you can earn, which is strange times we're in with the short-term rates much higher than the longer-term rates. It's called an inverted yield curve, and we're just in that right now. And we could be in that for a while. Until things settle down. So that's page 6 there. Now let's jump into the fun stuff. The actual financing illustrations. So I kind of set the stage for your existing, some goals, what we're looking at. So what we're looking at here, when you look at page 7, the left side of the page, that's your existing debt service payments that we talked about when we were going through your outstanding debt issues. So that mimics what I showed you on an earlier page, year over year. So you can see your existing debt service mill rate is about $1.01. And then we see a nice drop in debt service starting in 2026, goes down to 70 cents. But again, we have that $469,000 from the sale from the Owens Corning, that let's try to reduce this impact here. So this scenario assumes that you would do the whole project at one time. So $35 million for the jail, if that ends up being the number, plus $6 million for the capital items that you need to fund for 23, 24, and 25. So $6 million worth of projects. So a total of, $41 million. $35 million is related to the jail project. So you can see there, what we're gonna do is apply that $469,000 to help reduce that first impact to the taxpayers. So based on this scenario, you can see that the impact in 2025 is about 60 cents. If we applied that $469,000 to the debt issuance and reduce that $35 million by about $500,000, it does save the county a fair amount in interest cost related to the borrowing. But when we looked at it, actually, Jamie and myself, that first impact is 77 cents. So you're gonna be saving interest costs, but it's gonna be higher tax impact initially for your taxpayers. And so there's gotta be a balance, right? Is 70 cents, that's 60 cents is a larger impact. 77 cents is even larger. So the thought was, let's try to reduce that tax impact to the constituents and have it a slow, gradual impact, strategic impact versus a big shock, and then more shocks to come after that. So that was the thought process there. So that's why we were applying the 469 to reduce that debt service levy in 2025 versus applying it to the borrower. It also allows us then to be able to push up some principal, which is always good. But 60 cents in 2025, and then 36-cent impacts over the next 3 years. Ultimately, by 2029, having no more tax impacts to the constituents. And again, this is using a 2% growth factor. If we see the county grow at a higher rate, this mill rate is gonna be lower. Again, if it's 0%, this mill rate is gonna be higher. At 2% hopefully is a conservative percent to use based on our 20-year look back, kind of what's been going on and so forth in the economy. We felt, I feel pretty good about 2%.
When you talk about the impact, here, you're talking about compared to prior year, it's still impacting, it's just, it hasn't gone up or gone down when we're talking about a zero. It's the same, it's impacting the same as it did the year before.
What I'm saying, so that's 60-cent impact?
Yep.
That's because
Over the previous year.
over the previous.
So when you say the zero in 2029, it's zero new impact because it's
Correct.
already built into the impact.
Yes,
But it
you've
is
already
still- it is
levied
still
for that.
Impacting.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, it will stay at that essentially impact. And then potentially starting in 2030, you can see that there's starting to be reductions to that mill rate impact, assuming we keep that debt service levy the same year over year. Because if you keep the debt service levy the same and you're growing, that mill rate slowly drops. And so what this is doing is showing all, including in that combined future debt service column, that's including that $3 million every other year in borrowing. So this incorporates everything. The jail, the $6 million capital, plus $3 million every other year starting in 2026 forever. So that's where that future combined debt service column is taking all that into account. And then on the total combined, you can see that basically would get to about $5 million, and that's where it would stay for a period of time.
There's a cost to doing a bond issue,
Mhm.
what, 50, 60,000 or so. Is that built into these figures?
It is. Yeah. So all of this accounts for everything, right? And what I'm using here is 4% for the 10-year financing, 475 for the longer term 20-year financing. What our rate's gonna be at the end of 2024, I don't know. hopefully this is conservative looking. You know, that 10-year, it's moved up a lot in the last month alone, when the Fed, Chairman Powell came out and said rates are gonna be higher for longer. We saw rates really shoot up in 1 month, about 50 basis points in 1 month. That's a pretty big move in the bond market for us. Is it gonna stay there for a long time? Well, honestly, I mean, because I just sold we just helped the issuers sell some bonds yesterday. The war that's going on, those type of things, typically lower interest rates, because there's a flight to safety. And things like that happen in the global world. So we've actually seen rates come down over the last several days. And then there was a CPI number that just came out this morning, a little bit higher than what they anticipated. The rates have gone back up. So it's good. It's very volatile market right now. But I feel like these rates that we have in here are fairly conservative, especially from a historical standpoint. But we'll evaluate and adjust, you know, as we go through the process. We got a long time before.
Would you by chance, look at this without putting no one's corny proceeds in there, how much that would change the mill rate? I'm kinda curious on a per 500,000, you know, I mean, the county's got some other things sitting here and there, we better off to put some of this up front, sit back on it, not have to borrow as much going forward, which would be my thought process. Or possibly use it later on to pay down. There's some proceeds out there, or there's some money out there right now that we have
Yeah.
to wait and see how some projects end up before we know what we have. But I'm just wondering, should a person look at putting those down up front or later on maybe?
I would say, based on where your current outstanding debt is, very low interest rates, and then you've got this longer term debt issue. I would say either you want to apply it to reduce this borrowing, because that's gonna be your highest interest cost over the life of the debt issue. So we would want to apply it to that issue. And maybe that's what it is. You apply 200,000, 250,000 to reduce the borrowing, and you use a couple $100,000 to reduce the mill rate impact in that first year. You know, it doesn't have to be like this. This is just, if you want the lowest impact in that first year, this is what it would take, 60 cents. And then if we didn't apply any of it, it would go up to that 77 cents.
Okay, 17 cents difference.
17.
Okay, thank you. So, okay, can a person safely say, put in another 469,000 and it's gonna go down 17 cents? Or is that being a little strong?
No, I think that's what we looked at when we ran the analysis, it was 17 cents by applying the 469 to reduce that. So instead of doing a $35 million borrowing for the jail, you know, it was 34,500.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So this is kind of, again, not necessarily what I would recommend on this project, because we did something like this for Wood County initially, because again, when we were looking at theirs, we were in 2021. The thought was rates were gonna start going up in 2022. So we wanted to capture the low interest rate environment that we were in at that particular time versus phasing it. Well, the project cost went up, we ended up phasing it either way, but that was the thought. We were looked at phasing, we looked at doing it all at once. Originally we were doing phasing, but then rates were starting to look like they were gonna go up, so we went to this. So we don't have to make a decision today. It's gonna be market dependent in many ways. If rates are higher come end of next year, we probably don't wanna phase it out. Because, you know, hopefully rates the following borrowing are gonna be a little bit lower. So we're gonna need to evaluate it case by case. So that's the first scenario. Now, page 8, Phil, this kind of addresses your questions here. So, when we look at your borrowing capacity, what we did was we modeled out to say in those black bars there, that's your existing obligations. So everything in gray, that's what you have available per state statute. So you got $78 million in available capacity at the end of 2023. The blue bars there That's that 24, 25 CIP and jail project, if you were to do everything in 2024. So, what that leaves you is about 45% remaining capacity. So you're still in a comfortable position, but I would say, I would highly recommend that you don't try to borrow for anything big for at least a few years. Because we would want to see that capacity start to grow again before doing anything.
And we need to, or
Yes.
we should.
Yes. That's up to you. Now, the kind of the goldish bars there, that's that future $3 million in CIP related projects being borrowed for every other year going forward for life. So we wanted to model that in for you as well. So kind of taking the whole picture, hopefully, unless, and Ashley and Jamie haven't indicated that there would be any other large significant project, 5 years from now, whatever, that we would need to model in here. So this may look different come 5 years as you continually go through your 5-year CIPs and everything. But this is what we know today. And this shows that you're basically, your worst spot is about 45% capacity remaining, and then by 2030, you're almost at 60%. So that as you're paying down your debt, that's growing. And again, this is using 2% as a growth factor. If you grow 10% this year, this picture is gonna look very different. You're gonna have a lot more capacity.
Well, to be honest, now that you brought that up, I mean, not to muddy the water here in your presentation, but we are gonna have to do something with our highway. What that's gonna be and how big of a scope it's gonna turn out to be. I mean, I'm almost wondering, person should do something out there right now, just not go with a huge advance, maybe just a building, I don't know. Should it be built in now, or you're saying, I mean, I don't see that highway facility going much more. It was a close tie between jail and highway when we did our building study. Jail, I mean, was above it, but not by much, so highway's right behind it. Is it gonna make it 10 years? I don't think so. That's just my personal opinion, and I'm talking from if I owned it versus. So I think in all reality, a person's gonna have to build something here for a 10-year max project, or build something in on a smaller scale right in front.
You can absolutely model it in. Again, this, depending on the cost of that project, it's really gonna be, what do you think it's gonna cost in 5 years? The goal is to get the jail done first, right? Let's get that done, knowing that we got that out there. Let's see how the valuations come in over the next several years to see when it makes sense to truly do that type of project again. Because if all of a sudden we don't grow over the next couple of years, I caution against, maybe now's not the time. But if we grow 10% over the next couple of years, and you follow this plan, and this capacity is looking much more attractive, and you got 70%, 75%, that's when we may want to say, okay, now it does look reasonable to be able to do that, if you want, if the board chooses.
Like in Barron County, I think their highway shop is seems to me it was like 30 million.
I think they went over.
And they went over by 7 million and they're not done yet, so.
I'm thinking our highway might be happy if they get a big steel building that has heat that flows through it, and the rest of it they might have to reuse from the other for the time being.
I worry about that with our jail project, anything, I look for it to go over,
Yeah.
I mean, you build in a contingency, but then still that happens.
And it's been known to happen, especially the last couple of years, so.
Do you have any insight into, Trumbull County? We were there yesterday, they've got a jail project going there and it's,
I'm not familiar with that particular project.
they described it as a situation similar to what we have here, but their project was at 45 million, so. But it's larger than ours, they're doing pretty much a justice center too, so.
Okay.
They also borrowed for that earlier, might have got more
Yes.
favorable rate.
They did it a couple of years ago, or
For their
2021.
project, they've been building this thing now for, what, 2 years, I think they said?
2020 they started.
Well, that's very, I mean,
And then
Wood
planning,
County's just a different
planning, I
scope.
think, was a couple of years too, so, you know, that's, they started well back.
Yeah, they've been
Hold on for a couple of years.
They've been 3 years building.
yeah, and that's just like wood. I mean, we borrowed in 2021, and it's still being built today. So, they take time. They take time to build.
We've all got a lot on our plate here.
Yeah.
So that's the first scenario. Again, I don't necessarily recommend that type of scenario based on your situation and the market that we're in right now, but things could change. So let's go to scenario 2, because this probably is gonna make a little bit more sense for the county.
Can I ask a question? What do you anticipate the interest rates going forward? Say, not, say 5 years or 10 years from
Well, I think you have to ask that question.
I mean, I could probably give you my guess after, in the next year.
Elections coming up in
Yeah.
years.
But I have no clue 5 years from now, 10 years from now. I would say that, you know, the thought is that the Fed will potentially start making some cuts, reducing the short-term rates, potentially end of next year.
Well, the reason I ask is, if it's that volatile, I know it costs to apply for these bond issues. I think our objection was like 57,000. But the amount is a percentage, what is the cost based on? To
Yeah, I'd say around that per issue, yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter
It's all kind of
size.
it's all kind of baked into the rate too.
Right, I understand. What I'm saying is, that 50,000 is, if you wanna call it, it's just for talk, discussion purposes. It doesn't, that isn't gonna fluctuate with the size of the loan you make. Is it right?
It does,
It does?
yes.
What's it based on, percentage or what?
Percentage typically, and it's totally dependent on, market conditions and so forth. Size, the legal counsel will do it based on size.
I guess I didn't quite understand how that was, that dollar value was, where it came from.
Yeah, but again, it's all kind of factored into the interest rate. So if this interest rate comes in less, that, you know, that's good. We're not gonna, it's not gonna stay at 4.75 and your interest, your cost is gonna go up or down.
Well, yeah, in other words, it's advantageous to, you're saying that you borrow a larger bond for a longer period of time than you just do short-term bonds, short-term bonds, you know, bonds, say, for 3 years or 5 years. Factoring the expense of the bonds.
I wouldn't suggest doing 3 or 5 year bonds. I would only suggest doing the 10-year or the 20-year. And if you wanted to, instead of having 2 long-term debt issues done at the same time, you have 2 sets of issuance costs, do the short-term financing, construction financing for a few months, which isn't gonna cost barely anything. It's just that vehicle to get you that short-term financing, because you can refinance that into one long-term finance. So that is how Wood County does it. They like that ability, because again, they have the capital projects. They want amortized over 10 years, but they want that flexibility to move funds between projects, if they want. Thank you, though. I'm good. I appreciate it. So this page 9 here, again, is probably more in line with what I would envision the county pursuing. And that would be taking it in chunks. The first chunk, and this is all hypothetical, you know, this is us just kind of spitballing of what we think you may need over the first couple of years before you take on the second piece. So if you need $20 million to get you from the day construction starts through 2 years, is 20 million enough? We don't know until we get that construction schedule from the construction manager, Samuels. So this just says, let's split it up pretty evenly. $20 million in 2024, come back in 2026 and issue the remaining amount once the project costs are better well known at that particular time. You're gonna be locking in you're gonna be trying to lock in your costs during that period of time. By 2026, hopefully we know what the actual cost is going to be at that particular time. It could be 30 million you need in that first phase, it could be 10 million you need in that first phase. But this just shows you, let's break it up and spread it out over a longer period of time. By doing that, you can see that it actually is gonna reduce your overall tax impact to the constituents a little bit. Because on that first scenario, the total of all the impacts was $1.68. This one is $1.53. So, you know, it helps. It's an overall lower cost or impact to the taxpayers, not a lower cost, lower impact to the taxpayers. And again, same strategy as the scenario one, by 2029 kind of leveling out and then starting to see reductions to that impact in 2030. And that's a really nice little, having those reductions, keeping your debt service levy flat, accounting for all future CIP is really great because it allows you to be flexible with what happens with your growth rate. What happens with that, is that 3 million really $3,500,000 one year? You know, it allows for some room if things change to still make sure that you're not having any more additional impacts to your taxpayers. So that's a really nice strategy that a lot of counties really like doing this because it gives them that flexibility in case project costs come in a little higher, or you change this 3 million to $3.5 million every other year because costs have gone up. So it gives a little bit of flexibility. So $1.53 impact here. Now the last scenario on page 10, this breaks it up into 3 phases. I don't know if this is gonna be possible. You may go through the money within 4 years. You know, if you borrowed in 2024, are you really gonna have some additional project costs related to this come 2028? I don't know. It's gonna be again dependent on that draw schedule, which I put in the back of your packet. We'll go through that in a little bit to give you a sample of how that looks. But in this particular scenario, if we are able to do that, you can see that this scenario has a total impact of $1.49, so even slightly lower. But again, you're spreading out your cost over a longer period of time. So there's always pros and cons to doing these things. You know, lower impact, potentially higher interest cost, etc. And that's what, if we go to page 11, that's what summarizes the 3 scenarios on one page. So one phase would be that $1.68. What does that mean to a property tax payer? About $168 additional, $14 a month. Working with Ashley, she gave us the average property value within the county, $173,750. So phase 1, scenario 1 would be $291 potential impact to the taxpayers. That would be the max based on the plan that we showed here. So it takes all those impacts. That would be potentially the max that they would pay. Could be less, again, depending on growth and so forth, but that would be the potential impact. Scenario 2 would be the 2 phases, $1.53, $153, or $265 based on the average property owner valuation. And then third phase, $1.49, $149, $258. So you can see that depending on the scenario, it's gonna offer a lower tax impact to your taxpayer, but it's spreading it out over a longer period of time, so you're gonna be paying more in debt service costs over that life. So it's really up to you on how do you want to spread out this debt? And it really, the question you would want to ask yourself is, what is the useful life of this jail? Is it 20 years? Is it 30 years? Does it make sense to spread out this borrowing over a longer period of time? Because this jail will be hopefully still around in 24 to 28 years. So thinking through that as well, it is also part of your decision-making process. Because yes, it's great to do it over 20 years and pay it off as soon as possible. But if it has a useful life of 30, 40 years, it doesn't make sense to spread it out over a long period of time. So that's kind of the packet here. The other items that I have here, the first thing is from, it says Wood County at the top left. Because I wanted to show you what a draw schedule looks like on a project like this. So this is their jail project and the cash flow that they received from Samuels, which we will be getting one of these as you kind of go through the process. And what they'll do is show you what their projection is. You have one, Phil?
You have this one, so that'd be nice.
So what this shows you is how the dollars would be potentially spent month over month. So they'll create this for you. So when you look at this, the total project estimate at the bottom left there is $98,564,000. When you look to the far right, you can see what the cumulative starts adding up month over month. So in that first month, October of 2022, they spent $1,182,000 on construction, and $2 million, and so forth. And ultimately, it starts building up to get to that $98 million. This is helpful for us because then it allows us to figure out those phases. Do you need $20 million in those first 2 years? We would look at this and say, you absolutely do. Or, no, you don't. You're only gonna be spending $10 million. So do we just borrow for $10 million to get you through that period of time? And then knowing that we'll be back in 2026, can we then borrow the second portion of the project at that particular time? But again, if interest rates are attractive come end of next year, do we want to borrow for it all? It's gonna be very fluid process here, but this schedule really helps in determining how many phases do we wanna do, how much money do you need, at what point do you need the money, etc. So, does that make sense? So this would be kind of the next step in that process, is to get one of these type of schedules, and that'll, take place over the next 6 months.
Well, that would kind of depend on, and we haven't even voted on doing a jail yet, so.
Yeah, so Samuels should be able to provide, based on if they're saying this project cost is gonna be $35 million. And you wanna do something like this project, they should be able to give you a somewhat of an idea. Now this is gonna change, this changes month over month. But they should be able to give you a decent idea to say, they do a lot. They know how much they typically are gonna be spending month over month. But that would be one of the next steps, is to get one of these from them, so you understand when are you gonna start actually paying invoices, if you were to move forward with the project. So that's that. And then the next thing would be the tentative financing timetable. So this is kind of just to give you kind of an understanding of, you're not making a decision today, you're not making a decision tomorrow. This is a process that takes a lot of time. There's probably gonna be presentations, educational type things that occur, over the next, 6+ months. But really, today was just to kind of give you an understanding of the different scenarios, the different options, what we're looking at, what the potential tax impacts may be. And then over the next 6 months, would come back, cause you'll have much better information at that particular time, spring of next year, to say, okay, is this a serious project? You know, do you want to move forward with this? Or has the project cost gone to 80 million and it's just, you can't do it? You know, at that particular point, we make a decision, what do we wanna do? Are we serious about pursuing this or are we not? And then ultimately, come July, that's when hopefully, if you did proceed with the project, that you would have some bids. A good, decent understanding of what the project cost actually is. And that's when the county board and finance committee would start considering the borrowing resolutions at that particular time. So you've got a good amount of time here between now and then, but there's a lot, as Ashley knows, there's a lot of steps to this process. And it's a bigger project and, you know, there's a lot of steps, but that's kind of the process you would want to take over the next 6 to 12 months. And then if we're in position and you wanna start moving forward with the project, that's when you would start getting the funding, come September, October, whenever, of next year. So, laying the groundwork now, because there's a lot of steps to it. I mean, every county that I've worked with on these type of projects, it's a process. And if you don't go through the process, that's when you see things not get approved. If you wanted to get approved. So, I welcome any questions that you have for me.
I'm sure there are.
Fire twice again.
You can borrow as money, you bond, say, based on 20 years. You take that money out in steps.
No, you're saying like a draw type program?
Well, like your home building and construction loans work.
No, when you do municipal bonds, you do it at one time for whatever kind of project amount you want to do.
But when you do that, money is put into an account.
Correct. You do a, like a debt service account that can only be used
Right.
for the project.
So I mean, you can have,
Collect interest on that.
Correct.
you can collect it, that's what I was asking, collect interest on the, whatever you haven't spent.
Correct.
Is that money restricted as to where you can put it, say like, money market accounts or different?
It's not restricted in that aspect of, you can't put it in Puerto Rico bonds. But you are allowed to invest in many different secure vehicles. You know, you could put it at your local bank if they were offering an attractive rate. You could put it in the LJP, which is the local government investment pool. There's also other investment advisors that can manage that for you as well.
Well, does anybody else have any questions for Justin? I'm sure we have them and
Yeah.
a lot of questions are gonna come up as we move along here, so.
Yeah, yep. But the other thing I just wanna, point out, the county right now has a Standard and Poor's rating of A+. With doing this project, my also focus is making sure that you stay at that A+ rating.
I think that's possible, say, you hit 50% of your limit. You think you're still staying at an A+ rating?
I feel good if we implement the strategy of phasing it, potentially, yeah, I do. It's gonna depend on fund balance too. You have to maintain a strong fund balance throughout this process. Cause you're gonna have the desire to say, we've got a lot of projects, we wanna use our fund balance, so we don't have to borrow as much. you kinda, you know, in conceptual terms, it's like, well, how's that a bad thing, right? But the grading agency really wants to make sure that have plenty of fund balance, in case something drastic happens at the county. They understand counties have to borrow. It's not the issue, as long as we do it strategically, we can hold.
Do you offer any type of Tony asked the question about, or Randy, of reinvesting that money that wasn't being spent right away. Do you offer any type of service for that, or?
No, we do not, because we kind of view it as, one, a conflict of interest, because I don't want you borrowing more just to earn investment earnings. They will charge a fee, you know?
Well, right.
So we don't, we do not, we keep ourselves on the bonding
Conflict of
side.
interest for you.
Yeah, well, we just focus on the, you know, the long-term relationship of, and that's why, you know, I've been doing this 15+ years, and, you know, most of my clients have been with me for 15+ years. Because, you know, we do a good job just like we've done for you.
So I guess I'm asking, are you seeing counties doing this scenario?
Of borrowing more.
Not more than what they need, that's not what I'm getting at. Borrowing maybe, okay, instead of doing a 3-phase type, maybe you borrow some of it a little quicker and put it in for 6 months or a year, cause you know you don't need it for that long. And you pull 5% back on it when you've got it borrowed for 3.5, let's say, just for a scenario.
We're doing $10 million for Winnebago County right now. They probably were gonna do $7 million. But because of this exact scenario, they're borrowing a few more million. Because instead of using their fund balance to cover some of that project cost, they'd rather keep their fund balance and invest that fund balance at a higher rate. So yes, we
The
are seeing.
numbers don't lie.
Numbers don't lie, and it's a unique situation we're in, right? I mean, like I said, a couple of years ago, you were earning 0.2% on your short-term money. Now it's over 5.25%, so it's very different times, and that's what makes my job fun. It's never the same.
Well, I mean, we benefited by closing some out early and taking the penalty and
Take
reinvesting.
the penalty, you absorb the penalty and got a higher rate.
It was a no-brainer, I mean, it just was what it was. And some banks actually come back and said, no, if you keep it here, we won't charge you, because it was that close to the ending. So, yeah, there's a lot of interesting scenarios out there right now. I mean, yeah, interest is higher, but cash is still king.
It's just still key. But yes, we are seeing a lot of that actually right now. A lot of communities and counties that typically would borrow, you know, every year are now looking at, does it make sense at this time to borrow for 2 years worth? We can invest that money that we don't need necessarily until next year. We can invest it at a higher rate than we can borrow. As long as you spend the money within 2 years, we can keep any arbitrage earning.
So that's why a lot of them are borrowing maybe 3 million for a 2-year 2 years, or over 2 years. And then maybe they use 1.3 the first year, and then you have a project for 1.7 the second year, like us, as
Yes.
example for roads. You put what's left in a fund and pull some back off.
Yeah, you're exactly right, and when we came up with the plan here of borrowing every other year, it was more based on $2.5 million for 2 years worth of projects. It makes it a little bit more marketable than if you were to do $1 million in the bond market. That's just not gonna get a ton of eyes on it. And your interest rate's gonna be higher, so by combining the 2 years, it made it a little bit more attractive in the marketplace to get you a lower interest rate. So that was, and you know, you kind of knew what your projects were going to be over that 2-year period, so we just put an average of 2.5 at that particular time.
Anybody else have any questions anymore? Jeff, George, anything? No?
I know a lot taken.
Yeah, well, yeah, and we're gonna have a lot to think about as time goes on here, so, you know, I'm sure we're gonna be
Yep.
in contact with you. And, we appreciate you coming over and giving us some insight here, so.
My pleasure. It's good seeing you.
Yeah, thank you
very much.
Thank you.
See you, Justin.
See you, Connie.
Yep.
Hi.
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't touch it. Someone else
Yeah.
will make sure.
For a while.
Yeah.
Tony's working on his plate.
When you eat the first one by himself.
Tony, you're not supposed to eat the plate.
He took the whole first box.
Tony, what the
That's
heck?
why I set it off the side.
Take no more? Okay, now, Jamie, was it last month or maybe the month before, gentleman was here from, he gave us a
PMA?
PMA. Okay, he was a financial advisor, right?
Yes, yep, they
Now, he
do,
was kind of, his presentation was kind of replacing, not replacing Baird, but
yes, that, I mean, that
kind
was his intent.
taking, advising us as to how to use Baird, is that it? Is that what it is?
No, he was a direct competitor.
Oh, okay.
So we're trying to decide who we want to issue the debt for us, Baird or PMA,
Okay.
because they
Should-
have slightly different strategies.
Should we issue debt?
Should we issue debt, who would do that for us? Yes, thank you, Phil.
So we're not at that decision today, so.
No, no. Jamie and I just wanna give you as many options as we can, cause we've never bonded for this much money before.
If this is gonna be, if it goes through, this will be probably the biggest project this county's ever seen.
Yes, yep.
How much was the existing jail?
Hmm?
How much was?
I don't
Didn't
know.
the existing jail go for referendum?
I don't know, I could ask my grandpa.
Oh,
He was
this-
county board chair at the time.
This is jail.
Yeah.
Your grandpa was county board chair? And he was?
Toby Slater.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
Back when you were there.
He was off the board at that time.
But it almost sounds like too, what you said, I mean, we can invest this ourselves if we still use Baird. We would have to go through a company, cause I'm gonna assume PMA.
No,
is,
we just have to be careful that we're not borrowing money to make money on it.
Yeah, that's.
Right.
Yeah, that's what the arbitrage.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean it to sound like, I think he took it.
No, but we need to have it liquid, so you know, we could put it into LGIP or something similar, but we have to also make sure, that we're insured.
Burnett County, I think they were counting on interest on their borrowing to help pay for.
What's that?
Sounds
Oh,
like,
absolutely, can I go get it from my office?
just say Wood County, but somebody
You
was,
just want a buck?
I just want to sell it.
or an extra
Oh, I have a
million
dollar.
for future projects.
Actually, I have a dollar. Oh, okay.
Probably can't make more than what you're.
Oh, no, you'll expect me that.
Oh.
You'll expect that back.
No, you're good.
Well, okay, Jeff or George, did you have anything else in?
Well, we were asked to be here in reference to the radio upgrade.
Oh, is that right?
It's part of the budget
Oh, okay.
for 2024.
Okay, well, we can take that up.
Yeah, and then Jeff also wanted to propose a change to the financial procedures manual too. Right, or no?
Did I want?
Well, Brandon said you were coming for that.
Yeah, we're here for that. So, did you hand out the,
No, not yet. What do you wanna tackle first, Randy? Do you wanna start with financial procedures or the budget?
Maybe we do the budget, because then we could cover the rest of them after that.
Okay.
After the print, because we have a lot of updates to that.
The bottom?
Yeah.
Okay, so we, in the budget asked for, bonding money for 2024 for highway projects and for this radio upgrade project. So we're here today to talk about the radio project and why we think we need to fund for that. So we met with Sid and, Derek from Motorola, and they got some quotes back to us about what it's gonna, nope, you get both, There's option 1 and option 2. So, for years now, I would say, from what I've heard, the sheriff's office, ambulance, anyone who's using our radios to try to communicate are having significant problems. So not only can the deputies not talk to each other from across the county, there's significant coverage issues in the southwestern portion of the county. So what we asked Motorola to price out for us is option 1. What?
Southwest or northwest?
Southwest. Southwest. So we asked Motorola to price out 2 options for us. The first option is replacing all of our current equipment to bring it back up to new. That's it. That's not gonna help with the deputies not being able to talk to each other. That's not gonna help with the coverage issues in the southwestern portion of the state. But at least our equipment is new and we won't have to keep pumping money into it to keep it limping along. That is the $1.6 million estimate.
that says a conventional radio upgrade, that's the one you're looking at. And like she said, that is just taking the equipment that we have and replacing that with new. That's not upgrading anything. One of the biggest fears that we have, and we've been discussing with Motorola for a few years now, is our dispatch consoles. There's no parts to fix them. If we would lose the dispatch center, we would have to buy new to replace it. There's just no way around it. So this first one at the 1.6 million is just to replace. Now that's everything in the basement, our console, our repeaters, our antennas, our radios in the squads. That replaces everything. So that's kind of what that is. The second one you see says conventional simulcast. The second one is a simulcast. And I'll explain it the best I know. If I'm not right, George will straighten me out here. But simulcast is where there is a microwave dish put on all the towers where they talk to each other. They all talk at the same time. So if I'm in the northwest, those in the southeast are gonna hear what I'm saying because all the towers are gonna speak the same thing at the same time, okay? Right now, we have guys if they're, south and west over there, and there's somebody over by Hawkins, they have no idea that they're even on the radio. It has to go through dispatch, and dispatch has to relay if there's any information that needs to go out. So what this does is it just allows wherever you are in the county, you're gonna hear all of the radio traffic because every tower broadcasts it at the same time. And what they did here is, this is a complete upgrade of number 1, but it's added a few more things to get to simulcast. Simulcast. It'll get us somewhat there because there's equipment that would have to go in to do this, but they could put that in with this, replacing our new with just a little bit of an upgrade, so that down the road a few years, when we're able to go to this, the cost won't be so great of having to go back and replace what you just bought a few years ago. So that's the reason there's a second one, it's just providing more, better equipment, so that in the future, it isn't gonna cost, you're gonna have to go back and replace something that you, say 5 years from now, we're able to do this, we can do it, then you're not going back and replacing what you bought 5 years ago. That equipment will be there, ready to go, it's just adding the dishes on the towers and that.
Are you getting any, indication from the installer that this is probably going to help?
Simulcast, yes.
If we go to simulcast, yes.
Yes.
Which is why we would like to budget for bonding for option number 2. Because the radio problems aren't gonna go away, they're not gonna get better. We're only gonna continue to struggle with communication in the county. So as long as we have the opportunity to bond for, $3 million or what have you for the next couple of years, we can get our stuff simulcast ready. And then, like Jeff said, we can reevaluate in 5 years if we're ready to pull the trigger on doing that. There is no way to fix the connectivity issues between the deputies or in the southwest corner of the state without going to simulcast.
Is this gonna be capable of,
County, not state. Thank you.
can the highway department tie into this?
They could if they wanted to, but they are expressing that they don't have interest in it at this time.
They what?
They don't have interest in it at this time.
What about the forestry department?
I think forestry would be interested, yes. They have no reception in their trucks in the Blue Hills.
I don't understand why highway wouldn't be
That's
interested.
what I don't either.
At the time this was proposed to them, I believe they thought they'd be on the hook for some of this money out of their budget.
That's not a good.
But
That's not, yeah.
probably the only extra cost, am I, correct me if I'm wrong here, George, but I think the added expense to add forestry and highway wouldn't be huge, but there would have to be another license, another channel, cause they
They have to
would.
be on a separate frequency.
Right,
They
on
already
frequency,
have-
cause they wouldn't be able to tie up our frequency.
What's
Oh, I
that?
understand.
But
they
they
don't
could,
have
but that would be,
So it
that,
would be
that's
the
not
consoles
included in
and the
this,
trucks,
just so
right?
we understand that that would just be,
I guess
and it's not a
I don't
huge
know
amount
what
of
they
money,
have,
it's
so-
not.
What would it cost to include that?
I don't know that number, but
Right.
do you have any idea what it would cost to add a couple frequencies?
I don't, I have no idea.
Well, I'm sure then that they're, okay, so is any of your, before we get too far down that road, what I'm wondering, is any of the equipment that they would have be compatible with this new system? Or are we gonna be looking at upgrading all of their equipment, or just going in and giving them a new frequency?
No, I think if their equipment is fine, it's the frequency they use is the issue.
Could be tied into
Yeah,
this.
if their radios can be programmed with that frequency, yeah. Or if they don't have programmable radios, then it'd be hard to put a new frequency in them,
But this bid is giving you all new equipment in the sheriff's.
it's just replacing what we have with new. That's number one.
Could
Number
your
two.
old stuff be used at highway if so needed be?
Well,
Because you're looking to talk amongst each other, they wouldn't necessarily have to do that. They just need better, I know they have trouble in the hills too.
why would, okay.
Well, I don't know what it's costing for the units, how much that's adding.
Well, like I said, I don't know what it would cost, but if they have the equipment, it's just a matter of adding a frequency to the
should work.
radio. And they should be able to use the same towers, correct, equipment?
I would think so.
I was
So-
just thinking worst case
I mean, we
scenario.
can, we'll certainly talk to Sid about it and bring you back that information, because I don't know why they wouldn't want to.
I was just thinking worst case in case some of theirs was too outdated. and-
Well, but the trouble is with ours, the reason that we're here asking is because it's obsolete. And you start taking it out and now you're moving it,
Well, at the same time, we're gonna invest in some of this new system, or I guess it's a new system.
Mhm.
It's like, it makes sense to me to have the whole county, all departments on that. Their own individual frequencies. Sheriff department's got a frequency. You could have forestry having a different frequency, highway have a different frequency,
Highway pays very little right now, if I remember right, for the tower rent, or whatever they're doing. They feel that between their cell phones and, yeah, they have some dead spots, but I mean, the feedback I got back wasn't that big of a thing, but I think like Ashley said, they're more concerned that they're gonna get a bill for part of the cost.
What is there a monthly or an annual fee for your department then, Jeff?
A license.
Well, we pay the license every year, and then we pay tower rent on all the towers that we have.
Wouldn't be any different than what you're doing now.
No.
Right,
But if we do the 1.6, you still have the same dead spots, right?
correct. Even if we do option 2, we've still got the
We're
same
still gonna
dead
get
spots.
to that spot, you have,
Building a
you
tower
would have to
that's
go
already
completely on, and I think beyond that, we're probably looking at another 1.5 million. So, we're really looking to for sure upgrade what we have, because everything we have is obsolete, but we would like to plan for the future a little bit, and if we could do a little more now to make it not such a big price, the next step, that's kinda why we brought option 2.
So what about the city police, the other fire departments, what do they currently do now? They have their own?
The only one that pays anything is Tom Hall pays some of the tower fees
Yep, forget about some.
for, the fire frequency, fire and EMS.
So say Bruce Fire Department wants to upgrade their, but they really don't need to. A local fire department really, they're not covering the whole county.
No, they usually just, talking on ground channels anyhow, so.
So it's really gonna be E EMS.
And Tom was in on this meeting, so Tom's aware of all this.
And Jim, when I spoke with Scott, he said that the highway guys the radios aren't really an integral part of their workday. I mean, would you agree with that, that they're not constantly communicating through their radios?
Yeah, it doesn't sound like they get their stuff to do, and they're
And then
not
they're
on them
eliminated.
here as much as deputies or
Right.
someone that's responding to an emergency call.
Right,
You know, I think it's very infrequent, the amount of time that they use it,
yeah,
so.
We will talk to Sid and Randy and give you a price of whatever it costs to add them to on, just so you have an idea. Fair enough?
Okay, no, you think option 2, which one is the
Simulcast.
simulcast is what you're proposing?
That's
now?
2.
yes.
That's number
So,
2.
and then,
That is
Yeah.
option 2, okay.
yep. Mhm,
And what's the
2.4.
difference in price beyond?
1.6 and 2.3.
Oh, there we are,
Yep.
okay.
More or less 700.
$700,000.
Can you add simulcast? So let's say you went with just the regular system upgrade.
Mhm.
Could you add simulcast down the road? Or does it have to be built?
Well,
Ready
you
for
can
that.
add it, but now you're gonna replace the equipment, some of the equipment that you're buying now,
I gotcha, okay.
because there's other things that get put into that box in the basement,
So
that you
might
have to go
let
back
this
and,
Chucked out.
Right.
Right.
yeah.
I
So,
gotcha.
so you're spending money for a few years and then throwing it away to replace it. That's what we were trying to
Perfect.
avoid. I get it, but it,
The other question I would have, so, say, even if we start at 25, scale's not gonna be done until 27, 28, you don't know. Is there gonna be a huge cost then to move that equipment? It's probably unavoidable.
You don't have to move anything,
No, it's,
No.
it can stay right there.
yeah, the current options,
Okay.
Cause you're not doing anything with this building, Jim, so, I mean, this building will still be here, so everything can stay where it is.
Okay.
Yep.
You can just leave it this way.
just replace it.
Basically, what you're talking about, a microwave dish on each one of the towers.
yeah,
Right.
yep,
And if I understand it correctly, the study, the weight load studies and all that on all the towers is included in that
and the
number
option
2.
2.
Option 2.
So that's all included, cause there's a study, they have to do the weight study to make sure that the tower can handle that and all that. So, and that's included in the price, of option 2.
Okay, so yeah, we just wanted to present this to you so you understood where our bonding request is coming from.
Okay, so we're not actually including this in the budget at this point?
No, it is included in the budget right now.
In those pages that I gave you at county board to update, it was on one of those.
I think, what did we put, I think we put 2.4, and the estimate came in at about 2.3.
Then what did you put for highway? I don't remember.
3.
And you rolled them together? How did you do it?
Yeah, so in those scenarios, it was 6, but it looks like we might not need that full 6, like in the scenarios that Justin was presenting, that $6 million in 2024 for other projects was for highway.
Right, Jamie and I didn't have a firm number from Sid at that time, so we did our best guess, but now we do, so.
What would be a time frame estimate on this if it did go forward?
You mean to start work?
Well,
So-
it's
You
kinda
said if
like
we-
everything else, they have to order the stuff. And whatever the lag time is on that.
He said if we signed the contract in December, they would start in what, July? It seems
Yeah.
like from whenever we sign, it'll be about 6 months after that they can start the
That
work.
they start, so it could be 9 months to a year before it's complete.
Is this something that we could, put in the corporation for IT stuff? Or could we create a different, or we'd have to create a different budget line if we decided to go the route of saving for it?
I would say we just pull it out of fund balance that,
Just like take out fund balance for,
like, out of our unreserved fund balance. You know how like in the budget,
oh, if we don't borrow from,
And if you didn't see in the handout that Ashley gave you the back page, explains what simulcast is. So if I didn't explain it correctly, that's what it is.
And there are several other counties across really the entire country that have upgraded to simulcast, that have rural issues like we do, so if you want, to get statements from them about how it improves their communication among their deputies, we can absolutely do that too. But like I said, that'll be farther down the line, we're just asking that we get our system simulcast ready.
our current system, without an upgrade.
No, option 2 includes all of
Okay, so
option
you're
1.
talking about, that's not our current system, that's an upgrade to the system.
Our current system is end of life on borrowed time. One good lightning strike and we're done.
And it's harder to replace parts or impossible
There is no
at this
parts.
time,
There
yeah.
are no parts left.
His actual statement was, is if you're gonna find parts, you better go look in someone's backyard because you can't get
So in the event of a new facility, are you gonna have any equipment in here that's gonna be hard to move, or is it all gonna be transferred?
This, we're not planning on moving the equipment here, to the other building.
Shouldn't be anything that has to be moved. I mean, really, there shouldn't be.
Yeah,
Dispatch consoles,
well, the councils, but I mean, as far as the brains and stuff, that won't
they'll
stay
stay
right
in
here.
the
So will, your deputies, I'm just looking at this diagram here that you've got of the different scenarios. So, will your deputies be able to, when this simulcast is done, like be able to talk directly to fire, or?
Yeah, oh yeah, that won't change anything different than now.
That's current now?
Yeah, we can do that too, yeah.
Okay.
but they can't hear each other.
Yeah.
Right.
It's just the idea of, right now, like when we got 2 or 3 guys on, and you got something going on over here, and the other one's on the other side of the county, this one doesn't know what these are doing, or vice versa, unless it goes, they talk to dispatch and they relay. And with this, everybody in the county will hear everything that's going on.
So if there was an emergency, if one deputy was having an emergency in Hawkins and the other deputy was in Bruce, the Bruce deputy would have to wait to hear from dispatch that that other Hawkins deputy needed help. But if we upgraded to simulcast, that Bruce deputy would hear it and he wouldn't have to wait for dispatch to let him know.
And that'd be the same page too.
Right, same with fire.
So I guess a question before us is, which system do we feel we wanna go with? It kinda sounds to me like this simulcast probably makes sense, it's more money, but then it's.
There's no sense, if you're gonna do it, why that's recorded as like.
Do it now, because in 4 or 5 years, it's gonna be more money.
Right.
Well, it can be expanded on to, can be expanded on.
Right.
Yeah, built upon.
You'll be set to go with it, if not, then you're kind of backtracking to move forward.
So we're okay to leave the 2.4 million?
it's actually 2.6.
2.6, thank you. 2.6.
So I think, yeah, we could have a motion to, if we, what are your thoughts?
I mean, I don't think we should bond for it myself.
What are you gonna do?
I think if we wanna do a tower upgrade, we should save up some money and do it. Either continue an appropriation or, fill up the fund balance. It seems like we've been depleting the fund balance rather than building it up, but I don't know how that's gonna happen. I do not think that we should bond for this.
So I guess right now, I'm not asking you to make a bonding decision, I'm asking that we can include it in the budget for 2024. That doesn't mean you have to bond for it.
I
Right.
think we'd have to figure out where we're gonna get the money from if we're gonna put it in the budget. Right now-
Bonding is what we're asking for.
Okay, well, you just said we include bonding, so now you're saying
No, I'm saying I'm not asking you to bond for it today. I'm asking that we include it in the budget to make the bonding decision
in
officially.
order to include it in the budget, we gotta figure out where we're gonna take the money from, so, no, I don't think so.
I just put my spiel out there, and this is the same spiel I've had since I started, was the safety and security of my officers, the community, and everybody in this county. And with the issues that we're having with this, that simulcast would correct in the future here, when we can get there. I'd like you to seriously think of, bonding for this to get this thing moving forward. That's my spiel. Because safety and security is more important to me than the dollar on the table, so.
It's only tax.
Because I've had to go to a house and tell a wife that her husband's not coming home. And if you've never done that, you'll never know that feeling. And I don't wanna go there, but that's how important it is to me, because it sucks to have to tell someone that their spouse is not coming home. And and when there's a chance to make things better and safer, that's what we need. So anyhow, that's my spiel, I'll get off my soapbox.
Okay, I guess that's where we're at. We've got a question before us. As to whether the upgrade the convention system or go with the simulcast, 1.6 million versus 2.7 million.
Not 2.3.
So, and the question is, should we include it in the budget at 2.6 or 2.7?
2.6, right, Jamie? Jamie?
Yeah, it's in there at 2.6 right now, yeah, cause we just, you know.
Why did you put 2.6?
We didn't have this number at that time.
Okay.
So, I mean, I can drop it, you want me to drop down to 2.4? Or, I mean.
We'll see how the vote goes.
Okay.
So there'd be a question before us, is there a motion to use the simulcast option 2? Figure of 2.3 million.
Well, if we're gonna do anything, I mean, we might as well go with simulcast.
I'll make that motion myself, and is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Jim.
I'd like a roll call vote,
Any more discussion?
I like it documented.
So, yeah, we'll do a roll call vote.
I need that.
Jim?
Yes.
I will vote yes.
Yes.
No.
We've got three yes and 1 no, so the motion to include simulcast in the budget is.
Jeff, is this cost all inclusive, or are there going to be other vendors besides that
Take a break.
add into that cost?
Not that I'm aware of.
Are you talking about like where the bill's gonna come from?
How do I? Yeah.
Yeah.
So the
like,
bill-
how do I put this? Well, for bonding, I'm just trying to think, do I put this 2,330,768 in there, do I round it up to
In the bonding,
In the
Oh.
in the
budget.
Just round, I round roll. Just because.
in the,
I'll tell them they gotta stick to it, but that's what they give us, and that's, you know, that is.
I got a lot of
because that's what it was.
Yeah, you can probably do that.
I wanna make sure I get the bonding in there, but.
As a bonding item, for bonding project.
Okay, what else did you have from the sheriff's department then?
I just came to see you, Randy.
It was, a financial procedures manual policy.
Yeah, what is that?
When I emailed you guys the updates to the financial procedures manual, and I said that there's one that the sheriff wants to present as well. So that's what,
Okay, can you enlighten us? I don't remember it, but yeah, you could give us.
yeah,
So, what do we have now? I was talking. Okay, so it was brought to my attention that, we feel that, our Barron Rusk, ERT money is its own money, it's all donated money, it's not levy money, it's not, nothing else. Same with our canine, money, it is not anything but donated money. And it's my understanding that, the feel that we're handling it outside the policy of how we're supposed to do things. And I guess I don't understand why, we've done it this way for many, many years, and I don't understand why there needs to be a change. It's all money earmarked exactly for that, and that's what it gets spent on, so, I guess.
okay, so we gotta back up.
So you're looking for a change to the policy, or you're?
I'm not really looking for.
I want this policy changed.
Because before the policy just wasn't being followed, because
Well,
you were unaware of it, right?
Well,
So
I
now
guess, I don't
now-
understand.
It's been brought to your attention,
So,
and you're not understanding.
because I'm not understanding, that's why we're here to talk about this and find out what the deal is here.
Okay, so the context of it is that, at last month's meeting, we had talked about presenting some changes to the financial procedures manual. So as I was going through and updating the financial procedures manual, and as we're trying to get all of our expenses in, so we have accurate 6 months actuals, I came across the policy, on the BCRC SWAT fundraiser account, which has been established for, I don't know how long, before my time. And realized that we have not been following it, and we have been having issues with getting the expenses entered in from those expenses, because they would write the checks out of there, and we don't have them entered in for the budget. So the tactical budget is not reflective of the 6 months. So I just said, hey, friendly reminder, this is the policy, we need to follow it. And then they wanted to change it, and I said, you're more than welcome to come present it to the finance committee, I just can't endorse that because we need to have controls around our checkbooks.
Which page are you on?
It's on, I don't know the page, it's chapter 3, the second page of chapter 3.
But, what I guess my question is there's no budget for our ERT or canine fundraising money. We have a budget line.
There's a budget.
There's a budget for our ERT, is in our budget, but that is money budgeted for our 6 guys that are on that, if it's something that our department needs to provide. The fundraise money is a separate account outside of everything, we have an account at the bank with it, and that money is, there, and Sheriff Chris Fitzgerald and I have to make any decision before any money is spent out of there. And even when we spend money out of that, the county's advised of the money that's being spent out of there, and it's no levy money. Same with the canine, that is no levy money, and there isn't a canine account, but that's just for a little bit amount of money, and that's supposed to cover, vet bills and some food. But there's never really been any money budgeted for the canine, and very little for the ERT.
That line item in the budget is 0, because there's no levy money.
Right, no levy money.
There are budgeted expenses, and these bank accounts are held in the county's name with our EIN. So we are ultimately responsible for making sure that 1099s are issued, that we have the proper documentation. If there's fraud that occurs throughout those accounts, that's a black eye for the county.
So, what are you proposing that what happened?
I'm saying we keep the policies here for a reason, and that we keep that policy in place.
I have a question.
Mhm.
So, this policy, is this gonna require us to get rid of our ERT fundraising checkbook?
No, no.
Okay, my second question is this going to require us to get permission every single time we need to use money from the ERT fundraiser money?
Depending on the dollar threshold, I mean, it would follow our county procedures for, like, if it's equipment purchases over 1,500, that would have to go to the property committee, as any other purchases do.
Why,
So-
when this is not levy money?
Because it's funds held by the county.
It has to be spent by the county, right? I mean,
No,
the
it's
SWAT team
being
is not
spent
part of
by
it.
a fundraiser.
It's not owned by, it's not ran by Jeff Wallace, which is part of the sheriff's department, which is part of the county.
I didn't get that.
So we have a responsibility, right, if county people are using this money and using this checkbook and everything else, we have a responsibility as a county for that money. We can't just go, okay, let's just throw money wherever without any accountability.
Is that happening?
I don't know, we don't have the expenses entered in yet.
It's been we're supposed to get reports on it and.
The finance department has a checking register, so,
But we aren't able to reconcile it without all of the invoices and everything entered in.
so because we're waiting for W-9s, they're not entered as
But in
actuals.
accordance with our policy, W-9s need to be obtained prior to making payment. If we try to get the W-9s afterwards, there's no incentive for the vendor to give us a W-9, because it's like, if I give you a W-9 now, you're gonna 1099 me, I've already got the check, what's my incentive to give you W-9? And, I mean, you see things in the news all the time about these fundraiser accounts and these people that are organizing these fundraisers and money
Funds
goes
out of
missing.
account. And I don't think that's happening at all, but if we have our bases covered, then we can say, hey, we followed the same procedure as we did everywhere else, so that we have proof that it never happened.
Is it auditable?
Based on the current status, no. And this is not really any different than the fair, we don't put any levy money into the fair, but all of their purchases go through our normal accounts payable process,
The animal shelter, if they get donations, it all goes through, right?
One of the big problems that we're gonna have if we have to change the way that we're doing it, so there's probably, I'm gonna guess 30 to 40 people that help get fundraised items for Pork in the Park. Now, so what happens is deputies from our department and deputies from Barron County go to businesses throughout Rusk County and Barron County, go to the business, say, hey, would you be willing to donate gun or a smoker, pellet grill, whatever, for Pork in the Park? We have a page that we give them. And a lot of times what happens is right then and there, the person says, yes, I'll give you a 12-gauge shotgun, or yes, I'll give you a Traeger grill. Now, sometimes those businesses give it to us for free, sometimes they give it to us for half price, and sometimes we pay full price for it. So like a lot of the guns we pay full price for, let's say the gun's $1,000, we know we can put it on a board and get $1,500 for it, so we're gonna make $500 on that. But what happens there is then our guys or the Barron County guys will give them their credit card to pay for it, and then we write checks out of this checkbook to reimburse Barron County for what they have paid for to get for the fundraiser.
The same as we do for Rusk County with purchasing cards at the end of the year. Rusk County is writing a check from that checking account. So if these are already county monies, why do we have to do that?
because we have to move it from one bank account to another.
But if it's county money, it should just be, that's the county's money. If that's the argument that this is county money.
I'm not saying that it is county money, it is fundraiser money, and that's why that balance stays in that checking account and doesn't get transferred into, the general checking, like some of the other funds do. But we still have the ultimate responsibility for control over those funds. So, you know, we have our normal accounts payable process where things have to be approved prior to payment, follow proper procedures. We have one department that issues the checks that's separate from the processing of the accounts payable.
Well,
if you were to get a, say, a quarterly report or a check register from that checkbook, quarterly or annually, whatever, would that take care of your problem?
Not really, cause then you're gonna have the fair coming in going, hey, why can't we just do the same thing? And we are still ultimately responsible for making sure that the 1099s are issued properly. So we need to have that documentation prior to checks being written. We do tin matching.
1099s that go out to them?
Yes.
Like how many? I don't know, a lot of them? I can't imagine.
Probably about 10, but we issue about 100 total for the year, so.
Don't they have to have a receipt? Or don't they get a receipt? If they make a purchase for some item that goes on a raffle, like for example, a fundraiser, there has to be a receipt provided for that, don't it?
We get receipts.
Yeah.
For everything that
should
we
be,
buy.
you know,
Receipts and invoices.
We should be making, like, if we're purchasing a gun, you know, we should be making that payment directly to the vendor, in 1099, you know, getting a W-9, 1099 them, because if it's over $600, we are obligated to send a 1099 if they are subject to 1099. It depends on the type of entity that they are.
If they're giving us something, why would they get a 1099?
No, I'm saying when we purchase things.
The spending of.
So I guess it's gonna make it really hard for us to get ready for the fundraiser if we have to keep coming back to finance every month to get permission to buy things.
It doesn't have to be, well, I mean, if you use it, why can't you just use a county credit card to pay for those guns?
What should Barron County do then? Or if there's a volunteer.
We have a lot of volunteers that pick
Barron
stuff up for us
County's in
too.
this.
But we can't have volunteers. Is that what?
Barron County's in
Right,
this.
they could use their Barron County credit card, and we could, you know, we could add something in here that will reimburse Barron County and, you know, once a year, similar to how Rusk County is reimbursed for expenses. You know, they could invoice us like that, like how I prepare an annual invoice and send it to, Miranda and Jeff to reimburse the county for any credit card purchases that happen in relation to these expenses. I think we could add something in to do the same thing with Barron County.
It doesn't say, it says all attempts shall be made.
Really, the only thing that I feel as though should be changed is the urgent direct expenses, because anything could be considered an urgent direct expense. So where is there even an issue? If someone needs the money and someone's going to pick up a bouncy house, we should be able to write them a check for $150 or whatever it was. That shouldn't be.
That shouldn't be urgent and direct, like if you know ahead of time that you're gonna be renting that bouncy house.
How does the fair do it?
They,
The fair's dealing with all the same stuff.
They take their contracts through their oversight committee, the Justice Youth and Extension prior to the fair. They'll have checks written in advance, and then,
That's a much larger body than what we're talking here right
I'm
now.
just saying, yeah.
And it's the Rusk County Fair.
But we're all volunteers.
That's
Every one of us.
governed by a board of volunteers, yeah.
And we have a truck and tractor pull, so we have payouts, that's the only time we use the check.
If you're gonna open up this can of worms, you're gonna have to fix it for
Or
both.
can you guys open up a 501c3 and hold the funds there and have it be a separate entity from the county and not use the county's EIN for a check?
Like, what do they call it, like a promotional, entity, basically a separate entity that just grabs the funds and spends the funds and.
I guess my biggest question is why is there gotta be a change? It's been this way for many,
Well,
many
this
years.
policy has been,
It
it's not
hasn't
really.
changed though. Policy's been the same. It's just maybe you weren't aware of the policy, but we do our best to, it doesn't matter what the policy is, if we're aware of the policy, we try to follow.
Who wrote the policy?
You gonna arrest them?
Give me their number.
Where it says all attempts shall be made is pretty wide open. It doesn't say they shall be, it says attempts shall be made. So,
But if you know you're renting a bouncy house, don't rent them.
Randy, are you trying to tell us to purposely violate the policy? So I guess I have a question for both Miranda and you. is this gonna create a lot more work for us, Miranda?
No, for me, it's the same amount of work either way.
Is
I
it
still
gonna-
have to get W-9s and enter everything in. It's no easier for me either way. But I don't feel that people who donate their time to help with this need to be worrying about someone else going and making a purchase on a card simply for a 1099 issue, if that is.
But a
in the bigger
1099
scheme
issue
of
is a
things,
big
the
issue, an IRS audit is a big
You
issue.
know, we can't even get a band for the fair. We have to find somebody that'll donate the money to pay for the band, straight from them, because we can't pay for a band.
Why?
Why?
Explain that.
Well, I think it's the bands that don't wanna provide the insurance and the W-9.
So we can't, they don't have them. Most bands don't have that, so we don't.
And it didn't used to be an issue, I mean, we've gotten contracts and stuff before, for example, Paul Baraboo did the music before. We got a contract ahead of time, did the W-9, the tin matching, cut checks.
So, our local bands don't.
It's not an issue of trying to make your job harder, I mean, it would let you spend a river, but it's more the liability concern.
So what should we do as far as, obviously there's several people from our department in Rusk County that pay for items. There's several people from Barron County that pay for items. Like, do we have to give Barron County 2 or 3 or 4 Rusk County purchasing
They
cards?
do not have our credit cards, like the fair, they don't, the fair board members do not have our credit cards. Charmaine or one of the junior fair staff go and purchase the items, or, during the fair, I was running around. picking
Will you
up
run
stuff.
around for us?
I certainly can, yeah. It's just, we have these policies and procedures in place for a reason. These volunteers, I'm sure they don't wanna be accused of stealing money. This kind of takes that liability away from them. And then, I'll show you the one for the junior fair.
Not just that, but don't you become tax free using the county? Are you tax free then?
Only when we use a card with the tax exempt thing.
Are you tax free then when you purchase the gun?
I don't think there's tax exempt.
I've never purchased a gun for it. I've never purchased anything for it.
But I'm just saying, if you maybe.
Well, couldn't the promoter club be tax-free too, right, if they were set up right?
So that's.
So if we create a 501c3 and get our own EIN, we can continue to operate the way that we're doing it right now?
Outside of the county, it wouldn't have anything to do with the county anymore at that point.
Don't they have to be audited then?
If it's not under our EIN, it's not being done with, county resources, it wouldn't have anything
That
to do
might
with
be
us.
your easiest to get stuff done, right?
They have to be audited.
So you don't have to deal with this
Their
every
tax
time.
exempt status.
Well, right.
Yeah.
So that's gonna create some additional work for them, going that way. 'Cause you gotta have, they gotta have a 501c, they gotta keep books and keep track of stuff.
So what we do now.
Everything we have is documented.
Huh?
Everything we have is documented.
I know,
But
but I
we
mean,
don't have what we need to be able to 1099 at this point, and that's, there's a deadline, that has to be done.
How
by-
many W-9s are we?
I don't know,
4 or 5 maybe, and I've been in contact with all of them.
but we
so-
should have them prior to payment, that's what our policy says, is that we have to have the invoice and the W-9 and perform tin matching to make sure that it is a valid, that sometimes they don't give us the right name that goes with the EIN or the social security.
And I get your
But
point that more than likely you'll get the 1099 out of them, right? But what if they did one time?
What if they didn't one time?
Right. Then we're on a
We
hook.
were out of compliance with the IRS.
And this is only in instances where purchases are more than $600?
Our financial procedures manual says any purchase needs to have. And any equipment purchases over 1,000 or 1,500 now still need to go through property.
So that means any person that runs around for us, volunteer or other deputy that purchases something has to get a 1019 or W-9 from whoever it is they bought it from.
Yeah, prior to payment, the payment.
So that kinda eliminates anybody in Barron County or any of our volunteers being able to go and purchase things for the fundraiser.
Unless they can say, hey, invoice the county, or however, or we can add something in here similar to how, you know, that account reimburses the county for expenses incurred. You know, there could be something similar where we reimburse Barron County.
I'm fine with working something out, but I'm not okay with making it more difficult because we bring in a lot of money in our fundraisers. I think we
It's a
were.
unique situation, so, you know.
90.
But it's really not any
100
different
grand.
than the fair.
We brought in 100 grand
Oh,
last
it
year.
is different because you got Barron County involved here and it's,
Actually, the fair's got a hell of a lot more rules.
Mhm.
Treasurer's gotta sign every check.
And a lot more money.
Yeah, but that one there needs to be streamlined too, that looks like a freaking headache and a half. I'd be involved in that, I wouldn't be in it.
What's that?
Fair, after reading guidelines
I
for
know
that.
it's terrible.
But we have to have controls. I mean, when you see fraud in the news and stuff, it's people stealing from, you know, this
You know,
organization or that.
I'm not
There are
opposed to
ways.
there being some control, I get that. And having control to where you're able to see the books and know that everything's done, but I don't think it needs to be changed to where how we operate it, and make it difficult for us to do that fundraiser. I don't have a problem with you looking at our books or having our books or whatever. But
after your fundraiser, I don't,
you know, I don't understand the issue of issuing checks out of that, that's the point of having a checkbook.
Well, the point of
And I'm the
having-
only one that signs the checks.
The point of having the checkbook was to be able to write out the, prize payments for the
Right.
raffle.
And to reimburse.
You got the
And we
prisoner-
reimburse people with it.
The prisoner maintenance, that's a separate checkbook there.
Mm-hmm.
In all honesty, yes, we've been out of this policy, we've not been following it. But since 2018, am I correct on that for the first year of?
6 years ago.
So for 6 years, it's been being done this way with literally no issue that I'm aware of.
W-9s in advance.
Then we'll start doing that. If that is the issue, write it in there, W-9s will be obtained in advance, and we can
I
continue
mean,
on.
that's already part of our policy, so, I mean, I think the issue is the policy hasn't been followed.
Yes, I just said, if we already haven't been following it for 6 years, there's been no issues. This year with the W-9s, there is an issue, which can be corrected in 2025 when we have another fundraiser. What is the harm of editing this policy to reflect what we've already been doing since 2016?
Do you have an updated policy?
No, because it was not advised to me to do anything. That's why we're here.
I mean, if that next fundraiser's not until 2025, I mean, that's plenty of time to set up a 501c3 as well.
I guess it's up to you guys. For me, it makes no difference either way.
I'm on board for doing whatever we have to do to not have to come back here.
If you don't want it to go through the county stuff,
I thought you
get a-
liked coming.
get a
I do
promoter.
love seeing you, but.
And me?
Yes.
And
Lies.
ultimately doing a 503 is not up to us, it's up to the team. You and Barron County need to talk about that, so.
I mean, obviously a 501c3 is just a tax exempt for a nonprofit organization, but, and I don't think there's a lot of work required in getting one of those.
In regards to what Randy said earlier, all attempts shall be made, but all attempts shall be made to issue standard expenses from the general fund check to follow county payroll procedures. So, and you've got the wording in there for urgent direct expenses. So, I mean, there's some leeway. If you wanna add 1099 or however you wanna word it, must be obtained for certain purchases, then let's add it
And
and be done with it.
well, the W-9 is covered in other policies in the financial procedures manual.
Well, it sounds like there's some leeway there. Urgent direct expenses. I mean, but you guys know what's expected on the 1099, so do we really need to change it? I mean, if you're willing to get the 1099 on the certain expenses, and you got a little leeway in this, as long as she's got the paperwork she needs somewhere along the way.
Okay.
I mean, tell me if I'm wrong. Just cause I don't wanna talk, you know, I don't wanna.
I don't talk about it anymore either.
I'm like, if we're gonna solve anything by talking about it more, just miss each other.
Are you saying we should add something into that paragraph regarding
I don't-
the 1099s?
I don't think so.
Well, if it's in the policy somewhere
Yeah,
else.
it's already in our financial procedures handbook that, prior to a payment being issued, the vendor, needs to be set up, and so we need to be provided with the invoice and the W-9, so we can perform TIN matching, and then the vendor is set up, and then, payment gets issued.
And we've
This
always
is the
got
first
those, right,
oversight
Brenda?
we've run across since policies were put in place so many
We're
years
waiting
ago.
for, I think, 495.
25 or something.
I get where you guys are coming from, but seeing as how what the county's incurred the past few years, I get where finance is coming from.
No, I don't
I get
disagree.
both sides of it, I really do.
I just don't want it to be difficult.
Jim said he's even gonna donate $1,000 this year to the fund.
We are.
Jim out of his personal.
I don't recall any of those numbers, but I will donate some.
I heard free plane rides, no?
Okay.
Again,
I'll take you to the plane.
I don't disagree with any of this. I just don't want it to be difficult where our volunteers and our other people that help us promote and do this fundraiser, we made $100,000 last year. I mean, so it's a big deal to where they're not gonna wanna do it anymore.
I know you've got people out there that are not in your
No.
department, that are working for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably our biggest number one person who leads the whole thing is not in our department.
Right.
So
What is Barron?
I look at it, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
That's kinda where I came in here, but
Do you have any idea what Barron kinda does on their end? Did you get a chance to ask them?
So Barron County has never been in charge of these funds.
it all comes to us,
Yep, so all the money is in, what bank is it in town?
CCO.
CCF Bank, and Barron has never dealt with any of the financial stuff, so what happens is, all the funds from this fundraiser money go to purchase equipment and training. So several years ago, we had a big team meeting, and there were several equipment items that we wanted to buy. Barron County did the homework on them, reached out to different vendors, got pricing, they did all the homework, so they purchased the items with their county credit card. We write them a check to reimburse them out of this fund for those items. One was a pole camera, it was $12,000.
Okay, hold it, thoughts. So that's where you're saying that shouldn't be written out of that checkbook, out of a check.
I'm
That
saying we
should-
could add something in here that,
But what I'm understanding, and I'll get to it, is we shouldn't just write them the check out of that checkbook, that should go through you, through the, but and that's what I don't understand, because it isn't county levy money, so why do I have to have the finance department to write that check for?
Either
it's
that
not,
or-
we do not write the checks.
Okay,
The only time
do
that
not
checkbook
write
is
the
used
checks
is
in our
during
office.
working apart.
Okay,
If we need equipment
but
to
it would have to, the
use-
county would then have to write a check, that's what you're telling me.
Yes.
But that's what I don't understand is, why do we have to go down that road to get them their money when we have the ability to write that check, when we have an invoice for that to turn in?
But according to this policy, you shouldn't have the ability to write that check. You shouldn't be writing that check because we need to follow our standard accounts payable procedures so that we have appropriate segregation of duties and controls.
But this is unique. It's a unique fund.
Okay,
But that,
I'm
that
sure what-
makes, maybe
what-
makes it all the more, makes more sense for them to be a separate entity.
After all is said and done, after the fundraiser, I'm sure that Phil is gonna issue Barron County a statement as to income and expense, and, how the fundraiser came out. No reason he can't give that to you. Say
Right, but that
that's-
doesn't have all the information we need in order to be able to appropriately 1099 and balance our books.
Make a separate fund. Just go do it.
You don't send a 1099 in June, do you? And you
No,
don't
we
send
do it in January, but we also have,
I think you guys need to look at.
but the thing is, some of these expenses are from April and we still don't
Serious.
have
There's too much tape.
Alright.
I mean,
We will
you know
look
what you
into,
want.
we will look
Either you gotta
into
follow
creating
these, or I say look into.
Well, and that's why, when we first started this, that's why we created this bank account, because it's separate. But, I guess we'll make it separate.
Separate, yeah.
Separate.
Yeah, not under our,
and we don't want Phil in charge.
you don't want to.
Okay, that's what we'll go that route, and if I got any more questions, Jamie and I will talk. I'm not afraid of her all the time. Most of the time I am, but not all the time.
I think it gives you guys the freedom you're looking for.
Okay.
I don't know how else you're gonna get,
I
I don't
think
know
we-
how else you're gonna get to without.
I think we kinda beat it to death there, so.
These people do a hell of a good job, a little fundraiser, they bring in a lot of money,
And I'm not
it's gonna make
disagreeing,
it more difficult for them.
no, I'm not disagreeing at all, but we still ultimately have to be compliant.
She has her job, and I get it.
So my Civil Air Patrol Squadron's talking about a motor club too, kind of for the same reason, because we're attached to the Air Force, so we gotta go through a bunch of stuff right now, so my squadron leader might have some. If you need help setting up something.
Yeah, does anyone know what the process, or how cumbersome the process is?
It's not.
It's not? I can just show up like, hey, I want one of them, like, alright,
No,
cool.
you can't show up.
For a 501c3, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to, make articles of incorporation and have bylaws, but there's templates out there to be able to do that.
I mean, all your Lions Club and all that.
Yeah. Okay,
Okay, thank you.
you guys are a hoot today.
You wanna talk about our budget while we're here? or-
Came on for the ride.
I don't have anything, these guys might have, do you guys have budget questions for me to review
I got a whole bunch of stuff on the budget.
for them?
I'm sure there's some stuff for them.
Oh, really?
Well, I don't think it's a question, I have adjustments that should be made.
Oh, good.
Higher adjustments, I'm
So, do we
assuming.
wanna start on that now, or do we wanna get back to that when
I
we
gotta
go
go.
through the normal agenda?
I would say we go through the normal agenda,
Okay.
but you guys be out of here at 4 today, just in case.
Go for it.
So you're saying don't come back later?
Come back.
No, good luck with that.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you. Sorry to be a pain in the butt.
That's what you do, that's your job.
Okay, we'll get back to the agenda. Number one is the award tax deed bid.
So,
There is the land is up for sale. As of a couple of days ago, it was at 14,100, which is more than what we had agreed on, or that was for a minimum price. So,
Maybe have 10,000 on there, 8,000?
Yeah.
how much? 18.
8 was our minimum bid. 8,000 was the minimum.
That's on the 40.
So what I would propose is that we can make a motion to allow Vernon to proceed with the sale without us coming back on the 24th of October to okay that bid. It's already over our minimum bid, so.
Oh, I see, I was curious why that was on there.
Oh, you missed the last month. So there's a piece of property of 40
Yeah.
down there on 27. Guess a lot of it's really low.
Got it.
We put a minimum of 8 because she's been trying to sell it for a long time and hasn't sold.
And you're just saying, why wait till the next meeting?
It's at 14,000 already. So
I got you.
there's no point in us coming back to okay a higher bid than what we put on it. So
I
we
agree.
could make a motion to allow Vernon to
Except
proceed
the
with the
highest bid, yeah.
To award it to the highest bidder.
Okay, Tony made the motion to proceed with sale. Is there a second?
I'll second it, because Phil wasn't here.
Any other discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All say no, that motion carries. I would, I came through there, yesterday. It would've been nice to have a sign on the highway showing, land for sale with, phone number. I know our town is selling some, property in a town right as we speak. And, Hanson Auction Group, they've got signs on the road, land for sale. And that helps people, if they're driving by, they see that.
Surplus doesn't do that.
No, they don't do
I
that.
think we should, we mentioned that last month. I like that idea, but I think we should consider using them maybe a little bit going forward in this see if it,
Yeah, look into it, yeah, so.
yeah.
Even if you're looking for the place, cause you saw it online, it's easier to find if you got something saying X marks the spot.
Well, Hanson does, I feel, a much better job of marketing their product than Wisconsin Surplus. I mean, I went on
Do we
there
have to go
occasionally,
through
but
Do we have
Hanson
to go through
hammers me.
surplus, or can we go through Hanson? Or is there a difference in?
We discussed last month, but I think we can go through whoever we want.
She was kind of under a timeline for, you know.
That one,
Yeah, it was already listed on
I
there.
gotcha.
So,
Or she was ready to list it, that's
yeah,
what it was.
and she had a deadline to meet, so to go to another company would have been inconvenient or delaying.
Yeah. I would say.
Anyway,
for
it's
some of
working
that-
out to our favor anyway, so.
Right, but I mean, I think they just do a better job of getting it out there for people to see.
Financing, I got that. Comprehensive plan. I was taking that on, and I mentioned at the last meeting that I would talk to planning commission if they did. And my question to Sheldon, and yeah, they can do it. I asked Sheldon if they had a copy of our old comprehensive plan, and he said he thought so. He wasn't sure, and if he couldn't find it, he was gonna get back to me, and I have not heard from him. So, I don't know if we have it online that we can send it.
Ashley sent it to him.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Or she did?
Yeah,
Okay. Okay, so I'll be having another meeting there end of October, so I will check back with him and see. I told him to give us, a ballpark figure as to what it might cost. I
Okay.
don't think it's gonna be in that 50,000, it's gonna be way less than that, I would think.
So you want me to just put it on next month's agenda again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, finance accountant. One part-time position, so you wanna take care of that one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, so, I don't know if you guys remember, but,
Last year in July, when I took over as finance director, we everybody shifted around in their duties, and, we cut out half an FTE in our department, because we thought a lot of the stuff that our payroll person was doing would be taken over by, human resources, as far as, meeting with the new employees, sitting down with them, setting them up in the system, enrolling them in benefits, doing all of those things. Well, that has changed, and so for the last 9 months, we've really been, we've been doing it, but it's been very difficult.
Is that because we don't have an HR person?
Yes, and as of right now, there's nothing posted, there's no intent right now to fill that as far as I'm aware. The
We're not
position is
filling.
not posted, we have a LTE part-time person that's very limited on her hours.
We're not posting the HR position?
She's looking into it, everything's getting looked into right now.
But
We've asked Lynn to do the job for a little bit, bring us an assessment of what we need to fill that position and what role we can go to fill it. Is our pay scale accurate to fill it? That seems to be part of the problem. But we're talking about HR and what we need to do there going forward, but, I mean, the last time it was posted, we had one person. Person had the credentials and then chose not to come to Rusk County. For what reason, we don't know.
So what I'm asking for here is to fill that half an FTE position that we previously had, because we've been doing this for 9 months and we are struggling, and I don't wanna lose staff members over this, so we need help. So this person would be, you have the job description there, I'm not asking to make any changes to it, that we hired for somebody to do the AP side of things,
So then what would happen if, then all of a sudden, let's say 2 months, they get done with their assessment on the HR person, and they decide to hire an HR person, then with the person we just hired, we have to fire them?
that person would be doing accounts payable, we still have plenty of work in our office to be able to keep that
But
person.
if we're gonna create a position, based
It's
on,
not creating a position, this position exists.
it was taken away, but yes, if we hire a person based on not hiring one in another position, and then we hire somebody in that position, that doesn't really work.
Okay, well, it's been 9 months. You know, we've been team players, we've been, you know, doing the work, but it's causing a backlog and it's causing grief among the employees in my office with this high workload, especially when you go into other offices and you've got, you know, see people sitting around having time to chat and drink coffee when we're drowning. We need help, and that's why I'm here asking for it.
But I thought if I remember the conversation correctly, you voluntarily gave up that half position, feeling you didn't need it when you moved downstairs. But I guess I never understood the exact reason why you gave that up. I took it as you thought your department could handle it without that extra person. But I don't recall anything ever being in HR that they were gonna handle much for, if anything, in that job description, or doing it much for anything payroll.
And it's not payroll, that's the thing. It's the onboarding people. It's the sitting down with new employees and going through paperwork with them and getting them enrolled with all the different benefit carriers and getting them set up in the system.
So in other words, you're saying, we need to get somebody that can do onboarding, and then you'd be good.
Well,
So we might as well put our money towards that, and get someone in here temporary, I'd rather put the money towards another part-time HR, whether it's specialist, generalist, or whatever.
but a
Like
person meeting with employees has to be.
part-time limit, what do you call that, limited term? LTE. Cause then, if we fill the HR position and he's no longer there, then we're not stuck on that. You need
But
somebody to fill the coffee
you can't have an
drinking position?
LTE person meeting
I'll
with the
sign
new
up.
employees. That's the thing, because it has to be a full-time person that's available, because you can't control what day of the week somebody starts their job.
Well, we used to
Okay.
have to make appointments.
Where I work, we tell them you're starting on this
There's a
day.
significant training curve to our software.
Yeah, Cassell is not something you wanna get someone up and running on who's gonna be here for 3 months. That's gonna be a waste of their time and finances time.
It takes at least twice as much time for us to teach somebody how to set somebody up and get them all through that whole process. And we don't have a problem making that investment or training that person. I mean, we did it once.
Well, if it goes the route we're talking, I mean, if you think that you're worried about another 9 months and another year, that person will be sitting there for a year. But if we're thinking it's that soon till we get an HR person,
But as of right now, there's no,
so then if it looks like, you know, a year, then you train that person in already and they're already trained in and it's a year later and they've had that training.
I'm not following.
So you're saying it's a lot of work to train somebody in for just a part-time couple of months before they leave, but you're worried about not two more months without an HR, you're worried about a year. If it was just 2 months, we could just bite the line, right?
But is it gonna be 2 months because it's been 9
But
months?
if it's not, then you can train in that one.
And
that
and
part-time
then
person.
January there's so much going on in January, and we have 1099s that we have to prepare and issue, which, you know, we are trying to be proactive and get that stuff ahead of time as far as making sure that we have all the documentation. But as you just heard, we are struggling with getting the information that we need for that. We have W-2s that need to be issued, which could be argued that's a payroll function, could be argued that's an HR function. Ultimately, if there's nobody in that position, that's me doing that. WRS has annual reporting that needs to be done, so that needs to be reconciled and reported to WRS. We have an annual workers' compensation audit that needs to be done in January as well.
ACA reporting.
The ACA reporting as well.
Well, I would assume a lot of the onboard and stuff Ashley could probably help with.
And she has been, but
Phil, I don't think you understand what the last 9 months have been like for us. And Lynn is wonderful and she is helping, but an LTE position isn't a reliable position because we have to work around Lynn's schedule.
Why don't you, put an LTE position, and let Tracy know?
I think we're
then-
gonna have to spend more money on this HR position, that's the only way we're gonna get it done.
Right, that's the only.
And we need to bite the
permanent
bullet and
solution.
get it done, we've been messing around here for months, because our pay scale, it's off the pay scale, it's one of those deals that
and
private sector's driving the market crazy on HR.
the
How
things
much
that were
time
really.
is Lynn able to help us now?
It varies from week to week. This week, I don't know, maybe 10 hours.
She's just getting her feet wet, so.
Yeah, I can understand, I mean, I just wondered how much she can, or how long she might be able to
Well, I don't think she wants to do it forever.
And the things that
Well,
we're
I mean,
really
she's okay
struggling with.
right now, but she is retired and she came back.
She's trying to-
Grabbing a wild hog by the asses.
Yeah. Yeah, kinda.
That's good,
You just left
Randy.
a little grease in it, too,
Trying to hang on.
I never thought you'd say something like that.
The things that we're really struggling with, that we really need help with, are not high level. It's the time consuming things of, you know, Ashley could really use help with the interviews and who's taking some of that, but scheduling the interviews, sitting through the interviews. We need help with,
But that's not your office's job.
But we've been scheduled.
But
Right,
that's
but
not
we're
your
saying that
office's job.
we've been floating this for 9 months.
Yeah, we need to
Enough is
come up
enough.
with a permanent solution here.
I think we need to fill the position that's open.
I agree with you.
But we,
How are we gonna do that?
Gotta go to board.
Yep.
It needs to go to board to be addressed.
Mhm. And Lynn is coming with her suggestions on the position that she thinks we should go for.
I think it should just be at the next board meeting. That's my thought.
Lynn
We
can't.
need to address
be
and
at
explain
this.
to the board what we're dealing with and just be open and honest and be done with it.
I mean, we're trying to be team players, but I don't wanna lose good staff over this. I mean, we kept saying, oh, this is temporary, we just need you guys' help to get through this, until we can fill the position. Well, it's been 9 months, and quite honestly, the stuff that was supposed to be done in January by the HR director wasn't done, so Ashley and I had to pick that up and get that done too.
Yeah, it's taken too long. Every time we thought we were right there, it hasn't happened.
Well, we should also have it posted. And if the job's not posted, how are we gonna get it filled?
That or we need to hire a company.
To do hiring?
Yeah.
But
But
that's
that's
the
gonna be
thing,
15 to 20 grand.
that's not gonna solve my problem.
won't they do payroll too? Company that does payroll.
That's not gonna solve our problem. We still have to, you know, we're still ultimately responsible for the compliance, and with as many employees as we have, you know, it doesn't make sense for us to outsource our payroll to say ADP or something like that, because it doesn't, you know, the time and effort involved with having to communicate that information to that
Yeah,
outside
if you
company,
do
and
ADP,
then,
you still gotta have somebody sign off on the hours.
and we still have to bring all of that, you know, we still have to hit the 200 some budget lines or more with those employees when the payroll comes in. We still have to, you know, make sure that new employees are enrolled in the health insurance and the WRS and dental, vision, everything else, new hire reporting, actually, you know, physically get them set up, whether it's our system and ADP or another payroll system. That all takes a considerable amount of time.
When was the last time we had the HR job posted?
Oh, when was she up here? August?
I'd say a couple months ago.
Yeah.
Month and a half to
So
two.
We posted it 5 times.
We waited 2 months, and we're not posting it.
Well, because we can't hire for an HR manager, so I wanted to look at a payroll benefits specialist.
We can't hire for an HR manager, what is it?
We posted it 5 times.
So we're not gonna post it again?
I don't want to waste any more time
How long does it
on an
take?
HR manager when we obviously can't recruit for one.
I'm gonna keep the line open, just in case. I would not post it.
And maybe consult,
I get
well,
those.
I don't know who's got the jurisdiction of this, but I mean, you were given the okay, I guess, before to personnel, if I remember right, to post. So that wasn't rescinded. Maybe talk to Lynn and find some other places to post it again. Maybe she's got a better idea for the HR world. I don't know.
And if we do something like county board, we can up the offering on it or something, but I want not post it while we're waiting. for the-
That'll have to go to board. I think we're maxed out on what the job description originally was approved for.
Okay. In the meantime, I would still post it. If I had a vacant position, instead of complaining about it not being filled, I'd at least post it. Yeah, again, it's been posted for. Not post, you're absolutely not gonna get somebody, there's a 0% chance.
True.
Okay, I don't know if we're addressing your agenda item here, they kind of go hand in hand, but, your question is exactly what?
I mean, if we hired for this part-time position, it would allow Brittany to be able to focus on the payroll and benefit side of things, of the finance accountant two duties. Because at this point, you know, she has not even been able to have exposure to the WRS annual reconciliation, because she's too busy processing payroll and getting new employees set up and trying to get AP caught up so that we can do the 1099s.
How many new employees are we getting a week?
This week was, I think I had 3 come across my desk.
For what?
Highway,
Maintenance,
jailers.
2 new jailers.
Jailing dispatch seems like a revolving door,
But, you know, a full-time employee is a lot of time and work to get
There's a
onboarded.
couple of people, I know one library board member, I don't know if she's been in, as of last Tuesday, she was not. And then there's a fellow from, actually City Council, Gordon Peterson, he's a member of the Transit Commission.
Yeah, and he's not going to come in.
And has he been in?
He's not going to, he wants to volunteer his time.
Oh, okay.
That's what
You know,
Sheriff
it's really
said
kind of
last week.
disheartening is why can't the department heads onboard their employees? They should be well enough versed in a situation like this.
No, department heads training, onboarding is a little different. We don't want 18 people in this building having access to ad term in the lead and security health plan or Delta Dental. That needs to be controlled. Too many things could go wrong with that many fingers in the pot.
Okay, but that would be a short sit down with an individual if someone went through all the rest of the stuff with them.
So what we do is we sit down with them and we go through, we can make sure that they have it, and we send them the paperwork ahead of time. They have to fill out tax forms. They have to fill out the I-9, and we have to physically fill out part of that with them. And that needs to be done, you know, in person, with staff that know what it is that they're looking for. Consistency is very important. And if they have questions, it's nice to have one central location for them to go to. Then, you know, they go through the benefits paperwork, which next year we are going to have them go through Clarity, but then ultimately we are responsible for making sure those changes make it to the carriers, the different benefit carriers, so Security Health, Delta Dental, Principal, which is Symetra. You know, getting those changes entered in, calculating the catch-up contributions to make sure that we're, you know, getting employees with the withhold, you know, we withhold a month in advance, so their withholdings need to be calculated. That needs to be communicated to them. We need to, you know, add the correct pay codes and set up the correct deductions within the payroll software. We need to, you know, enroll them in WRS if they're subject to that, which, you know, the departments, they can't do that. There's only a handful of people that have access to WRS reporting because there's a lot of confidential information in there with the social security numbers and whatnot. There's just, you know, the security health.
Sounds exhausting.
Reconciling the deductions, and that's what I mean. We've been doing it for 9 months and we are exhausted, and I have staff that are
I
unhappy
think we
with
need
what,
to do more of it online.
and that's what
It
we're
will,
trying
that's
to
what
do.
Clarity is for next year.
I work for a company with tens of thousands of employees, you know how many times I talk to HR? 0. You know, everything online.
Yeah.
Go to this port for this, go to this portal for this.
Yes, that's what we're moving towards for
I think I emailed them once. But I mean, everything's just laid out. I understand we're much smaller. And they have that advantage because of the numbers that it benefits them to have it all that way, but.
Yeah, if it was just processing payroll, that's a half-time job. But when you're, you know, entering in all these changes, anytime somebody has a wage rate change, you need to, you know, get the proper documentation attached in there. Contact the department head to say, hey, can you give me the meeting minutes where this wage change was actually approved? Getting that entered in, making sure that it gets into the folder so that the personnel committee signs it, and then after it gets back, we've been doing the filing in the personnel files as well. I mean, it's not hard stuff, it doesn't require a human resources manager to be able to do that. You know, a payroll benefit specialist or a generalist or whatever.
Yeah, the problem is, I don't wanna talk about that, that's not what the courthouse needs. We approved an HR
Right.
manager, we need an HR manager for all the other things that come with it. The problem is, a lot of these tedious things are under what an HR manager should be doing, it's to, yeah.
And that's, I bring that up because that's the stuff that our office is doing, is that generalist type
So
stuff.
I'm not saying I don't understand, I totally get it, I mean, if we were gonna continue with not having, like, if we go to disband the HR position, then I'd say, well, obviously, we're gonna have to do something. But if we're gonna keep that position open to hope that we get somebody, that should relieve some duties if we ever get somebody.
Right, and we have, that's what we've been holding out for, that's what we've been hoping for, but it's been 9 months.
I think Jim's right, we need to look at solutions on how to get that filled a little better. Because if it was just your stuff, I would say, yeah, we don't need an HR person at all, but like Jim said, there's a lot of other reasons that we need an HR person, and while they're doing that, they're gonna have some other stuff they need to do, so then they take on some of those responsibilities.
Yeah, I mean, if all they were gonna do was sit down with people and onboard them and that kind of stuff,
Yeah,
and
data
get
entry,
comforted, then that's how the role of HR specialist and generalist, in my mind, came about. But we're talking some things here that are legal issues, policy issues, then then we're gonna hire a specialist, and then she's gonna be drowning because she's gonna be an overhead. And not know what to do, and we're gonna be back to square one, paying what we're doing now, paying an attorney for half the stuff. But.
Jim will come in and on board one person a week, Tony will on board one person a week.
Yeah.
So where do we go from here? Well, I think it was suggested that we bring Lynn over to the next county board meeting. Maybe she can give us some
She can't make
insight
it to the next
into.
county board meeting.
Yeah, let me check, she's got a couple of vacations scheduled.
Or even if she could give some insight to the personnel committee, you know, as to what personnel committee would probably be good enough to gather information and go from there.
Yeah,
And
that's
personnel
kinda what we were hoping for the next
personnel
one, is that she'd give us some ideas. Cause I'm sure she doesn't, I mean, I took it as she's fine with doing it, but I'm sure she doesn't wanna do it forever. I mean, she said she'd help out, so if we don't get the ball rolling to find a replacement for that role, you know, she's gonna be in the same boat as all the rest of these girls.
So we'll have to schedule a special personnel meeting because Lynn will be out.
On the next one? Well, that's what we need to do, we need to address this and move forward.
Do we recommend to the personnel committee that it's posted?
I already did it just now, just like that.
You were efficient. Thank you.
I think, if you wanna move it along faster, I think we need to bring a recommendation to the next county board meeting.
And I already emailed Lynn to please dispose of issues he said, so.
Yeah, we can fix the posting.
Because if we don't change,
I appreciate it.
I think we need to broaden the pay scale. Not saying just move it all the way up, I think it needs to be broad.
Depending on qualifications.
And I don't believe personnel can do that without board, right? I mean, board needs to make that.
I
Broadening of the
think
pay
the
scale.
personnel would bring the recommendation to the board, and then the board would have the final approval, or if it came to a wage change or something,
Yeah.
I believe.
Well, the board approves the wage scale. Personnel has approved that we post at step 1 through 5, so that's what it's posted at. Personnel can choose to post it from step 1 to 15 if you want, because the board ultimately makes the decision because the appointment goes to the board. So if they disagree with the wage and the resolution,
So you don't necessarily have to, you could just
we could post it at that.
post it at this, and then let the
That was
board
speeding along.
Right,
decide which step to help put them into,
Yes.
or agree with, or whatever.
yep, and then the board will either pass the resolution as we've negotiated it, or they won't.
That's where we need Lynn's research and guidance.
Do you think at any point that Lynn can give you some advice as far as pay scale or experience or where we might look or whatever.
That'd be nice, she's gotta have some ideas,
Should have some ideas, I would think.
yeah, she's got, you know.
So then, so like, consensus is we hold off and continue as is until when and present to you.
Yeah, I would say hold off, advertise like we're doing, maybe the personnel will change what we're advertising, you know, on the 15 or whatever. And then hold off, and yes, we decide to make a change, so, you know, if we say, okay, it's not gonna work out, HR, whatever, then we could look at hiring an extra person, but right now let's focus on doing what we can to get a person in the HR position.
Or if, you know, if Ashley or if Connie or Jamie have some conversation with her, you know, one-on-one and see what her thoughts are.
I have. She's got some ideas.
And we need to know those, yeah, that would be good.
Might be good to hear 'em.
Yeah.
I said it might be good to hear what she's got.
Yeah.
They have like these websites, HR, they're kind of like a group. So I think that's part of her train of thought is to try to get to that.
I'd let her know too that you reposted that, she might wanna.
I already sent her an email.
Okay, so we sort of have a
Direction.
direction. Okay. All right, LATCF request to forward to county board.
Updates to financial procedures manuals before. That was just one of the updates, was what Jeff had.
That wasn't in your
Procedures manual.
revision that you sent though, right?
Right,
It,
Yeah.
just the stuff in red.
right, yeah, because I didn't.
Okay, we got number 7 is the additional ARPA request to forward to county board.
Randy, I have more financial procedures manual updates.
Okay.
Well, we might as well go through them, right?
Okay, so did you guys look at those?
Several days ago, but I.
Okay, so I'll just kind of start at the,
It looks like it's mostly verbiage and then some small dollar amount changes.
yeah. Okay, so scrolling through, I just updated the petty cash based on what is actually existing out there. The treasurer, I think, used to say 200, I updated that to 300. How does this show? There we go. Okay, so the treasurer's was 200, but they actually have 300. Tourism actually has 100 out there, and highway has $50. And then for the fair, they are now known as the Rusk County Fair again, not Junior Fair anymore. So I just got rid of that wording there. As far as like the clerk of court's account, deposits are made at the bank by the clerk of court or a deputy of the clerk of court, you know, in her absence. And I did the same thing with the treasurers. So that'd be, and then the fair here just got rid of the word junior. Spots there. The triad, this account was closed in 2020, so I just deleted that out of the financial procedures manual.
Is that gone, that triad?
Yes, yep, it was closed in 2020. The ambulance checking account, so that one is newer. You guys had approved opening that at the beginning of the year. So Tom reviewed it, but I just kind of wrote a dialogue of what the procedure is around that account. And the housing loan accounts wasn't previously covered in here, so I added that in here as well. and then thinking here is where I just added or deputy treasurer as far as the deposits go.
That does fair stuff, the county treasurer does all this?
Yes, or designee, so Charmaine
does it all.
she writes the checks for the truck and tractor pull and that, now Charmaine.
Charmaine does all the.
I don't see where it says designee unless I'm
The
missing
deposits
here.
don't go into the junior fair checking.
No, but she does a little.
Right, but that's separate from this.
I don't see, Or did-
Fair special
okay.
events checking account shall require only one signature of either the county treasurer or a designee of the county treasurer.
right, but then down here farther, when you do your night deposits, it says that they're done by the county treasurer. No designee.
Right, I noticed that too.
Oh, okay, sorry. So should I put or designee? There was something about volunteers though,
I think it should be more specific, either an employee,
or other employee of the county.
and or chairman of the committee.
It's, been Charmaine and I that have been taking them the last several years.
This is unaccounted deposits.
Yeah, after the fair.
Oh, we put county treasurer, fine.
Your treasurer and, you know, they're bonded, so.
Well, that's, see, at the fair, Char's in 120, but Jamie's been there, which is a lot of money.
So does it need to be, if you're worried about that, does it need to be a county employee period? I mean, you can go county treasurer, finance
Or
director,
designated
or county clerk.
employee, or
And
designated
leave it those
county
three?
employee.
Well, I'm fine with that, but,
Not all employees are bonded though.
Right.
or bonded, does it need to say bonded county employee?
Well, neither Charmaine nor I are bonded.
You are, aren't you?
It's just the elected officials that are bonded. Yeah.
You're bonded, aren't you?
Right, she's elected.
Yeah.
That limits you then, as to who's gonna do it.
We do a lot of checks and balances, I mean, one person counts it, they have to sign.
What does it cost for a bond for something like that?
Nothing huge.
It's not that much.
No, it's not,
Pretty minimal.
like $100, right? Isn't it?
Huh?
Like $100.
Yeah, I think so.
And maybe just,
It's for village and that.
maybe we just need to have another person bonded or whatever.
Costs nothing if you cover it with your, if you have enough.
And we
money.
might just be automatically, I think we're covered under the county's broad insurance.
Right.
As employees, but I think the elected officials are different because they don't go through that hiring process.
Yeah.
So should I put or designated county employee? That's what I just added
Yeah,
in
they
here.
would be covered under insurance.
Could it be like-
flood insurance.
How'd that come?
Well, you could put county treasurer and or elected official or designated county employee, then I mean, I don't, then
Because Bernie's doing that.
I mean, whatever you guys think, I just saw that it had no other option but her, and I knew she wasn't, I didn't think she was gonna win. So word it how you want. Probably just employee might be the simplest if we're covered that way. Like you said.
Well, I mean, up here it says like for the signer it's designated,
I think if you have or designated employee, we should cover it.
We'll keep you there till midnight. I think. We'll keep you there till midnight.
I'll second.
okay, so then I got rid of the triad,
He's gonna be there.
added the ambulance checking and the housing. Banking procedures, just added or deputy treasurer for the deposits there. I just changed the word from initial to approved because we don't physically do much with the invoices anymore, they're electronically routed and approved, so that was just a wording change. Reconciliation of the bank account, I changed that from the assistant finance director to a member of the finance department staff. As we kind of have separated some of the bank reconciliations, Sky is the backup for accounts payable, so I don't have her do the general bank reconciliation. So I do that since I do not process accounts payable. Procedures, nothing there. I just changed the spelling of my viewpoint in a lot of spots here, and then I changed the wording for batch 2, since we're having our meetings typically in the afternoon now, so that those payments get processed the next day. And we changed credit card vendors, so I just changed the wording as far as, you know, what the payment due date is for the transactions there. I added, you know, needing a copy of the invoice to set up new vendors.
You know, by putting, as far as posting the invoices the following day, sometimes it's necessary to change that date of the.
Yeah, it says typically.
You should leave some leeway in there for that.
That's why we put typically in here. If we change the date of the meeting, we send out an email to the department heads letting them know, like this month we're a week earlier, so, that's why we, just put typically in there, but we'll send out an email to the departments if we change the date of the meeting, so they have time to get stuff entered in. Wording changes. Formatting. Just changing that name. I took off the severance tax due to state, since we're not taking that forestry loan anymore. That's what that was, that payment, that repayment of the forestry loan, so we just don't need that anymore. Took off word junior for the fair. And then this one, so I added invoices approved by joint management or property committee, that they wouldn't need to come to you guys for approval prior to payment, because we figured if joint management or property is already signing off on that purchase, does it really need to come to you guys before it gets paid?
That's just talking about the payment, that's not approval.
So this is talking about the ones that don't require approval by the finance committee prior to payment. So we have batch 1 that gets processed every week on Wednesday, and then we have batch 2, which only gets processed once a month after the finance committee meets and approves it. So this, by adding that in, that would allow a joint management invoice to be paid as long as it's approved by the joint management committee or
That way
property.
it doesn't have to go from here to here, and basically, I mean,
How many committees have to approve the same?
right.
And it's usually a maintenance expense, it's not something that's fluff, it's needed.
And I just added meeting minutes must be attached, so when it comes to us, we know that it's okay to pay as batch 1 because those minutes are attached and they state that that was an approved purchase.
I smell what you're saying.
Yeah, we are not. For travel and training, I just took out this, because right here, it says reimbursement is based on the current county board approved schedule, and on each of our reimbursement requests, it has the date and the amounts that have been most recently approved. So that's why I took out this effective January 1st, 2018 reimbursement for meals shall be based on a stipend, because those rates have changed. That's not even the rates that we have in existence anymore, and I feel like this up here kind of covers that. And then Ashley and I added, we used to just say if meals are provided as part of the conference registration fee, they should not be reimbursed. But we also added, if there's breakfast provided with lodging, or a meal is otherwise provided at no additional cost as part of the travel, that they won't be reimbursed either. So, you know, if an employee chooses to go to Starbucks or McDonald's to get breakfast, but they could have had breakfast for free at the hotel, that's their choice, and we wouldn't reimbursed for that.
Does
And then-
this, procedure have the reimbursement for, car expenses, like you said, I just specifically looked at your highlights?
Yes, yep, that's further down.
Cause I think we should look at changing the word county board members instead of getting reimbursed at the, federal rate. I think we should get the same as county employees, the 25 cents to encourage ourselves to use, the fleet vehicles as well.
I think maybe we should add that as part of, well, and that,
Then that one you might wanna do on a separate change.
yeah, that would have to be like an ordinance or something. And I think that we should segregate, travel related to committee and board meetings from training travel.
Right.
Because,
The board meetings, you have to take your personal.
right,
But I would say that, I was just looking at, cause I had that one of my notes on the budget was, I was looking at the travel and, for county board members, and I was thinking, if we use the fleet, we'd be helping the county that way, and I used supposedly the worst car in the fleet last time.
yeah, I don't think it was though.
It worked pretty well for me, so I was like, yeah, it would've been more advantageous because of the rate to take my own car actually, and it'd be more convenient, but, I don't know, I guess I would make that as a future.
Yeah, but that week of, WCA too, we had a kind of a shortage of county cars here for employees to be able to use for work-related reasons. So, we kinda have to weigh the cost of, how many vehicles do we need available on a normal basis versus how many would be additional would be taken out for.
Is all this red new?
Yes, so, we kind of added, Ashley and I looked at several like policies from other organizations as far as, if somebody has a training at 9 AM in Eau Claire and they're claiming breakfast, should they really, if they could have easily eaten breakfast before they left home, or, we don't really have guidelines around when it's appropriate to claim, what timeframes it's appropriate to claim different meal reimbursements, so, this can certainly be changed or removed or whatever, but we kind of thought it would be good to have some
I
guidance in
think
there.
you got a problem with the provider with lodging, are you gonna come, so let's just say, someone goes, I've already had this happen, they say they have breakfast and online and you get there, there's no breakfast, or they throw rolls and a box of cereal. To me, that's not breakfast, that's like poor man's continental. I don't know if I'd put that one in there, I don't like the
Yeah, I kinda
provider
But
with
the
lodging.
same thing could be said about if
If
it's,
you, look at that, if I'm going to a meeting somewhere and I have breakfast at 6:30 at home, and I leave at 6:45, that says I can claim breakfast.
mhm.
That's, not right.
Well, but right now,
You shouldn't have to actually purchase that breakfast.
but we don't
We don't ask
require
for
receipts, we are a non-accountable plan.
Yeah, I know, and I don't know if that's a good idea or not.
I
We don't
would
require
say
receipts
if you want,
right
if
now
you
when they
want
travel
something
for
other
me.
than poor man's breakfast, you
Well,
Because-
then let's change it and require receipts, I gotta turn in receipts, I think they have to turn in a receipt, it'll be time stamped.
I'm okay with that, but there's a certain department that you're gonna wanna talk to before you do that.
Okay.
Should we call him back in?
I mean, I don't like the time frame either, if somebody's traveling for something, it's approved, if the receipt comes back and it's approved by the department head, then so be it. I think we're getting way, I feel we're really micromanaging here.
I would say though, if you want something better than poor man's breakfast, buy yourself.
I mean, I think there needs to be a limit, maybe on the amount spent for meals, so somebody's
there
not having
is,
a
there
$30
is.
steak and egg breakfast.
Yeah, there is, it's outlined on our current,
I think our current allowance is
like
probably
7
pretty low.
We start going down this road, you're gonna need 2 more people in your office.
Well, right now it's hard because it's like, is this appropriate when somebody's claiming, they're coming back at 5 o'clock and claiming dinner, or, they're not attaching the conference agenda
Well-
to show whether or not that,
I think
if
we need-
you guys just want us to pay them all, we are okay with that, we just want that documented.
Well, I think there
that
needs to be
you're okay
approval
with.
from the department head, which I'm assuming happens now or not.
Well,
I mean, they're the one that
yes,
asked for
but
it. The
sometimes
department
it is
head
the-
asked for him to go to the
sometimes it is
meeting
the
and approved
department
it.
head.
There needs to be a limit on the meal. I like where you had in there if there's a meal provided. I mean, okay,
Yeah,
I can stop my meals whenever I want, okay? It's gotta be approved by my supervisor. He's not gonna approve it just cause he likes me. I mean, I use a company card, but here's what happens, if I don't turn in a receipt with my company card, I'm responsible for what didn't get approved on that company card. In the story, or they shut it off. That's how it works. I didn't turn in a couple receipts one month, cause I didn't have them in the time frame of my cycle, for my billing cycle. They shut it off. So I learned to do my crap on time, I'll tell you that much, because it just got shut off and I couldn't, it took me like a month and a half to get back on. So, I mean, they didn't care, they got turned back on, trust me.
Get him in the back pocketbook.
But I'm just saying, you know, we should, gotta be a way to streamline this a little bit to make it easier for you and everybody involved.
Well, that's why if there's a time frame involved, we can, you know, we know from their timesheet what time they leave, what time they get back.
I just, do you wanna get into that avenue? If I leave the Dells at noon on a meeting, I come home and I go and I stop and buy a meal, I might be able to slip it by, but I gotta live with it. But I know better than not to. So I would hope that we, you know, cause if lunch was provided when I left and it's 3 hours home, and I decided to stop and go shopping for an hour, and then pick up supper on the way home, I just know not to charge for supper, because I was on the way home and I was given lunch before I left for a 2.5 hour trip.
Right.
I would hope everybody that works here would feel the same way,
But they don't.
and that's too bad.
And, I mean, we don't require receipts, so
We just give them the,
the stipend.
I think we need to require the receipt.
Provide receipts.
Well, if it's a problem, then do we have much choice?
It's my understanding, the reason we went to a non-accountable plan is because there were certain departments, or a certain department, that just refused to turn in receipts.
It's
And
not
so
that hard to
then
grab a receipt though.
The what?
It's not that hard to grab a receipt.
You don't wanna receipt.
Anytime if I wanna get reimbursed for anything at my job, I turn in a receipt, doesn't matter if it's a,
And I'm not
I don't get
disagreeing with
reimbursed
you,
for
but,
coffee, but if I
but
was
then
going
from,
to.
you know, it's our office that's getting the flack when they're saying, well, you know, you didn't reimburse my meal.
Well, is there anybody here
We're
who
holding up payroll.
disagrees we should have a
You don't have a
receipt?
receipt, I don't think.
If not, if they got a problem, they'll come back, they'll yell at us, but then you just direct them, say, this is what I was directed to do.
I don't think I've ever turned in.
Every company requires a receipt.
My company, that would not fly.
They get taxed on it because it is a non-accountable plan.
But here's the problem we're gonna run into, we're still gonna have to put a limit on this, or you're gonna have $10 tips on there.
Right, they'd still have to fill out this form, it's just that they would have to attach the receipt, and that would be a big change. It would be a big change.
I don't know, I've never worked for a company that would reimburse me without a receipt.
Well, it's a per diem. You've heard people just get paid per diems for,
Yeah, I've never got per diem, so I guess I don't know how that.
This actually, in a sense, is probably a lot less work for her department. I mean, you're not having to go through manual receipts, making sure that this matches, that
I mean, they have to
matches.
have a form turned in, which is supposed to have their out-of-county travel approval attached, as well as the conference agenda to prove that the meal was not provided with their training or conference. And they typically don't, so then Brittany has to spend time trying to track that down.
I don't like though where someone can just put down per diem and you don't know if they really bought a meal or not, if they just put down per diem, or whatever it's gonna call. It's the honor system.
I mean, it's not a large amount that people are, you know, $7.50 for breakfast, $10 for lunch, $15 for dinner.
And actually, you know, okay. So you go down the road of reimbursing them for an actual meal cost, okay? I'll guarantee you that's gonna cost way a hell of a lot more than that, even if somebody slips a meal in here and there.
Well, you can still have limits on,
And you put a 20% tip on a
Yeah, you
20
gotta put a guideline on how much an
there's another 4 or
acceptable
5
tip is.
bucks.
I had yesterday, I had a
Like-
burger and
I know, I
And
hear
then
that.
no alcohol, you gotta make sure there's no alcohol on any of those receipts.
$20.25.
You have to struggle to go through McDonald's and get breakfast for $6 with something to drink. I mean, you gotta get a little creative. You can't just order what you want all the time. So,
Oh, yeah, and if you go to Sir McDonald's.
$7.50 for lunch?
You can't eat the cheap stuff all the time.
I don't know if you can go to Quick Trip and get a sandwich and a thing of milk anymore. Might be able to get under 7.
And then we gotta make sure, cause usually, then you allow people to like, so if you only spend $5 on lunch, you can use the rest of your lunch
Do you
allowance
think
towards
the
dinner,
way-
have a nicer dinner.
The way it is right now, do we think anybody's abusing it?
Of the current employees we have, not really, no. We had some that were notorious for.
Here's the other thing, the lower we keep this, in my mind, and if people think that they're getting duped, probably the more we're gonna see meals that really didn't happen. That's something to keep in mind going forward too.
That's always been a bone of contention, those meals.
I mean, those prices are still, if you're traveling, let's be honest, you're traveling, it costs way more than any of those numbers do. I mean, I think a sit-down breakfast at Pure Family Restaurant, you're gonna have $11 to $13 in it unless you're, so.
You go to Caribou and get coffee in a bag, and it's like that much.
I don't know, do we wanna change? I don't wanna give it, I'm really hoping that the employees don't get us to the point where we have to start micromanaging this hard.
No, but I think employees wanna be treated consistently too, and they don't want to claim something that they, think might be questionable, but yet there's somebody else that just does it every time.
I mean, there's ways around all of this. So you leave extra early. Or you stop in Eau Claire on your way home from a meeting in the Cross and you spend a little time at the mall. And then you can pick up dinner before you come home. I mean, there's ways around everything, let's be honest.
Well, you're taking out the amounts, $6, $7.50 and 14, but you're not replacing it with anything.
Well, because up here it says reimbursement is based on the current county board approved schedule, and on this form
that's it.
here, it says, this is the form that they have to fill out, and so here on, that rate that's in there is
Alright,
outdated
okay.
anyway.
Alright.
And those are new numbers in
Yeah,
bold.
we put the older ones are still in here just to kind of show what it previously
Gotcha.
was,
Oh, that was effective 1/1.
of 22. Yep, and then see, here's this note here, no receipts required for meal stipend reimbursement, all meals are taxable, effective 2/23/2010. A copy of meeting conference agenda, a copy of finance committee approval of travel request, and I just think maybe we should just put oversight committee. Committee approval of travel request must be attached to receipt timely reimbursement for meals.
I mean, I do agree with the statement you had in there where if a meal's provided at an event, that's simple for you to track. Because when somebody signs up for it, it's gonna be on there whether or not the meals were provided.
Yeah, but
The lodging side of it,
she's not gonna go look at the agenda for every event to see if it's.
They're required to attach the agenda.
Okay.
Yeah, but a lot of times they don't, so we have to either track it down from the employee or go try to find this agenda online. Because there are people that do.
I think it's gonna get difficult if you, at the lodging part.
Most hotels don't just do like a donut though, they usually have something.
I'm seeing more and more of them now that wanna charge you for the meal. You
Right,
don't
right,
get free
and that's
meal.
why that's provided with the lodging, or as,
If
like,
you stay at the hotels I stay at, you're lucky if you get a cup of cereal. But I save like I save enough to buy like 3-4 breakfasts off the.
Oh, yeah, you gotta gain your points, yeah, frequent points, yeah. Yeah. Then you can have something, we'll give you something after you stay here 15 times. I don't know, because, I mean, are you gonna term a continental breakfast as a breakfast at lodging? I don't. Not breakfast for me. That's a slippery slope you're on right now with that one.
You want me to just take that part out?
I like the part meal is provided at no additional cost as part of the travel, I think that gives you some prospects.
Which would
for
also
better.
kind of cover the hotel, I mean, if the.
That one can go both ways. I think it's showing the intent. And there again, you're still on the honor system. Right, somebody would say, oh, they didn't have a hot breakfast. Okay. Some people love it kind of, some people all they want is a bowl of cereal and a banana. I mean, everybody's different. Right? And that's, to some, that's breakfast. And they're happy with it.
Well, then somebody could say, well, I always stop and pick up Starbucks on my way to work for breakfast, and that costs $7 for a cup of coffee, you're only reimbursing me $6.
It's kinda hard to start defining at what point,
Yeah.
is it the waffle that makes it the breakfast, if they got the waffle cup thing there, or is it have a couple of sausage links?
Yeah, you can go around, you look like
Yeah.
a dog chasing your
And I
tail.
like a hot breakfast too, if they just have cereal, I'm gonna go eat breakfast somewhere, but at the same time, it is breakfast, so the next person might say, they had breakfast, why are you getting paid and I'm not?
I like where it says employees must be in travel status during the meal period in order to claim the meal. I just don't know if I like pigeonholing us to a time. I don't know, somebody else speak up. You're never gonna get this where it suits everybody, that's the bottom line.
I always put it out
Where
there like this,
where it
and
fits everyone.
you put it
You're
out,
never gonna get a policy like this where it fits everyone.
Right,
if you put it out like this and a bunch of people come back and say, alright, change 9 AM to 8 AM, or whatever, I mean, we can,
and I'm not opposed to it changing, it's just, it's
Right.
nice to have consistency and to be able to give guidance as far as what's acceptable to be processed through payroll.
If you wanna make it easy, anybody that's traveling, you give them a voucher for so much a day. Period. I don't care if you spend it or don't spend it. If they wanna carry a bag lunch, let them carry a bag lunch, who cares? But everybody gets the same, we get no abuse of the system, because you're gonna give them a voucher for so much money, period. That's it. We're
Yeah,
good.
if it's in-state travel, just make it so much for in-state, if it's out-of-state travel, then make it a different policy.
Get rid of all this mumbo jumble about, did it pay too much for breakfast, or did I pay enough, or did I charge it, did it dally around an extra hour for a supper meal? You know, so I can have dinner and supper on a county, don't have to worry about it.
So, okay, here's like a for instance. So the last item on the agenda is for 1 PM. 3 people are at the conference. 1 person is claiming dinner because they stayed late for meetings. Are we supposed to reimburse them for that dinner when the last item on the agenda was 1 PM?
What I'm saying is you eliminate that problem if you just give them a flat amount for that day.
Well, we kind of,
but then
Do
you need
that.
every specific day, you'd have to go through and say, okay, this is your pre-approved amount now for today, because we think you're gonna be done with the meeting at this time.
Right.
If it's a whole day of travel, that's not the issue, it's the first and last day of the travel, or like,
Right.
if I'm going to Barron County for an 11 o'clock meeting today, and so I'm there for lunch, I'm out of county, so that says I should get like the lunch per diem, should I just get the lunch amount, or should I get the full $35 for the day, or whatever it is?
That's right.
Complicated problem myself.
Well,
Yeah,
we-
here's the other
these are
thing,
issues
did
we run
somebody
into,
travel
though.
to Eau Claire for a meeting for the day, or did they travel to Addison La Crosse?
Put a radius limit on things,
For what?
put a mileage limit on, a radius limit, in-state or out-of-state, whatever. You go over, if you go over 150 miles, use the full rate or whatever.
Aren't meals now put on the request for travel?
Yes.
So technically, it's being approved beforehand, whatever the allowance is.
Yeah, but the question comes into, how much is the allowance? And then the other question is, you know, how much time do they waste time waiting for a, you know, travel time from home? That if they left after their meeting was done and go straight home, you know, they might get home for supper. Instead, they dally around a little, you know, take a couple breaks, whatever, rest stops. And so then they're on the road during supper time, so they charge down for supper.
I don't know necessarily if people are, and I said the same thing earlier, but to be honest with you, people, if there's no receipt required, chances are they're just driving home anyhow. They're not gonna spend money on a $20 meal and then get $15 for it. So they're probably the ones that possibly, maybe, if there's abusers, they're just gonna drive home and say that they ate supper on the way home and collect it.
You don't have to provide a receipt, that's the question.
But if you go down the receipt road and you start seeing extra receipts coming through, it's gonna cost you a lot more than a stipend. So,
Well, see, there's the thing, it's the paperwork involved,
and that too.
and, you know, for accounting. I'm saying, take that in, factor that in, the fact that if you just had a flat rate, you don't have to worry about any accounting, send the voucher to start with. There's no additional paperwork. I mean, time is money too. You're just talking about how you're cramped.
Right, and we
Now,
spend a
because of
considerable
all the
amount of
extra
time
stuff that's
on
being
petty
done.
stuff like
And
this, but.
eliminate some of that.
Mhm.
People are gonna figure an angle somewhere along the line somehow if they can. They will.
So we're just gonna leave it as is for what she has up there for now, and then if something comes up, somebody's got a different suggestion,
So you want me to get rid of this section?
I really don't care for that part of it. I think you're pitching. I don't know, it's up to the rest of the guys, but I just don't see, I don't see we're gonna gain anything with that, cause now we're gonna be monitoring what time everybody did this and that. Either we gotta trust our employees
It's really to provide
to use their
clarification.
good judgment, or not.
I mean, it was really, the intent was to provide clarification so that
I get it, I
treated
get it.
consistently.
I get it, you're looking for guidance to say,
So
okay,
what if
this
somebody
happens.
asks her what's considered, you know,
Acceptable, right?
acceptable?
Say that again.
It said if somebody asks her what's considered an acceptable, like if I leave at this time, do I get breakfast or not? Then what should you tell them? And then what does Brittany tell them? Brittany might tell them something different, because in her mind, something's different, right? So then you got a little bit of inconsistency based on interpretation.
I get what you're saying, so
It's more so she can give, it's still an honor system, right? You're not gonna really, whatever.
But it's still not gonna know what type of person got home.
But when she's given guidance, she's gonna have a guideline to give them, right? So if you put that in there, she can say, this would be what we consider acceptable.
And this is
And it
like
could
an
change- it
example
could-
that was given in another,
And you can
Policy
change it
that
if
we looked at.
if that's not, you know, if everybody's like, hey, that doesn't make sense. Come back next month and change it. But at least then she would have something to give them guidance on. other
Well,
than-
you're honestly not gonna know what time they get home from that meeting anyhow. I mean, something might get done somewhere at noon. and
Still
then
gonna be on the honor system.
it's
But
still
it'll be the
honor system.
guideline that she can give it, they asked, here's your guideline.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I don't know.
That's just, yeah, the frustrations that, and the people that aren't gonna follow the policy aren't gonna, I mean, they're not gonna follow it anyway, but at least we have, well, it says this, so we're just not gonna, we have justification for not reimbursing that, and we can move on. Instead of them arguing, well, it doesn't really, it doesn't say that I can't do that. It doesn't, cause that happens.
Yeah, cause you're just gonna run into someone saying, well, I left early. Wanna make sure I got there in time.
And that's what I put in there too, whichever, you know, they.
I don't wanna
whichever's
see you
closer.
get into a situation like, okay, well, you live 3 hours from this thing that starts at noon. Why are you claiming breakfast? It's still gonna come down to the honor system. I don't know if you wanna be in a situation where you have to police it that hard.
We did have an instance of one employee that was claiming meals like 2 days before a training because they went and stayed with a friend for a day or two before they.
That's a whole different deal. That's
I
pretty
hope that was
blatant.
denied.
Well, yeah, but we spent time,
Yeah, arguing that, it's time to sport them tonight.
I mean, that employee no longer works here, but
I mean, you could put something in there, I guess, that meals have to coincide with travel and or lodging for that particular dated event. I mean, if you really wanna give yourself a safety valve on a situation like what you just described.
But then you're still leaving an interpretation out there, this is a hard.
Well, the
science.
lodging and stuff is approved by their committee when they turn in their agenda. So the meals would have to correlate with, you know, are you going down on the evening of the 3rd because you have a meeting starting at 7 AM on the 4th and it's a 4-hour drive? You know, did the committee approve that? Well, then of course you're gonna allow them to have supper that night, and then, you know, et cetera. It would make sense, you understand what I'm saying? But, I don't know, it's pain.
I mean, if you guys wanna leave it as is, it doesn't, I just thought if we were making some updates to, you know, kind of provide clarification on other things, but I understand where you're coming from too. That's.
I don't know what their answer is.
Pretty wide open.
Yeah.
I think if you shut one door, you just open another. I guess, my thought.
What are we doing, we're leaving it, or we're taking it out, we're taking it out, the additions, we leaving it in? I'll vote yes on either one, I'm ready to.
Should we just come, okay, we
I'm
still have
ready to
budget
move
stuff to talk
past
about,
this
should we
one.
just come back to the
Yeah.
financial procedure
Yeah.
manual next month?
Well, you got the little
Okay.
thing in there, or a meal is otherwise provided at no additional cost, yeah.
We'll just come back next month,
That-
because
that
Ashley and
sounds
I, like, are proposing a lot of changes to the purchasing, and we'll
Yeah.
run it by
Oh,
property
okay.
tomorrow, and then we'll bring it back to you guys next month.
We're on our back tomorrow.
Okay.
Table it.
Yes, Tony, get ready.
We're on our back
Well, we're on,
tomorrow.
Yep.
we're like 3/4 of the way through though, aren't we?
Well, but the
Yeah.
purchasing one is kinda long, and
There are.
we're on page 17 of
explanations that-
59,
Yeah, no.
and we still have to talk about budget stuff, and it's
Okay, so when
2:35.
you do it next month, let's just speed through the ones we already went through and then start there and say, okay, these are the ones we already
Start
did,
with it.
we're
Yeah,
starting here.
okay. Yep, that works for me. We could spend another hour on this, and then and you said you had to leave at 4,
Yeah.
so, okay.
Okay, additional ARPA request to forward to county board.
I do not have any right now.
Okay, I'll just clue you in, Health and Human Services this morning. We had a proposal or a bid from, Rice Lake Glass and Door for handicap doors at the senior center. And that amounted to $22,930. So there's,
Oh, it came in that high?
What was that
they
on?
requested 3, they got 1.
Yeah.
So, but we, you know, we were okay with that, but, there's still some question as far as the electrical, you know, what it would take to run the electric there to the door and a few other things. Those, I think 2 bathroom doors I don't know why they were so high, but like 5,900 for the, just to put some kind of a closures on those.
Wow, that's prices.
And then, let's see, it was 9,000 something for the outside doors, and then the inside doors were like 7,800. So it's gonna probably come back to property. Hospital.
Suggested that you set
So Jeremy talked to Gary, in maintenance, and see, you know, what his thoughts were, and then to talk to Rice Lake Glass and Door, and then come back next month with it, so.
Okay. Ashley, you sent Sheldon at the comprehensive plan, right? You said you sent it to him?
Or, I don't think it was Sheldon, it was a gal over there. She said that you had talked with her and she asked me to send our current comprehensive plan. Yeah, and I sent it to her. I haven't heard from her yet. Have you?
Okay.
No?
No, he hasn't.
You haven't
He
either?
didn't know that you had sent it, but I said, I think Ashley had sent it, so we're gonna
Yes.
put it on next month's agenda. She wasn't in here when we talked about that agenda item, so. Okay.
All right, I guess we're down to,
That's for the.
Approve invoices.
So that'll be next month.
a few questions.
Yeah, you do.
On the very first Amazon invoices, we've got Garmin Tactical, whatever, watch, GPS.
Yes, I actually just looked that one up yesterday.
Same thing.
That was part of the,
Part of the fund we were talking about.
BCRC SWAT, yes. Yes, there was like 4 of them purchased, 2 of them were out of our dollars, and then 2 of them were out of the SWAT.
So the two that are out of our dollars, what's the justification for buying a high dollar watch that doesn't do much more than a low dollar watch? Other than it's got the name Tactical and it's a Garmin, it's cool. So I feel like that was a waste of money.
Yes, I don't know.
Yeah, Jamie and I can't answer that. Do you want me to call someone from the sheriff's office?
Yep.
Yes?
I think it's ridiculous. 2,500 for a watch.
$1,300.
Cause there's 2 in each group, right?
Yes. So one was charged to the equipment, for tactical to our budget, and then 2 of them were charged to the fundraiser.
Expenses, can you come back or should I go get Miranda? Oh, do you want me to put you on speaker?
Just because it's money, it don't mean it has to spend.
Here, alright, I got the sheriff's on speakerphone, so, and you can ask him.
Yeah, Jeff, I guess I'm wondering what the justification on buying the Garmin Tactical GPS watches for $1,300 a piece. I understand a couple of them were from the fund that we just talked about, so they were donated funds, and if that's what they want, but with the, one out of our budget, or 2, I should say, at $1,300 a piece, I wonder what the justification on a $1,300 smartwatch is. 2 of them, well, yeah, 2 $1,300 smartwatches.
In what line are you saying that was part of?
2 were tactical team equipment and 2 were out of the BCRC.
Tactical equipment.
That's the ART.
But that's,
So that's ERT.
That comes out of levy dollars though, right, Jeff?
None of them come out of the ART ones.
2 come out of levy, and 2 come out of, the donated funds. So 2 of them come out of levy dollars.
Okay. So, I guess,
I mean, they're cool watches, but I guess
well, it
just,
didn't involve me in the whole bunch. It has to do with probably with the entry team. So the 2 come out of, for our department, came out of, the line item, and the 2 for Baron when it came out of the tactical one.
so they got theirs paid with the donated funds, and we get ours paid for out of levy dollars?
Yeah, yeah, that's the way
So what exactly are these watches doing that you couldn't have found a cheaper watch for? At the time, for $11.
That I can't answer. I didn't make the approval on it. Phil made that.
So then we're talking to the wrong guy right now.
Actually, can you call Phil and have him come over?
She just ran over
She
there.
left her phone on speaker in here.
Okay.
I think she went to go
We're gonna
look
change
for
your
her.
Facebook profile or something.
She doesn't have her own phone.
Be a picture of me and Tony.
It was really interesting. Yeah, another question while we're waiting on him?
No, that's what we had for you. Or Phil, I guess, so. Yeah, he's coming in.
Okay.
Phil's in here right now.
Alright, let me on speakerphone, I want to hear what he has to say.
Okay. I'll point actually Sloan towards Phil, so you can hear him.
I was already in here once, you guys.
Yeah, we're just wondering about the Garmin tactical watches, and why these $1,300 watches were necessary.
Okay, I see them. So those would have come out of our ERT equipment line item, correct?
Two of them would've came from $11 and two would've came out of your,
Funders money.
yeah, your soon to be.
BCRC, this
Yeah.
is soon to be 501c3.
Yeah, soon
So-
to be, we don't even see it.
Yep, so what these watches are is a lot of times, and we do, I think, at least 2 trainings every year, it's called a woodland search, where we are out in the woods or fields trying to find the bad guy. We aren't always in a house or a car assault. And what these watches are is they're GPSed. So we bought 4 of them. Our team has a total of 16, I think, people on it. We bought 4 of them to test them out. So what happens a lot of times in woodland searches is we can use the drone as long as there's not a lot of tree cover, a lot of foliage, because that prevents the heat signature from coming up. We can use a drone to find the bad guy. So what happens then is the drone, the infrared camera locks on the bad guy. It'll hover about 150, 200 feet above the bad guy. And the drone operator then can communicate to the team through radio and earpieces that, hey, he's moving further south, he's moving further west. I can see he has a long gun in his arms, or he's laying down. But what happens a lot of times in those woodland searches is, especially when they happen at night, is like a deer drive. You gotta have your team in certain positions. So we might have 5 or 6 guys coming from the south side, and we're gonna call what's L flank from a different side, from the 1 side or the 3 side. And you have 5 or 6 guys coming this way. We don't want this team to get here while this team's pushing here. So what they are is the team members wear these, and the team leaders and the commander can see their locations when they're in the woods, 500 yards away from them. So we bought 4 of them. We didn't want to buy them for the whole team, because we didn't know how well they would work.
There's not other smartwatches that give GPS coordinates that are cheaper.
I don't know.
I mean, I think before I went and tested 4 of them, I probably would look for cheaper options.
The team got together after the Tactical Training Officers Conference and decided they wanted to try 4 of them. And I was not on board with trying 16 of them. So they bought 4, and that's what they're for. They're for mainly used for woodland searches.
The team made the decision and not anyone in management?
No, I approved it.
Sounds like a risky approval to just give the team that kind of say-so for $2,600. I'm with Phil on this one.
Did they ask why some of it came out of levy, like some of it came out of levy and some of it came out of the fundraiser?
We just split it 50-50. Some fundraiser money, and then money out of our line item for equipment for your team.
So, but there's 4 total, so did
4
Barron
total.
County put any money in towards it?
Well, that is, the fundraiser money is Barron County money as well as ours.
Right. Right, but they didn't purchase any out of their budget.
I don't know if they did.
Oh, okay.
Phil, if Barron County wants something for the for the team, do they just forward that purchase to you and then you buy it?
So usually the way it works is, Shane Gillick is the commander for Barron County. Usually when there's some scuttlebutt talk about wanting some new equipment, Shane will send me an email, and be like, hey, we've had some talks about this, what do you think about it? And then I'll get with our guys, like, hey, what do you guys think? But ultimately, before we buy anything out of the fundraiser money, the whole team has to vote on it, and then it has to be approved by a supervisor. So we don't buy equipment out of the fundraiser money unless the whole team's on board with it.
Okay.
Because there have been several items where 7, 8, 9 guys are like, hey, this would be really useful to have, I think we could really use this, where the rest of the team's like, no, I don't know why we would ever use that. Specifically, one was for our pole camera, there's an attachment on it that's skinnier than a cell phone, that is used to slide under doors. But a lot of the team didn't think we would use that, because we can just reach the door and use the pole camera. Cause that attachment was like $12,000. So we did not end up buying that. Another conversation we've had is a bigger robot that can open doors, it can deploy gas, but it's $56,000. So we've talked about that for a couple of years and we decided not to purchase that yet.
I just think that you bought overpriced watches and that was a waste of money.
So I don't know, have you looked them up online?
Yeah.
I don't know all of the functions that those watches do,
I think.
but they're made for tactical response teams.
As the functions I've seen, there's other smartwatches that do the same thing. There's apps that you can get to do the same thing.
I don't know that.
Well, if you're gonna
honestly
approve
don't
something,
know
you
what
should.
the watch does and you approve the
Right,
purchase.
if you're gonna-
I've never used it.
But you approved
I
it,
got
so
a
why
bigger
did you
problem
approve it if
now.
you didn't know what it does or anything about it?
It's like you guys approved me to buy squad cars, do you know everything that car can
Some
do?
people here have approved you to buy a sports car. Just don't bring up that right now, okay? He's doing that to get a reaction.
He's telling you off your game, Phil, don't let him do it.
No, I see what he's doing.
And what do you want me to do, take it back?
No, but I
You
kinda
bought
would've
Spotify
thought they
now?
should've went through property too, shouldn't they?
You're
2,600?
supposed to.
Not really, I don't think so.
Wow.
Never have.
Yeah.
You never have.
Purchase over
Not
1,500, I thought,
for
though.
that- Not for that fund.
No, but some of them came out of our budget, the two that came out of our budget should've went through property, no?
Well,
I don't know how you wanna do it,
Two
that's, you said
separate
this
amounts.
is a unique situation.
They got a, well, levy, but it was out of their budget too, so. Any other questions for Phil, as long as he's here?
Do you know anything more about it, Jeff?
I can't hear what you guys are saying.
Phil said that you're supposed to know about this, and that you should answer it now. He's
That-
out, he left.
That's not accurate, Jeff, he's still sour about squad cars.
Thanks for, I don't know.
See, even Jeff knows better than that. Okay, he's just asking if you have anything to add.
I do not, other than if it's an issue with the budget thing, we'll pull the money out of VRT and put it back into the county levy money. So.
There's your chance, Phil.
Yeah,
Is that what you wanted?
I would say. Cause if that's what your donors want, I'm fine with that. But if I was gonna buy a smartwatch to do a bunch of different stuff, I would've wanted a cheaper one, at least when it's just taxpayer dollars. For myself, yeah, I'd probably get something like that, they're pretty fancy, but if I'm gonna use taxpayer dollars, I'd probably spend a little more responsibly.
Yeah, that's what we'll do then. Any other questions?
Nope.
Alrighty,
Thank you.
you bet.
Bye.
That it?
I think that's it, Phil.
Release
Thank
my
you.
subpoena?
Yep. We're on the first page of the budget.
That's fine.
So we need that in a motion, right? So is there somebody, so Phil, you're making that motion?
Based on the recommendation like a motion to say based on the recommendation from sheriff.
I don't think that he was really recommending it. He asked you if you, I think the recommendation was coming from you.
He gave you an option.
I would just not buy that.
I wouldn't either.
I would have had them come for approval. I mean, the other option we could send back.
Well, it didn't go through the proper approval process, best I can tell.
The other thing we
Two
could do-
watches for 2,600 out of our budget.
We could send them back to them and tell them they're gonna have to pay for them or get approval. Through the proper channels or something. The watches are purchased or paid for and they're, it's a matter of paperwork at this point. But then the problem becomes if you don't hold people responsible, they continue the same behaviors.
I mean, let's spin, okay? We just approved how much for tasers. We just approved how much to upgrade the radio system. I think something somewhere's gotta stop here when it comes. And if we're gonna go on the line at 2,600 versus 2 million, I'm with Phil. Too bad. But, so any motion, he pretty much, I mean, he wants to word the motion, I'll second.
Okay, here's what I got. Motion by Phil Undershoot, seconded by Jim Meyer, to move the amount charged to county levy dollars for 8/9/23 Amazon invoice, put the invoice number in there, Garmin attachable watches, to the BCRC fundraiser expense.
Read the first part again.
Motion by Phil Undershoot, seconded by Jim Meyer, to move the amount charged to county levy dollars.
Per sheriff approval.
Okay.
I'd like to say per sheriff approval.
For recommendation.
Or per sheriff, well, I'm not gonna pigeonhole that much, but he approved moving it.
Yeah.
Okay, can I just put according to sheriff's approval?
However you wanna word it, that makes sense.
Okay, everybody understand the motion?
Read one more
I
time.
don't know. Any other discussion? Not all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, say no. Motion carries. Okay. There was one to Brian Murphy Law Office, where is that? I know it's forgotten in light of something we're obligated to pay, so, but where is Brian Murphy Law Office?
Oh, it's GAL fees.
Yeah, he's just looking for where it is. Lacrosse.
Cross?
Okay, here.
This Bob Barker one throws me off every time. I look at this one every time and I'm like, are
Stay
you
neuter your
kidding me?
animals.
I'm like, yeah, remember to
Get
spay
under,
or neuter your pet.
On that same page, Carcraft Auto Body, remove snowplow on 3/4 ton Chevy, $300. Really?
Take it off.
Yeah.
Jamie, was that
I mean, that's the one that we,
the maintenance one that we salvaged?
Pickup.
Yeah, I think Gary had them take it off rather than me.
Right for $300.
Well, then right
Well, I don't
behind it
know.
is a cutting edge kit for a 23 Sierra 3500, so now I'm more confused. So the cutting edge kit would have went on the snowplow. So did they take, I mean, he's got a brand new snowplow on the 23.
Correct.
So if we salvage the snowplow off a 3/4 ton Chevy,
Came off the Chevy, is that the
that's
same?
in a 3/4 ton Chevy he has, isn't it?
no, there was a 2011 Chevy that was totaled from, an intern backed into a flagpole pole at the fairgrounds. We totaled that truck.
Okay.
So there was, we took the equipment off of it before the salvage buyer came and picked it up,
Oh,
or Carcraft.
so he must just took it off and he had to put a new edge on the other one. Scratch it. Yeah, okay. I don't know, other than that.
Well, okay, going back to that though, I thought that snowplow that they took off was just sitting there still, Jamie, isn't it? Waiting for a new truck to get, we're waiting to get on a new truck. So I honestly can't say, Jim, that I know what the cutting edge kit for the 23 GMC is.
Oh, that's that new truck. So he
Right,
must have-
But that
like
brand
Jim
new-
said, that's a brand new plow on that.
I'm kinda surprised that we went through a cutting edge in one
In
winter.
one winter, yeah, so am I.
I mean, I guess it's possible that they would have, oh crap, ton of snow with it, but that seems extreme right there. I wonder if that isn't a mess up, maybe he put the cutting edge on the plow, he took off the other one.
Well, I mean, it's coded to the 23
Yeah,
Sierra.
here's the invoice,
Right.
invoice is up here. Put it up on the screen. This is Gary's handwriting, but.
A 1-ton GMC. Cutting edge says for 1-ton GMC.
Cutting edge would be $600.
Here it says 3/4 ton. No,
No,
the
that's,
three-quarter ton was the plow room.
no, it says 1 ton, way over to the right. That's right, I was reading wrong. I don't know. We can hardly read that first number.
The MVP Ultra Memo 556.
I don't know. That seems kinda odd, you go through one winter, but.
So we didn't even get to what, February?
the plow, yeah, we had already had a couple snows before we got that.
Yeah, we definitely didn't get it till 2020.
I wouldn't mind having a little more clarification on that one.
Do you wanna give him a call or do you want me to go see if he's in his office?
However you wanna do it.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated.
Check on that, or have them maybe give us an update for next meeting or something, or to let us know what it is, or what it.
I can send him an email if he's off site, maybe he can stop in.
Sure, that's fine.
Okay.
We've got invoice to Rent a Flash for a lot of markers and coming out of the disaster forestry. Goals, it's a bit of money there.
That's all that new ATV signs have got.
Oh, the ARPA dollars that were allocated for those signs for the ATV trails.
It says disaster, no?
Yeah, that's where the ARPA funds are getting coded to.
Then another one that caught my eye, we had an invoice to Angela Smith. She's got cleaning hours at the highway department,
This guy can
at
take.
$40 an hour.
Yes.
That's it. What's she cleaning, the underbodies of trucks or what?
No, she's cleaning the office and the shop break room and parts room.
$40 an hour?
It was the only quote that, highway got, and they presented it to the highway committee and they approved it.
What's that?
And-
I did not know.
I mean,
I think he's done with it.
yeah, it was the only quote highway got. Good clean.
I wouldn't clean for that.
Well, you wanna bid 39 next time, you're gonna get it.
Can't wait to see.
Okay. I know we spend a bunch to Taylor County, it was about $80,000 there. How did they get involved? They were new pavement marking, tracing, marking?
They mark the roads for us. Through the lines.
Yeah.
Yep. I don't know how many years we have, lines retraced on county roads. And then, the new,
I know they're expensive to that.
yes, and, yeah,
So for 80,000, how many miles do we do?
that's a good question. I wouldn't know the answer to that.
Were they on their invoice?
No,
We
it's
can't mark
not
our
on
own
the
lines.
invoice. What?
We can't mark our own lines.
No, we don't have the equipment to do that. And,
I
it's
suppose
been-
there's like a spacing and make sure it's.
yeah, it's like, it's a truck, a whole thing, and, you know, it takes a whole crew, you know, not just one person. So we don't have the equipment nor the, crew to do that, so we get Taylor County.
We got a whole nother person the other day.
Yeah, I think it's more like a crew of like 5. And especially if you're, well, you know, if you have flaggers, you got people, like, I don't know, they put up cones and stuff, but.
Your invoice does have like the labor hours on here.
It has hours, but it does not tell you,
The amount
miles.
of- Yeah.
The operations manager used to, or the operations
Hold on.
manager should have, like,
Back there.
Wait a minute.
plat book maps of what they want to be done.
The other way.
This way?
No, let's go the other way. Okay, there we are.
Okay.
There at the bottom. County trunk hauling.
Oh, yep, so they must have hauled material, blacktop for us when we were doing, paving on County D. And then they marked County D. Both of those costs would have gone to the construction of County D, and then, county maintenance would be more retracing county roads.
That's 68,000.
County, a lot of money here, when, maybe this spring or last fall?
We have them do so many miles every year. We budget for it. We budget for, marking.
Marking, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 so.
Okay. And we got another invoice to Samuel's Group for 25,000, that's, part of our, study or
And that's in the reimbursement resolution
reimbursement?
that we talked about in terms of bonding this morning. So it's hitting capital
Oh.
projects now, but
Oh, okay, I understand where you're coming from now.
Should.
So how are we paying them? Did we have an upfront lump sum?
yes.
Okay.
Those are coming out of
Those aren't
contingency
our
for now,
petrol
right?
fees, those are just for the study. Correct.
Well, it's not a study, it's for the design phase.
Okay.
So at the end of this, we should have blueprints.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Oh, did you get those?
It was in the, it was
No,
in
I
the
just came back for
RFP, so we'll get
clarification.
them.
I'm just back for clarification on the purchasing policy. Is it $1,500 per item we need approval on?
That was my understanding.
That's what I'm understanding, and these were $1,200 a piece. So why would we need permission to buy them if it's in our budget?
I understood it was per purchase,
Per item.
and there was 2 of them purchased at the same time, correct?
Yep.
I understood it was per purchase, and maybe I have it wrong.
I'm just curious what the policy says.
It says equipment over 15 no matter the funding source, must have property committee approval.
But that's not per item.
It says equipment,
It's kind of vague.
it's very
Next time
vague.
order them separate.
Okay, so it doesn't say per item, it just says equipment.
Yep.
This is equipment.
So
So there could be an argument there that it was.
I just wanna ask now, cause sometimes we order tires, well, we always order tires for squad cars, and sometimes we order 8 of them at a time. Per tire is only $300, but if I buy 8 of them, it's gonna be over $1,500, and I've never gotten approval to buy tires.
It was my understanding that it was like a, you know, per item, like I would think that, you know, you'd look at the 4 tires as a whole, cause that'd be going on one car if you're buying, but.
So same thing with ammo, when I make ammo purchases, that's in our budget, it's anywhere from $4,000 to $8,000, but I buy them per box.
And that's more supplies, I think, ammo would be considered more supplies, not equipment, because the equipment would be the guns. But it is vague.
I just figured since we were talking about maybe changing policy, we.
You want some better.
If we postpone that till next month. we
Yeah,
can
so
do
you
that.
can hold some
So-
numbers till next.
So why don't we do the policy, maybe we should specify per item rather than, for purchase, or for equipment. But then again, does that open up another can of worms?
Yeah.
Right, cause.
Then somebody's like, right, I get your case, I'm just thinking about other people right now.
Because like Jeremy Jacobs, for example, and that trailer and stuff that he bought, like any of those individual items maybe weren't over 1,500, but he bought it as a
That's
kit.
pretty much the package.
But yeah, they could have easily just, it wouldn't have cost them any more money if they would have done 4 separate Amazon invoices for that, those watches. I wouldn't have flagged that, and Brittany, there's a reason Brittany didn't either, because, you know, if she would have asked me, I would have said, well, no, none of those are over 1,500, so I wouldn't have said that does need to go through property, because my understanding would be that, you know, they're individual. But yeah, I mean,
So Jamie's guidance is no, you want property approval for the watches.
So, I mean, I'm just gonna tell you, I'm opposed to what Jeff suggested, that we move fundraiser money into our budget for that, because each of those items was $1,500 or $1,200, which we don't need permission for, and it's in our budget. But Jeff threw that out there, and you guys
Your point,
said,
You didn't get permission from Barron County to do that,
do what?
move money from.
Correct.
From the fund.
Yeah, and we,
Going against
and
your
we
own
always discuss spending of those funds with Barron before we do anything. And that didn't just happen. But, I mean, we're talking a couple $1,000, I get it, but I didn't think I needed permission because they were $1,200 a piece and it was in our budget. I get that you say they're too expensive, I get it, but.
So even if it was, not a property issue, when we go through these invoices, we question stuff like that.
Right.
See it. We sent stuff back that, department before, so if you're gonna, if you're gonna order these stuff, you're gonna pay for it, cause we think you're wasting money here.
But if we're all in agreement that it's $1,500 per item, and it was in our budget, why would we have to transfer fundraiser money into?
But then, you know, when people go over budget, they have all these excuses why they're over budget, but then they go and, well, we don't have any fat to trim. We're thin as beans can be, and then you see expenses like this, and you're like, oh, that seems like a little excessive.
What if we're gonna be under budget?
And your whole department as a whole, sheriff's department will be under budget.
I'm not saying we will, I said, what if we are?
I will drop this conversation right, I would drop this.
It'd be really nice to know me.
I will drop this conversation right now. Is your whole is sheriff's department, everything inclusive of sheriff's department budget gonna be under budget?
Downstairs, I think we're gonna be, but I don't think we're gonna be upstairs.
They never wanna come in under budget because then they can't ask for more for next year.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't think we did we?
You always ask for more.
Yeah, you did.
Always.
Okay, well, I'm gonna talk to Jeff about this because, I mean, you're right. We do always discuss fundraiser money with Barron County prior to spending any of it.
You're going against your own agreement.
Yeah, and that didn't happen today.
Well,
but-
just so you know, you weren't in here, Bill made a motion and I seconded it to per sheriff's approval to pull the funds out of,
That's actually true.
so it's in the minutes right now, so
Okay.
if you wanna revisit it next month, you're gonna have to bring it back to us to redo it, something.
No, I'll just let the sheriff take the heat on that one from Barron County. So,
But I'll be
okay.
honest, man, my main reason behind my decision was cause I felt the two items together, or the total purchase was over the property purchase requirements, or approval requirements. And maybe you know, but
That
if
was
it's
the
together
intent.
and it's a total amount, it's like, okay, if we go down this road and everybody separates everything out, so it's kinda like, alright, well, we're gonna build a new jail, okay?
Are we?
Well, we're gonna, no, I'm being hypothetical here, so we're gonna build a new jail, but everything we buy is gonna have an invoice that comes with it at $14.99. We don't need any approval for nothing.
That's how you do it though.
That's wrong too, though.
So we've always operated per item. Should we continue to operate that way in our department?
Well,
I'm gonna let you figure out the rest.
you wanna buy some new chairs, what do you wanna do, pay $25 a chair for, for a piece, or you wanna allocate,
Right, 'cause you can,
$1,500 for 100 of them?
you can do a remodel one piece at a time.
Right, I'm just saying.
I don't know.
I'll let you guys chew on it. You can
I
get back
hear
to me
what
later.
you're
Phil,
saying
see in
about
5 minutes. Hey Phil, by the
every-
way, if you guys had that like
You know-
BCRC thing in like a separate 501c3.
The what?
If you had that BCRC thing in like a separate 501c3,
Yeah, but he's
you
still
wouldn't
got
be
the-
able to make that motion, like to just.
Yeah, but he still needs Barron to, if it's a fundraiser for them, he's still gonna have to.
I think he's.
We're doing it too.
I'll help you.
If we look back here a month or two, how much did the judge spend on drug court? How many $1,000s did she spend without anybody's?
Hey, if you could, there's probably some furniture upstairs that maybe you can rent or something.
All
Gary
If you
Peterson
bring,
can
the
do all
state
that
owns
stuff.
it.
Furniture.
There's a whole bunch of furniture upstairs that the state paid for last year, maybe you can rent if you ever need some new
I
stuff
don't
down
need
here.
furniture. My chairs, my desk chair's been broke for 4 years.
This was really nice stuff, I mean, coffee maker, lamps, I mean, it was all on there.
Alright.
See you in 5 minutes, Phil.
What's in 5 minutes? I'm not coming back in here.
You will, you'll be back.
All right, my questions are answered. Anybody else have questions?
There are paper ones in that folder too, don't forget about those.
What was this? What was that?
Do you have to leave it for?
Yeah.
Should we skip right to the budget?
Don't have a hot.
We gotta finish approving invoices, but
I don't think I'd have time for that budget stuff.
Oh,
I don't know what
You
else
go
we're gonna do
golfing,
it,
Phil?
Phil. We gotta get
I
it.
got
Look more,
a lot. I mean, we can go through much.
This guy, what's this, what are these deductions down here for the Department of Transportation, the county D, roadway structures, roadway item
Bridges.
structures, all bridge stuff? Those reimbursements or what?
So we had a few bridges that, we we were not paying on at the direction of the prior commissioner because they were, not, they're trying to charge us 100% of the costs above the, contract amount, even though that was not written in the contract. And so we worked, Emily and I worked on, getting those cleaned up. So yes, we had some credits come back so that it would, refund us for those overages.
Got it, Randy. Ready to roll?
Okay,
Anybody else?
gotcha. Is this the one we're supposed to sign or
No, they have that one over there. That was, Alan asked for like a paper copy, so I had one ready for him, but.
Anybody have any more questions on the invoices? If not, we can have a motion to approve the invoices. Okay.
So move.
Motion by Jim, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Phil. Any more discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Motion carries, approved. Any other county travel? Yeah, I guess we do have some, yeah.
Those ones there are just because, multiple people went to the same trainings from departments. If you have questions, they're willing to come in. Nick had said that, the two from his department are, because there's like, you know, they both need the training and, there's breakout sessions, so they're not, you know, attending the same thing the entire time. And then, yeah, if you're attending his too.
Well, we've got one for Yvonne Johnson, zoning, and Colleen, so they've already been signed by now. Finance supposed to sign these?
Yes, because there's more than one person going to the same training. So that's one of the proposed changes that I have that we hadn't gotten to yet.
And then the other one is,
Health and Human Services.
Justice Youth. And
Oh.
Drug court, where are they going?
To some training for,
They're there right now, Jacobs and Juice Peel. It's training for drug court coordinator.
core reporting, right? The
Yeah, well,
reporting,
yeah, it's core reporting and best practices for drug courts.
Okay, does somebody wanna make a motion to approve the out-of-county travel for
I'll
the?
make the motion.
A motion by Phil, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Tony. Any other discussion? Not all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. That motion carries.
We may have to advertise for working cats. Yeah,
No, what was that?
you had to advertise recently for working cats.
Wait a second.
Cause they're trying to find homes for cat, like.
Travel need cats, so that's why it's under travel expenses.
Yeah, working cats.
You know, or the one come down at all, or?
I don't know, do you want me to call her? Otherwise,
The only thing I know, I talked to her earlier about the land sale.
yep, I just sent her an email on that to
Okay.
let her know,
So,
so. Phil has to leave at 4, and we haven't really touched the budget
then
yet, and
we
I
should
was.
be out of here by 4:30?
Yeah, well, I was really hoping that you guys would approve the budget today because we're running out of time, but there's to be able to get that notice in the paper.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should. So let's touch on that then.
What do you wanna start?
Well, you send out an update on some of the changes.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't get a chance to look over the updated ones, but it's just pretty much what we talked about where the, it's when the 12-month projections were updated, is that pretty much it? And the only one was pretty much that one whole budget, and then there was just the one line here and the other line there.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to look through the rest of the budget pages, with everything else going on.
Yeah, I didn't double check what you sent in the email to see
Yeah,
if it was.
I mean, we looked through them
assumed-
initially, but.
I assumed it was the changes that we
Yeah, yeah, yep.
talked about, so.
Are there specific, like,
And
departments or?
so I got a couple here, the county board printing publishing, I can't remember, what is that?
So,
That's not,
that's on, I mean, I would imagine that's more my office to secure that, correct?
So is that for publishing the notices? Is that what you're talking about?
Are we publishing our, yeah, probably.
some, like those, and then the county board subscriptions, is that for like the Wisconsin Counties Association?
Memberships, yes, I can pull up the company.
Do we have to have memberships that we belong to? There's,
WCA.
Nortrack, well, WCA would be,
I
must
think-
be different, cause that's like,
Nortrack, yeah, that's
I
like.
think Northwest
That's,
Regional
bit.
Planning Commission is part of that, right?
Well, what was your total? Planning commission is more than that, that's like 13.
That's more.
Wisconsin Counties Association.
Yep.
Yeah, it's really just Wisconsin Counties Association.
is that, but we still gotta pay for the conference separate anyways.
Mm-hmm. But we
Yeah.
get other things,
Do
you
we
know.
have to get that?
we-
Is there, I
there's
mean, other
like-
than getting the magazines, which are nice, I read them, especially the one that had all the airports in there, but.
Well, here's the statement of benefits right here.
Yeah.
Real well,
Legislative
thanks for
advocacy.
coming.
I can call there and get Sarah, I mean, I can ask her questions. I mean, I think Ashley probably uses them.
They're a great resource.
They
We don't
really
want to
are.
stop. And they provide, like, for instance, Act 4 is very complicated, and they are providing a ton of invaluable guidance on that.
I felt so much better.
Yeah, same.
After.
Same. They created the forms, so like Rich doesn't have to do that.
Should do that.
Well, he looks them over.
Should be able to do 'em.
It's not that easy.
Well, these
They advocate for changes that will benefit counties.
Yes, they lobbied for the shared revenue bill hard. So we definitely want to be a part of that.
Register of deeds, they've been.
So the county board mileage, you do not recommend it? We make, county board members go down to the 25 cents a mile?
I think if we do, it should just be for out of county travel. Because it's not really fair to do it for in-county travel when,
Right, cause I live only 3 miles away, but somebody might be driving
Right.
from Weyerhaeuser.
Yeah.
I get that part, but yeah, for the out of county travel, I don't know, I would knock that down to 3,500 and say, you're only getting 25 cents.
that's something that would have to go to, I mean, yeah.
What's it at now?
I mean,
That's the, what's the federal rate, 60
65 and a half.
65 and a half.
Or county board to
Mileage.
travel out of,
for mileage?
For just, yeah, so if it's out of county board related travel, they'd only get 25 cents per mile. But you have to also consider too, that the county board members aren't really getting paid for travel time. So, if they have to come here to get a car, to go
You
to.
wouldn't even let me take the county car home and load up, you said, no, you drive your time.
Well, you
free."
asked what we typically allow, and I
You
told
said,
you.
you start from the courthouse, I said, okay.
But, I mean, it's. And we also
said
don't
you're gonna
want all
follow
of our county
procedure
car,
just the way-
all of our county cars tied up and not have employees be able to use them to go do home visits or something like that too.
well, we know it's billing a department, that's a whole other can of worms. I don't know if we wanna open that with Phil and leave it for now. Cause I mean, in all reality, when it comes to these county cars, we charge an department 60-some cents a mile, whatever it is, right?
65.5 cents.
65.5 cents. Why wouldn't we pay somebody instead of 25 cents to drive their own vehicle, or whatever the hell it is? Why don't we just pay them 2/3? We're saving money for what we're billing the department. And if they choose they wanna take their own vehicle, you pay them 45? They're probably gonna take their own vehicle.
Well, but then you just got a bunch of vehicles sitting here.
Right, and then we have the costs.
So then what's the point of all our vehicles?
It used to be 36 cents per mile that the employees got reimbursed, they got.
I was
dropped
thinking we
down
could
to
get rid of the fleet vehicles, a bunch of them. Yeah, but then you're still gonna have, you
I'm
almost
fine with
have
that
to
too.
have them, because what if Health and Human Services needs to pick up somebody and they don't want them in their own vehicle?
Well, I mean, Health and Human Service all the time, they probably use it more than anybody would be my guess. And how are you gonna get away from that? You know?
But then if we got them on the fleet, we almost have to use them.
But how many do we need if that was the only reason, you know?
Well, how many does Health and Human Services need? How many do we have? I don't have this in front of me.
Well, I sent you the report.
Yeah, I know, it's in another part of my email that I gotta close something out to get to.
I'll pull it up.
So like,
Okay, so. 1, 2, 3, households. 7. Looks like about 7. And one of them's at the airport, so 6.
Why do we have one at the airport?
Courtesy class, airport courtesy.
So we can lower our premium.
If a pilot flies in and he wants to.
Bill will pick them up.
Bill will pick them up. But
We can get rid of one car, that car out at the airport, when somebody comes in, we'll put your number on the door and you'll courtesy then go around.
Call Phil.
But we're only giving you 25 cents per mile.
I mean, I don't, if a pilot flew in, you know how many times I've flown in an airport because the pilot drives their car up and they're like, hey, you need a ride somewhere?
I have no clue.
Yeah, it's pretty,
Enlighten me.
it's pretty common. If a pilot flew in and needed a ride, I would have no problem.
Think of it as,
You know
how
I've
often
seen
does that get
pilots when I've
used?
been out at our airport, not very often.
Very up, but when you look at the operations for the year, how many fly in and fly out, there's quite a few more than you would think, for as slow as it seems.
But are we honest, okay, I get the process behind it, if it's getting used, fine, it's just sitting there and rusting. I mean, my guess is it's sitting there and rusting, because the last time I was out there and saw the car there like a couple of years ago, before your event, I go out there and one fender is faded, the hood's a different color, I'm surprised the air was in the tires yet, it looked like it hadn't been moved, and
But
I mean,
if you're a
actually,
pilot,
most people would have probably walked up to it and just kept on walking and headed towards Tony with their thumb out on E.
but if you're a pilot and you just flew all day, and you saw a rusted up old beat up car there, you'd be like.
This looks
better than
safer?
nothing. All
This looks safer than what I just got out of, is that what you're saying?
wow, you're on the ground, I wanna fly it.
Over the years,
Some
I
airports
did
have
the,
really nice cars,
nursing
I'm
home out
surprised.
here, Grand Theater, he used it often.
Did
When he would fly in, come out here to the nursing home, do what he needed to do, drive that old car back, and he was very grateful to have that. He didn't care what shape it was in. It got him into town, done his business, and got him back to the airport.
it was old, had a lot of mud, but it wasn't a wreck. It wasn't a wreck.
But it became that way, and that's why we've started kind of rotating that, trying to
But
rotate
now
that
when you
vehicle
guys
out.
go out, you just like go on out generally, right?
Yeah, Gary kinda wants to get away from doing that and just start the one that's out there.
Or just
I think I probably still use it, cause he
Yeah, he does. He's been out there
owns,
before.
the nursing home here, you know.
But as long as someone's using it, I just don't wanna see it sitting there. I mean, I can go out and take it for a drive on a Sunday or something if we need to, I mean, it's kinda county courtesy car, I guess.
Yeah.
I can pretend I flew in.
And it's for as long as it's been out there, nobody's ever bothered it or, you know, vandalized it or anything.
Yeah,
Been very helpful.
so I'm taking it out for a test drive.
See, now, if I was a department head,
Yeah.
I'd be going and getting that car all the time and sending my employees around with it because I wouldn't get charged anything for using it. They gotta start to learn that they know the system.
They're used to each other.
There's no charge on their vehicle, it's any department.
We get charged the fleet airport, right?
Oh, does it get charged to airport?
So, they're.
Oh, no, I feel better now. I'm just messing with you, Phil, I'm sorry.
So we have like 6 vehicles in the fleet, like, personally, I would rather take my own vehicle if I'm gonna get paid the IRS rate, but if I'm only getting 25 cents per mile, I've been going hard before.
And that kind of, that's the whole reason for having it, right, so low, so that people are actually utilizing.
Right, but I did when we went to the Dells, cause I took my kids with me, but,
Ashley just pointed out we can negotiate county board per diems at the November odd year meeting, so we could go down to like $25 a meeting too, 6-hour meetings.
yeah, Chippewa County only pays what, 30?
Yeah, that's right.
But I don't think that's gonna like make a huge difference in our overall budget.
You could just pay us on odd months.
I'm pretty sure last month that I think I missed about 2 or 3 anyhow, because I can't remember what I went to, that was way, then we were gonna look for members.
So, do we want to make adjustments to,
Well, where's our big increases, I guess?
on like, well, which budget, or just in
Well,
general?
it looks like sheriff went up,
So if you wanna just look in general, this is kind of our worksheet here. This shows the decrease over prior year. Mine went up because of that restitution payment, but that'll be, 2024 is the last year of the restitution payments. Maintenance went up quite a bit, 28,000, because I also increased the revenue coming into theirs. So, you know, the expenses went up by probably 60,000, over the prior year. Register of deeds, but that's primarily based off of, revenues. So we could mess with that one and just, you know, we wouldn't mess with the expenses, but we could increase the revenues. It's just so hard to predict what they're gonna have. They actually had one sale that was like a $9 million sale, so we got a huge transfer fee this year, huge. We thought it was some sort of mistake, but, yeah, I don't know, did we ever figure out what property?
Yeah, was that a land sale? Was there a house on it?
There had to have been improvements, it was.
Yeah.
I had a theory, but I don't know if it's true.
One of our top 10 taxpayers. But we're not sure. IT is up, because of that.
Add a few little details to whatever we want, just spread our big rumor.
IT is up because of that additional FTE and, kind of budgeting for future projects. Sheriff is up because of, the union contract, wage increases primarily, and, I think we bumped up their county the vehicle line as well. Jail's up a little bit, but not, you know, significant. Animal shelter, we increased that one because of the transfer to maintenance based on the PARs, but, so maintenance revenue went up because of that, so it's kind of between those two budgets.
Now, animal shelter, do you have anything built in there? Okay, if it is to get approved for another, that's not built in there, where will that come from?
That's a great question.
Well, they have some cash on hand. Well, you know.
Animal shelter's asking
No.
for another full-time employee, it came to personnel this month, yeah.
Well, yeah.
And we turned it down due to the fact that well, we didn't turn it down.
Postponed it till
But
next
we
month.
postponed it because the job description, I felt needed some work. She was gonna go back and look at that, but,
She has nobody to replace her when she's done.
Right.
yeah, you were there, that's right, you heard it. Yeah, but she's looking for another full-time, well, yeah, a full-time.
A full-time and then replace the part
Well, was that in stone?
That is what she wants.
Okay. So, okay, so one part-time would be replaced by a full-time.
No, it'd be adding a full
Adding a
FTE.
full-time person.
So it'd be
To the current already part-times. Yeah,
Yes.
that's the way I understood it, yeah, okay.
She's not sure if she wants to fill the full-time, or the part-time. She's not sure. She just needs a full-time, for sure. That's what, I don't.
This morning it sounded like she wanted
Yeah, it's not in the budget because nothing's been approved. We don't have a wage rate or really anything, so.
Well, either needs to be built in somehow, or we're gonna have to figure, or it's gonna have to not happen, because, I mean, I guess it took an awful long time to come to personnel, and I don't know why. I mean, I heard about it long time ago. So I guess it's not our fault that it didn't happen sooner, personnel's fault. I mean, it's just, I couldn't approve the funds. But if it gets approved later on, then,
If it gets approved after budget, it'd have to come on a contingency or something.
well, that's what I'm asking, if there's.
But if it's approved before we make the budget, then we can budget for it. Right? Oh, yeah, really good.
Yeah,
That's
we don't,
not
I
gonna
don't,
happen.
Do you really wanna start budgeting for things that haven't been approved yet?
That's what I'm saying, if we,
It's a really awkward time, and I
Right.
still remember getting on my soapbox and said, this crap needs to come to us a lot earlier than it is.
and we told
We
other
talked,
departments
we met
that-
with her before her budget was due, so, like you said, this isn't really anyone's fault, it just happened slower than anticipated.
Yeah.
She needs the help, but.
Well, and that's what happens, it doesn't always go through just as smooth as everybody expects it to with one meeting, and that's the federal government, sometimes it takes 2-3 times before it gets done, the way it has to be done.
So you have nothing in her budget for any additional help then, right?
Correct.
But we, if
Starting route to
it did
Central
occur,
Bridge.
you know, we've got a contingency fund that we could use.
Is Siri British?
I was double checking to see how much time
I know we've.
That would be the only option, once you
See
approve
if
it.
there's more time or not.
Yeah, cause there hasn't, but there's no job description, there's no GDQ, there's no, I mean, we have no,
Yeah, it's gonna take a little bit yet for, even if it gets done, to
Yeah.
get through all the process that it has to go
What's
through.
this may cost him full-time out there?
well, yeah, it depends on the hourly wage.
You know, I mean, there's gotta be,
I mean, I can give you a number if you tell me what you want me to throw in there for an hourly wage.
I
I
don't,
don't remember what it was proposed at.
I still don't think we should budget for something until it's approved.
I agree, I was just asking questions, I don't, it's probably, yeah.
So yeah, the animal shelter levy ask increased by about $10,000, highway over, and this is over prior year, it was about 41,000.
Let's stop at highway a minute. Sky, is there any listing of, construction projects as to what projects might be coming up in the coming year? On road projects, and, you know, we've always had that, this year, I know, we don't know, we have no idea what might be, you know, where the money might be spent.
On that, on the construction budget page, we've got the design for County M and pulverize and pave county, almost 5 miles of County P. So that's what's for 2024, what we plan in 2024, yeah. Well, the design for County M is 100,000, that's our 20%. And, County P, because it's almost 5 miles, is, you know, quite pricey. You're looking at, 1.8 million, but we also have, some chip dollars we can get, which is only 150,000. But
And you can, planning to apply that chip to that project?
for P, yeah, we've already been approved, I think, for that, so.
I think County M was gonna be done this year, or was it in 2024?
No,
2025, isn't it?
design is starting in 2024, construction is, looking at 2026. It's a long process, there's a lot of red tape.
That county highway M, that, how many miles is that?
Right.
7
miles?
They're doing 5 of it, right?
7.
Seven or 7.5, I can't, 7.
I think
At least
it's
seven.
slightly over 7,
Hawkins North to the county line.
yeah.
Okay, Gary's here, I know we had a question about the trucks and the, changing the blades on, three quarter ton Chevy for $300.
No, oh, well, yeah, okay.
And then adding them to a GMC, was it, I think?
Yeah, it was confusing, we just wanted to I want some clarification, is that $300, what was it, or was it $600?
There was the $300 was for taking the plow off.
Yeah.
And the $600 was for, I think, I don't know that they're related.
The $300 was really for the truck that you guys approved to scrap. And then $600 was for the new cutting edges on my truck, cause they're wore completely out.
Those are worn out already? That was the part that was baffling me, I thought, well, maybe it was for
If you don't
the
use,
plow you took off or something, you were putting new cutting edges on.
if you don't use them, they'll never wear out.
No, but I mean, I'm not saying you didn't use it, I was just surprised they went that fast.
Yeah, they're shot.
Okay,
It's touched every.
I thought maybe it got put-
It's touched every part of ground, every part of ground on every county building.
wow,
City county building.
yeah, okay, well, that was my question.
A blade is $600.
It's a V plow.
There wasn't any snow last year.
Is that it?
That's it, Gary.
I thought maybe it went on a different plow or something.
Thanks, Gary. Okay. All right.
Yeah, and then the difference with Highway 2 is that, for 2023, we had used some fund balance, so that showed, basically a levy ask in lieu of borrowing. And so it assumes borrowing for the road projects, but there's $750,000 of levy for equipment. So that's to know.
So, borrowing is how much? 1.5?
Hold on. Here. And here.
It was 3, wasn't it?
That they would, so it's 3, but spending this much, so about almost 1.8 in 2024, and then the rest in 2025. So we would borrow $3 million for highway projects in 2024, but that would be for 2024 and 2025 projects.
Plus the equipment borrow, 700.
Well, the equipment wasn't assumed into the borrowing, that was out of fund balance, levy, whatever, so like for budget purposes right now, that's in the levy ask. So that's why the levy ask is within $40,000 of last year, or the 2023 ask, because 2023 did utilize fund balance, AKA levy, like previous year's levy.
Okay, we'll come back to that one when I get that far down on mine.
Oh, okay.
There's
I'm on
something
like
with
page
mine,
8 right now, I'm waiting for you guys.
$3 million, we can budget that. There's no guarantee that the board is going to approve that, cause that's gonna take a 2/3 majority vote to pass that. They may or may not, hard to say, probably would, maybe.
Hey, we're gonna
But
borrow.
something to keep in mind.
Are we gonna try to recap the borrowing for that? That's a bond, a bond issue for it? So, we gotta get it from, state trust fund.
Not state trust fund loan, those rates are
Really high, yes.
That was
6%.
6.25 is what he said.
That I know.
So would we need to bring a borrowing resolution with or intent to borrow with the budget? I've never, gone through the borrowing side of this process before, like, if we're budgeting to borrow, do we need to kind of,
I think,
That's something that we should probably put on our next county board agenda and discuss that.
but Randy, how has this gone in the past? Don't we do that when we're ready to bond? So right now, we're not ready to bond for the jail,
Correct.
so,
Unless
like,
you run next to
We're looking
line.
at
should we do it for the highway projects in the towers so that
That
at
we
least
can
they
get
know they can
started?
spend? Cause would we need to do this, like, you know, the
Yeah.
reimbursement resolution for those
Yes.
anyways,
Yeah.
so
So you're gonna be looking at borrowing, let's see.
5.8.
5.6.
5.8. We dropped it down 200,000, it was 6 million, but cause it was 3 million and then, oh wait, no, 5.4.
5.4.
5.4,
Yeah.
right,
So,
So-
we should inform the board of this, you know, we don't need a motion or approval at the meeting, but bring it forward so that everybody knows.
so your recommendation is we approve the budget and both of those project resolutions November 14th,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Okay.
If you wanna get the money for,
Well, right.
but the board
Right.
should be aware, because, you know, if the board says, oh, we're not doing that, so then we have time to,
So what would you have to do, put the resolutions on the agenda before the budget?
Yes.
maybe just make them.
Yeah, cause you can't really pass the budget
You
unless the
can't do the
resolution's
budget
passed.
until you
So-
pass the resolutions.
Yes, you almost have, like Jim said, you have to have the resolutions in front of.
Resolutions have to pass first before you get to the budget.
Well, yeah.
Cause they're both in the budget.
Well, but,
And that would make them aware.
right, but just because we budget for something doesn't mean we have to bond for it, right, Randy?
no, we don't have to.
It would
We gotta have money somewhere. We're gonna do it.
Right, so when we did the reimbursement resolution for the design phase of the jail, that wasn't in our budget. We did that separate from, the budget for 2023.
It will
was
require
already
an amendment.
approved. Right,
But you
Yeah,
did
and
it
if that
first.
wasn't at the end of 22, for some reason it's gonna be the beginning of 23, but it wasn't.
it was, okay.
So highway came in, if I'm looking at this right, 400 under? Is the projection for the year, this year?
Because they're not doing P this year. He was supposed to be.
Alright. No, the end of 2023 projection,
Yeah, if it was me and I was.
Yeah, was there some work that was budgeted and didn't get done, is that what I'm understanding?
I probably still.
Um,
I mean, you could, but then the budget, and let's say next year something. No,
Trying to-
You're kind of holding the board. Right, so, I mean, no, I'm gonna go.
I know our admin is gonna be under-
With me, and I was trying to do is I would put the resolutions in front of it. on
our
the
admin
same meeting.
budget is gonna be significantly under,
That way it's right away, then your budget's up
There
there.
had to be a project or something.
we did,
I don't know if that's.
we had
right or not, but
budgeted
that's how
to
I
do,
approach it.
a portion of P that we're now rebudgeting for 2024 because the commissioner was, worried about going over budget, because of the county D, the extra cost of county D.
Okay.
So he made the
Smart
decision to, reallocate the money for the P project, to other projects. And we also used up, whatever bond funds we had left.
So what other projects did this money get reallocated for?
What other projects?
Yeah.
When we were doing the budget, we discussed an overlay on J, but, the culverts hadn't been replaced on that section, so, I believe it was County I, that they were gonna do an overlay on.
He did part of one there, but I think he plans on doing more, but I don't know if that's this year yet or next year. He did a little bit and did some card filling.
I was
Yeah.
hoping it's just like throw away money because we didn't have enough money to spend on the big project, we didn't just like, now we just got a bunch of extra money to throw around in a bunch of other places.
Well, if he wouldn't have did that this year, he'd have been doing it next year. It got really wide cracks in it, and it was gonna fill with water and probably bust up. And that's a road,
I don't think.
I don't know what's right or
restrictions-
wrong, but that's a road that does not get a weight restriction put on it. It gets
Yeah.
left open to go into Conrath for trucks.
So that's
So-
why he did that.
And then that goes up through, I think it's open all the way up to Tony. Not sure, but for sure to Conrath. So if you wouldn't have done something with it, I mean, I drive on it, I was fine with the way it was, but what I was afraid of is it was gonna come next spring or this winter, it was just gonna really start buffering for it. But I didn't expect it to get done, but because he didn't do P, I guess he did that. I didn't expect him to do it. But he did.
It looks like the biggest difference between what we budgeted for 2023 and, where we project to be is actually our bridge construction.
And WD-40, I mean, I can WD-40, well, I feel like those hinges need some grease.
Which, with the bridge construction, it's,
Oh, it's still there.
we don't have any control over when we get those, pay out those costs. It's based on when the DOT bills us and, when even if a project is, like a bridge is done, we'll still get, billed for it for like the next couple of years. Cause they'll find this, that, or anything else and, so.
So I guess the bottom line is that remainder going into the P project for next year, and that's why we're only going over 41,000
No.
with the equipment, or what?
The 2023, we used 600,000 of, capital project funds. But the rest was levy, so we won't be using as much levy.
Hold on, no, because we budgeted for using $600,000 from
Yeah.
capital projects, but the 12-month projection is actually at $885,400.
Because that's the additional bond money that we had available that we didn't use in prior years.
Okay, so that's a big part of the reason why we're not using as much levy then.
It is, but it's for a project that we budgeted in the prior year too.
So it's within this year's budget as well.
No, if you look, the expenses are higher than what we budgeted for as well, because there's unexpected expenses for County D that we didn't anticipate.
Well, that's, yeah, I get what you're saying, but I'm still confused.
Yeah.
We got 417,000 year-end projection under. We're spending a lot more money on the budget this year, 750 in equipment, and then only come in 41. So some of that is getting shuffled into next year. I mean, that's what a person would have to
Okay,
assume.
but the bridge construction, but isn't that what we use for, isn't that what we go over the levy for? So shouldn't that be carried in a fund balance? Right? Isn't that what we kind of?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just wondering. Like, yeah, we're not using all of it, but it's not like we are giving money back to the general levy because it has to be used for that specific.
The bridge,
purpose.
yeah, the bridge stuff,
So-
yes.
So really, I mean, this year-end projection for that is kind of off. We're not gonna spend all that bridge money, but it's still allocated for the bridge.
Mhm.
It can't be.
So it's not like,
so
it's not
getting
rolling back
moved.
into our unreserved.
No, that's carrying
Does that make
forward.
sense?
I don't know, Phil, that airport's up almost like 25%.
Okay, well, the airport, the primary reason for that one is this transfer to maintenance. I think we talked about this before, like the maintenance revenue is up for those internal charges for the time that our maintenance guys spend out there. So that's why it's just between two budgets.
So, what did we decide on the cars?
On the cars?
Yeah, do we wanna drop that down to 3,500 and change something on have something on the next finance meeting for,
On what cars?
mileage expenses?
Over county board? I don't think we should make that change right now because of the availability of the county cars. But,
I don't care, you can make it zero, I'm still gonna drive my own vehicle to the meeting and I don't, whatever.
Well, I don't care about the meeting, but
I mean, if I'm going to something, I'm not coming up here messing around getting a car, that's just me.
I was trying to save money, looking for options.
I mean, you can cut all the way to zero if you want.
Well, I got a bunch of stuff on, hopefully it's not in the budget. You guys can stay till 7.
No.
You're gonna drop the mileage to 25 cents, I don't see it passing this board.
no, and I mean, and I think that the reason they get because these districts, you have to have a representative from each district, and some of the districts are much further
Well, I
away
don't
from the
care about
courthouse.
coming to board meetings, but we're talking about on county travel.
Right, but that's not gonna, most of the mileage that gets paid is for board meetings. There's not that much out of county travel for board members.
I'd say both, if anything, it's
Well, I went to-
just for conference, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 'cause I went to, association 1 year ago, I got rich on that.
There'll probably be, in all honesty, there'll probably be a little bit more because you did some of these jail tours, but there was a lot of carpooling down there, wasn't
I
there?
would've
Yes, we carpooled as much as we could, and we took, Jeff's.
I hope there wasn't a bunch of officers going on these trips and we're paying overtime.
Most of them are salaried.
No, yeah, it's Jeff and George and Phil, and they're all salaried. The only time
But they
we
could've
brought
been patrolling instead of an overtime guy, right?
Jeff and Phil don't patrol.
Gosh, I thought you were the one that had to get out of here.
I really got so much time to sit around.
Jeff did pull someone over on our way to Trumbull County, so.
You did?
Yes, he did.
What do you
You
want?
were there?
Yeah, I was in the
Throw him in the
backseat.
backseat.
So technically, that was technically possibly a plus that day. We might have been in the positive.
I would say so, cause he made a traffic stop, so.
Did he issue a ticket?
He did not. He got a stern talking to though.
He's got a right to ticket. Can't be any income revenue boost to go right.
Well, I have meetings like today, I go about 500 for the next week, just in case my speedometer's off, I figured if Jeff or Phil were out there, but now that I know they don't patrol, I don't gotta worry about it.
They might patrol town line just for you.
Just for me. Yeah.
Okay, so other increases, home delivered meals went up, I think primarily because we don't have as much funding available. We had a lot of extra COVID funding and,
Oh.
yeah, I wouldn't plan for a lot of,
Those home delivered meals too, see now the sheriff's department are buying, see, we were furnishing all the meals for jail and home delivered, so that made a difference there too, so.
Did we lose some for 474 in there also?
Yeah.
Human services? Up
So
94?
this is out of home placements. And this number is probably going to be much higher. We have a very high placement that we unfortunately got stuck with, by court order. So, our attempts to we did find a cheaper option, a much cheaper option. And at first it was gonna cost us $600,000 a year for one person. But it's still gonna cost us quite a bit of money as, the person, the individual has a lot of issues.
And safety concerns for staff, and that's why the cost is gonna hit us.
Jeremy does a very good job of trying to save costs wherever
And
possible.
yeah, Chris Soltis worked really hard on this one as well.
That one was chaptered, taken to Winnebago, they took him out, they found another place over in Rice Lake, I think.
And so,
And he got in trouble again, and they got chaptered again, shipped him back to Winnebago, and I think he's in Winnebago now. They're
He might have
looking to
been
get him
placed
out of
somewhere
there
else
again,
this
so.
week.
I think he was.
Yeah. Yes, we signed, was that one of the contracts that came through?
Yes.
I can't remember, I wanna say Ledley, but that wasn't it. Anyway.
Yeah, but yeah, it's that case, yes.
That's every county's nightmare.
Mm-hmm.
Any of those situations are.
Yeah, so, continuing on, library's up a little bit, and the transfer to maintenance, this is, the fairgrounds is, that's just that transfer again of the maintenance time spent at the fairgrounds, charging that out, so.
What drove library up that much?
Wages,
Their own wage increases.
the wage increase of the library director.
And we're using some of the fund balance, that should be hitting this as well.
Do you know what was left over, cause what was left over from last year should have been applied to this 24 budget, do you know what that is?
For,
Rather than, it used to come back to the county's general fund, you know, if
Mhm.
the library budget was below budget.
you mean like what was levied for 2022?
Yeah, and if there was left, you know, did that come into the 23 budget? That's that's how we left it. And there was a snafu there about who's getting that money or whose money it is.
I think I thought we were still holding on to that, but we are using some of that to help pay for the rest of those construction costs.
Okay, but that's from prior years.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything that says that what was left from 2022, and I'm looking now to see if it is even
See, what I'm wondering now, if there
we
was none
actually
left over
used some.
from
There
23.
wasn't, well, there wasn't any left from 22.
No, but we're not done with 23. Okay, so if there was nothing left from 22, 'cause that's what would be going into
Cause
24.
we had budgeted for, well, count, the library repairs, the 100.51. The county funds is 250,734 for 2022. And then the expense was 270, 294.27, so. And this also includes, yeah, this number here also includes the amounts that we paid for the library assessments. That we paid to
Okay, and I
neighboring.
think that is
yeah.
up too, yeah,
Neighboring,
yeah.
Yeah, so, yeah, we used all of what was budgeted for the local library and then some.
The library assessments went up to, like 20,000.
Why did trails didn't double?
Where are we? Because of that maintenance thing again, the maintenance time spent out there, the cars charging that out. So,
That wasn't in charge before.
it's not about how it was charged, it's about how it was tracked so much. So, I don't know if there's, if they're spending more time out there than they used to, or if just the tracking has changed, or how that works.
Because aren't some of the duties of the care out there on the person that's overseeing it?
The person that's overseeing it out there, yes, but actually their wages get charged to maintenance, the maintenance budget, courthouse budget, and then,
How about fairgrounds there, why is that up 47?
the same reason that the time that maintenance spends out there getting charged. So either they spent more time out there, or it was just tracked differently, or,
How is that different from other years?
change in staffing.
Yeah, we have an additional person over last year, don't we?
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, that had to get budgeted out somewhere, there's an additional maintenance person on staff.
So he's,
they're supposed
Why
to,
would there be, I lost you.
directing
I mean,
his
if
staff.
we've got Jerry, for instance, he's in in charge of all county buildings, county property.
So they,
Why is there more?
so on their timesheets, they fill out their timesheet, and then off to the right is what's called PARs, personal activity reporting. And there's different columns for the different categories, so then they're supposed to put their time for that day into the different buckets. So, like, there's, say, this building, you know, say courthouse maintenance, courthouse mowing, you've got animal shelter maintenance, animal shelter mowing, ADF, or, you know, all those buildings. And they put their time into those buckets, and then annually, we charge that out based on what they have put into those buckets.
So are you seeing that other departments are less? Because this one's more? Or how is
Yeah,
it?
yeah, so there's just more, we do it as a
Is
transfer.
that basically wages and?
Yeah, we do it as a transfer, so it's a transfer in, so it's revenue into the courthouse budget, cause that's where their wages are originally charged, and then it's expense to all those other budgets. So, that's why, you know, I said that the courthouse maintenance budget actually the expenses went up quite a bit. You can't really tell that so much by looking at here, cause it's only 28,000, but if we open up that budget, 120 maintenance. Here's the expenses, so the 2023 budget for expenses was 728,343. The 2024 budget is actually 861,229. So it's $140,000 increase. Even though you're only seeing on this it's very misleading because it only says 28,000, but that's because there's revenue here, we had budgeted for 30,000, but we're thinking it's probably gonna be over 100,000, and we have no idea what the 2023 number is gonna be yet, because we don't have any of that information, but the 2022 actual was almost 133,000.
Where's it at for joint management properties? You doing each
That's part of
property
this
separately?
too, so it comes in as revenue to this budget and then charged out to those joint management properties.
Because I see an awful lot of stuff that he's having to take care of and cover for these joint management properties.
So then theoretically, that should be reflected in his PAR, and then we'll bill it out.
I mean, even his time for the meetings should be charged in there.
Yeah, and I don't know how that, you know. We see it like once a year, what's the charge out, you know, we get those and then we do our entry.
I just noticed on some of the agendas, it seems like they're keeping him very active with those joint management buildings.
Yeah, there's a lot of things to be done, and, you know, with the city's kind of driving the horse there, you know, they're finding more things that they'd like to see done that's been in the past.
So then, forestry, that's really not much in the grand scheme of things. Conservation a little bit. And then the amount used from general fund is actually going down, so.
Well, that's actually not too bad considering.
You guys,
Yeah.
You want me to keep your notes, or?
What's that?
You want me to fill some money?
oh, I got it.
Hey, can I give you some money for
I got a lot of stuff and it won't make sense to you.
Morning.
What's that?
I'll give you money tomorrow.
No, don't worry about it.
No, but last time I took it, wasn't it?
No.
Here.
No. Not taking bribes.
It's sad when you ordered the pizza I helped pay for.
I
So
know.
here.
No, I got it.
Hey, lost it.
Next time, get it.
Huh? No, I said pay for it. I'll pay for it. Just take it.
No.
Alright.
Maybe next time.
No, thank you, Phil. Not helping next time.
Thank you. Next time we're getting steak and lobster, then I'll say,
Yeah, okay.
So, yeah, and the debt service has increased because we applied, some of that Owens Corning Conduit fund balance last year.
considering what we ended up pulling out last year for the wage increase and everything else, if I'm reading that correctly, that's not the worst looking number in it right now, or am I missing something?
It's not the worst looking number, I mean, this is a lot to be using out of fund balance, but we're being conservative with what we're budgeting for revenues too. I mean, forestry timber sales, I mean, last year was like almost $2 million over what was budgeted, so, you know, we're reaping the rewards of previous years,
What is that this year?
It's gonna be another successful year, but not a record-breaking year. The market is down.
and then there's other, you know, like.
Okay, so what will this leave, if we take that 1.7, what's that going to leave in the undesignated general fund? So we got that 30, we wanna maintain that 3%.
I'm just trying to look and see what, we're projecting that we're gonna use 2.2. I'm just gonna look at our 2020 financial statement.
I think we rolled back quite a bit from the 22 budget, unused budget.
So if we really do end up using this 2.2, which I think is a very conservative number,
So for, at 8 million, we're gonna have to have at least 30% of that 8 million in undesignated funds, is the way I understand it.
Yeah, so our unassigned general fund balance at the end of 22 was 11,053,000. So if we spend 2.2,
So that's,
we'll be at about.
we've got plenty,
We
there's
do.
plenty in there.
We do. We don't wanna spend it down too far, as Justin had said, especially, before bonding, but.
Okay, would that 11 million include like the hospital, the rent money?
No, it does not include that, because that is, assigned. That's assigned.
It's what?
Assigned.
Signed for what?
Hospital use.
Well, 11 million, so that, we're over 100%. Right?
Well, no,
Of our levy, we have to maintain at least 30% of our levy.
Our 90-day
Undesignated
operating. So we had 70.9. So, we're supposed to, we need to have at least 25%, we had 70.9 at the end of 2022. So, yeah, we'll still be
79, is it?
70.9, yeah.
So actually, you could take, 5.8 million from pushing her.
You remember where we ended last year? We were 71 this year. Do you remember?
Alright, at the end of 21.
You could actually take $1.5 million
This is our 2022.
and not borrow anything. Although we have to borrow for that sheriff's,
And I think we need to be prepared for the boilers to go out of this building at some point, and we might have to.
Well, and as Jim pointed out, there's some issues at the highway shop too. We need to keep ourselves prepared for unintended or unanticipated disasters, yeah.
Well, I mean, and I'm not, when it comes to highway, don't spend anything, but these trucks get bigger and bigger and bigger. And that's an old shop, it was meant for little single axle plow trucks when it was built. I don't know what the right answer is there, but.
Well, and there are other, Tony, get ready for tomorrow. I mean, there are other needs aside from highway trucks. We have other big equipment that needs heated storage and we just don't have it.
Never about it.
Yeah.
I knew it was coming eventually.
Yeah.
Sooner or later.
So, I've got some, I see I'm out of balance
so
on here
what's
a
the
little bit.
bottom line here, how are we?
we went up 250.
So what do you say we need to cut 100?
I just need to, I made some changes to, I think I just need to open up the recycling, which is under maintenance. It is under maintenance, okay, so I just need to update that formula then. Right? This. Okay, so then we're in balance. So then it would be, it just changed this amount here, they used from general fund, that's the plug to make it all balanced, basically. So. Are there specific budgets you guys wanna take another look at? I had some notes, about, I emailed you guys which budgets I did make changes to.
We were talking about ambulance too.
Yes.
I can't remember.
You wanted me to get back to you on how much a new ambulance costs. $292,000.
And we won't get it for like 2 years.
What if they price a plow truck?
Yeah, no, trucks are a little more.
Trucks are, it's a little more, but it's getting there.
Not much of a difference.
Can we just put a plow on the
Yeah,
ambulance?
They probably should, cause they don't go through the snow at all.
No.
No, they have to have the fire department out with every call
Well, they're
to
not even,
plow the snow.
they're not even a diesel anymore.
No, he doesn't want diesel.
Yeah.
Well, this is our
Actually, we
four-wheel
have a
drive,
plow.
aren't they?
We have a plow that we can.
There we go,
I
let's just, I
don't
will
know,
drill
but
the
I
holes
can tell you,
myself.
fire department is, when it snows a lot, the fire department is called out with every call.
They gotta be four-wheel drive.
I don't think Jim, I don't think they are.
No, they do not go through much.
No.
I mean, what was it, a couple winters ago, they had a call by Flambeau Lodge, somebody was, injured on a snowmobile.
It was last winter, wasn't it?
Huh?
When we had last winter?
Yeah, I think so. The driveway to Flambeau Lodge or road, it's more of a driveway, you know, it's kinda hilly, it was really icy, the ambulance couldn't get out of there, they had to call the highway department to come up there and salt and tow them out. They couldn't get out.
That is really strange that the things on four-wheel drive.
Just put a winch on them.
Or they're just that terrible because maybe they're just so heavy in the back end, I don't
Yeah.
know.
You have those cots.
I hope we're not, I hope that I don't hear four-wheel drives available.
Yeah, just
We're
the-
not buying it.
That's a $500 upgrade.
They are two-wheel drive, Jim. It's a 7.3 liter gas two-wheel drive.
You gotta have a conversation with Tom and ask him why he can't get four-wheel drive.
Yeah, I was shocked he didn't want a diesel.
Well,
But
Diesels, the newer diesels now suck if they sit idle at all. I always looking at going away
Yeah.
from diesel pickups also,
Yeah.
but the DEF and everything else, it causes too
well,
much
that's,
headache.
yes.
So anything now that's newer is gonna require DEF.
Yeah, no, I know, Johnny has a 20.
So, that's why you're gonna see, yeah.
I like it
But I'd
because the
ask him
diesels
about
are
the
quieter
four-wheel
and
drive,
less
because that's got me baffled.
But no, it's a two-wheel.
Probably looking at a $4,000 to $5,000 increase on.
I would think 40 to 50.
Well, it's that much on a
Yeah,
pickup.
it was 45.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's that much on a pickup, so that's a 1-ton chassis, I believe, so it's probably more like 7. But maybe because of how they're designed, there's no place to put the transfer, but the transfer case would be underneath the front cab.
I've never heard of a four-wheel drive ambulance.
And I can't, I mean, the frame that's underneath it, I don't understand why they can't do it.
somebody should,
I have no idea. I've never heard of it.
design
I mean, what do they do in Alaska?
snowmobiles.
Bring out the sled dog.
Dogs and
Sled dogs, yes. Sled dogs and
But I
And
mean,
snow
I mean,
machines.
you get out in remote Canada or anything like that, they're not gonna wait for a plow
Helicopter.
truck to come. Well, I'm sure some of that, but I don't know, that just sounds
I think
weird.
they
I
use They probably use a lot of
Other
snow.
stuff will pass the movies.
There you go.
I just hope he's not ordering a four-wheel drive just because it's a few $1,000s more, because that's just not
I
basic.
doubt it.
But I doubt it too.
Tom knows his ambulances in and
He
out.
drives a Jeep, so I just can't
Yeah.
believe he wouldn't.
I'm sure
order a
he's
four-wheel drive.
ordering the best.
So,
So where are we at now as far as, levy limit?
Oh, we're right at that.
We're over 131,000?
No, this is what I balanced it out, so it's balanced to zero here, so this is our allowable levy. Which is based off of what comes off of our levy limit worksheet, plus what we go over the allowable levy for ambulance, library, and bridge culvert aid. Is that right? Okay.
so we're good.
Yep. But yeah, then we're utilizing this much from fund balance.
We're good as long as we borrow for it.
Yeah.
So I think what we need to do for the October meeting, have just an item on the agenda as budget review. And do the same thing we've done right here, so the board is aware of it, and what our plan is. And then maybe, at least we'll know the board's reaction, and we can go forward in November, and if in resolutions, we can have in November.
And this is just like our working document, but what, we would give to the board would be what's in your packet here, your budget proposal summary, which is basically this.
Yeah.
This is basically that up there. It just, mine has like the increase, decrease over prior year. This is like our notes. This is what.
Yeah, I think that'd be good to have it on the October one, so they get a chance to,
Review, so.
they can get a chance to go over it, and if they've got it, it'd be nice if you could send this out ahead of time, whatever you're gonna send them.
Yeah, we can do that even next week.
Because it'd be nice if we're making
Right.
change, to know on the, 24th, I think. it's
Yeah,
next
I mean, if
Monday.
you guys make the motion, then it's pretty much, that's what's gonna go to county board, we can have that, we can even have the, budget publication for the paper done. So we really only made one change today.
So you can put in, you can publish this as it is, and then, but any changes to this budget would have to be done
At county board.
at county board meeting in November.
Okay, so, is that a motion? Is that a motion to approve this and forward to county board?
I'll do that motion. Second?
Yeah.
Second by Tony. Any more discussion? Not all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Motion carries. Do it, we'll review it again, just go over it, so.
Okay, yep,
Everybody
yeah,
knows
we'll
where
get
we're at.
those, get everything converted, so it's got the up-to-date 6 months as much as we possibly can. Cause we still have some stuff, some credit card invoicing and stuff that we aren't able to get. Able to get it updated and even be able to send out that, we could, do you want us to send out the whole document to the county board? Or just the summary?
The
Okay.
summary.
Okay. That budget proposal summary. Yeah, it's actually gonna be like those first pages in your budget book that say budget proposal summary. Yeah, this is just our.
Till the November meeting though, right?
Well, no, he wants it on this month, and, not our budget hearing, just a budget review on this month's agenda for county
We're
board.
gonna talk about it. We're not gonna make any motions with the budget in October.
Right, so like under presentation maybe instead. Is there anything that this committee specifically, like, should Jamie and I start lining up department heads to come? Are there any specific items that you want addressed, or you think the board is gonna want addressed? he give it at budget time, or did he give it before we voted to issue the debt?
We have his timeline here, kind of said.
Probably at the time of,
Of the vote to issue the debt is my
Yeah.
guess.
And he comes back in January, and then all the stuff details gets.
Well, and yeah, that's the thing, like, we're not gonna be ready to talk about bonding for the jail for a few months yet.
no.
Yeah.
No.
So,
That's
I don't think we
maybe
should.
a couple years.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, here it says official statement disclosure questionnaire sent to county
Next 6
department,
months.
preliminary official statement, and that's in
Probably
July.
looking like next
Plans,
summer.
they won't
But that's the thing, like if we're
set
gonna
up
be,
firm plans in 6 months.
Oh well.
and Ashley, is this all covered under,
Mark my
You're not
words,
even,
Tony.
by July, you're not even gonna have an idea, well, you have an idea what it's, you're not gonna have a plan.
but is this all covered under our existing reimbursement resolution?
The design should be, cause that was,
But I don't think we specifically said design, I think that reimbursement resolution said,
I thought that was in the declaration for the jail project. But no, Kurt and Corey's plan is to vote on bonding sometime late spring, early summer. They have a timeline.
The jail,
Yes.
The board doesn't even approve anything.
I mean, hey, we don't even have a good idea.
Right, I know, but it's starting to pick up speed here. So, at the last, that was part of my update, but we're running out of time. At the last ad hoc construction meeting, they gave us 3 budget numbers. They're preliminary budget numbers, we haven't had a chance to make any cuts yet. But, I mean, the process is really starting to move along here.
So, when the ad hoc committee comes up with an option, are they gonna bring that to the board?
Yes.
For, you know,
For your sign off on proceeding down that path, yes.
There's several options, and I don't know if we're.
I heard the three options.
There's 3, but I think 2 of them are the forefront. I don't know how the board will react to that either. It's a higher number than we originally started at.
Yeah,
We were talking, we were scared with 35 million. Now, our numbers we got last,
so with that, with the budget resolution, can we put a reimbursement intent in there for the,
I think we should for, Woodway, Tower project. I don't know, I think we're putting the cart before the horse on the jail one, but maybe not. I think we should call Justin.
See, with that, with that budget reimbursement thing, there's enough in the general fund to take care of this.
right, but I'm just thinking, if we want to be able to reimburse out of bond proceeds, we have to declare intent.
Right.
you have to watch.
We have to declare intent.
You've already done that, haven't you?
Well, that was for the blanket, but it says in here, I'm reading that resolution right now, and it says, blah, blah. Permit the use of proceeds of tax exempt obligations to reimburse capital expenditures made prior to the date. Such obligations are issued only if the state or local government within 60 days of the date of expenditure declares its official intent to reimburse the expenditure with proceeds of a borrowing.
Right, so we did that with the intention that we were going to, this is what I was talking about with the design phase of it. So if we end up bonding for the jail project, we can reimburse on this resolution for the design expenses. But we would need an additional reimbursement resolution if we move forward with construction.
Okay, I guess we're kinda settled on the budget then. What else do we need to cover today? We've done the, treasurer's report, we've probably gone home. You have anything, Ashley?
Yes, my laptop died, but, under joint management items, the, animal control board is considering an RFQ for architectural design, for the addition out at the shelter. and the one they are leaning towards and likely going to recommend is for $11,500, but the company is offering a $5,000 in kind, so the total cost would be $6,500. So likely they will consider that, at their meeting next week to forward to joint management. And then from there, you know, the board and the council will consider. Am I missing anything at joint management, Jamie?
I wasn't at the last meeting.
Me neither, I don't think so. Ad hoc construction, so yes, we got the three options, the preliminary budgets, the lowest was the 43 million, ranging up to about 46 million, with the, difference there being the skywalk. The committee indicated that we can proceed with reapproaching the city about shutting down a portion of Minor Avenue, so that's, what we'll be working with there, because we need to know whether that's yay or nay, so we know which of the options to go for.
I understand that the hang up would be, that's where the Mardi Gras parade goes through.
Yes, apparently that was what was said at the council meeting, yes. Okay, and then as far as the hospital nursing home, Mr. Rasak signed the contract with Haas last Friday. We sent that off to Brandon and they began work on Monday.
So you're saying right now they're estimating how much again for the jail across the road?
43 million. If you do the skywalk option, 46 million.
And what were we talking about, 35 today?
It was originally projected.
That, we did not have those budget numbers when Jamie and I met with Justin.
40?
Yeah.
That's the first number.
I don't know how the hell we went from mid to upper 20s to all of a sudden almost
Yeah, you
another
are.
80% increase.
We were hearing 16 early on from Wool, remember?
And Mark Johnson was involved in those numbers too.
Yeah, well,
And construction equipment or materials were a lot more expensive then. Something ain't jiving here.
it sure drove up fast.
But we were also talking tearing off the south end, building it around and coming back
That's
up
one
on
of
the
the
east side.
options, it was at 43 million.
46.
And what now?
46, 43 or 40, it was 43, I believe.
To do it right here on the same block?
And the-
46.
No, the Skyway was 46.
Skyway was 46.
Yeah.
The
That was 46 and 43 was.
43 is taking over the minor.
Okay, oh, wire.
Yeah, the other 46, Tony was putting it out here,
Out there.
tearing down the wing. But that number didn't include any renovation we'd have to do to the courthouse.
Right.
So for instance, to get from the pod to the court system, we would have, you can't have the prisoners coming into Judge Barna's chambers. So we would have to move the judge to the other side of the third floor, and then that would mean switching the way the courtroom is oriented, so she has a secure and safe entrance into the courtroom. None of that is factored into that 46 million.
Is there anything factored into it for the modifications they're gonna have to do to this building?
No.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Well, okay,
I think, that's getting way out of whack. Holy
but we
cow.
asked them to price out construction of a new jail.
Right,
Right, so that's what they did. With the caveat that any,
how many beds?
Up to 98, I think, or 96.
78 double bunked to 99,
Yeah, something like that. And then
is that
it
right?
actually could possibly go on.
That's what Trumbull County has.
Okay,
Seventy-
ours was very similar.
78, I think.
And what's the population in Tripolo County?
16,000?
Really?
And also, if, another note, sorry to interrupt you, Randy, if we put the jail on the east side, we lose 30 beds. But the number stays at 46 million. So,
I don't know, sounds like this is really getting out of whack, but. I mean, I could see, 5-10 million being off on those first numbers, but not double.
well, and we there were two different construction companies that did those numbers. And so, you know, Market and Johnson and Wold did the first set. And then you're having a different construction and architect look at it, so.
What are they using for construction on this right now?
Samuel's Group. Samuel's Group,
Yeah.
yeah.
How is Samuel's group tied in with Venture?
They're not. They're separate entities, that's just who we picked to go with.
But we have Samuel's group?
Yes, so Samuel's Group is the construction manager, Venture is the architect.
Okay, I know that.
Well, Samuel's group is way down south, correct?
Wausau.
I thought they were down towards Vern.
No, I think their locations are in Wausau and somewhere in Iowa, I wanna say.
First, you've gotta keep in mind, a lot of their construction costs might be in travel and hotel room expense for their employees. When you start getting that far away, Market's a lot closer. Something to think about. There could be a lot of money built into that for that. Anyhow.
That's it for your report. Thank you.
We have 62 marriage licenses.
Yeah, what?
62 marriage licenses.
Tony, how many times did you come back in this year?
This last month?
No, just for the whole year. We did send out,
Yeah.
the fines for the
Fresh
dog
enough.
license. I think about it like yesterday. Getting ready for election.
Do you have anything, Gene?
No updates on the ambulance, I think that's, we're just gonna have to pursue.
Sales tax was.
Yeah. Hard to, you know, with it being that late, hard to see where it's gonna shake out for the entire year yet, but.
Okay, do we have anything else? If there's nothing further, then we will stand adjourned. Oh, how about the next meeting? What time are we gonna?
So we have it for November 16th at 3 o'clock, if that works. So that would be after.
You had the one at the 14th, right?
You need budget
The budget review on the 14th?
Oh, yeah, but for finance committee,
You guys doing it at the same time right afterwards?
I don't care.
I mean, can we do a regular finance meeting after we finish the budget meeting? Or think we need all day for the budget meeting?
We might need to do it in a different room, we have to do it in the small conference room, because there's something else in here that day, but.
What date?
The 14th.
I'm just asking,
Is
if
it
it doesn't work for,
okay?
if it doesn't work for somebody, so be it.
Yeah. We might have to do it in our office, cause it looks like Sheriff's got this room booked and the small conference room.
Yeah, that's not right, Jamie.
What? Isn't that the budget meeting?
I think it's a
Yeah.
budget.
I thought I heard it, I didn't.
Budget meeting's gotta be the first Tuesday, isn't it?
Second Tuesday.
Second Tuesday.
Or second Tuesday? I thought it was.
We don't wanna have a board meeting the same day as an election.
Second Tuesday would normally be election day.
It would be.
In an election year.
Yeah.
So the 14th is when the budget
It seems late.
meeting will be.
Not.
9 AM.
It's recent, it seems like it's kinda late.
I don't, Rich said it's the latest it can be this year.
I'll just mark it here, 8:30.
So do we wanna do it, after the county board meeting on the 14th?
We don't know when that board meeting is gonna be done.
That's fine, good, 16th or 3. That's fine, I was just throwing it out there.
So what are we gonna do? Nothing, we're gonna have a 16?
The 16th at 3?
I don't know, I
Are we out of here by 4:30?
On the 16th? Because we gotta do the, well, I mean, depends on how much you want to be on the agenda, but I don't think we're gonna have an hour and a half meeting. Do you have to be done at 4:30 on that day?
They wanna revisit on the policies, so you ain't getting out of here now.
Yeah, right.
The door's locked at 4:30, so.
Oh,
They
well,
can't get in.
but it starts, we start at 3, so you're here for the meeting.
I think he's got a hot date.
No.
It's kinda late.
That we're not open.
Oh, no, I can, it's a simple email I make to IT and I ask them to leave this unlocked.
Alright.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
You're talking 3:00, 16.
Okay, so we got November 16th at 3, so.
That'll make it a short meeting.